Chapter 1498. Accompanying young Chen to refine pills and witnessing how a 5th-grade alchemist master refined pills, what kind of glory was this? Even Elder Ju, who was a great master, couldn't help but tremble with excitement when he heard young Chen's invitation. The others looked at Elder Ju as if he was the winner of the lottery. Many people dreamed of this opportunity, but it had fallen into Elder Ju's hands. How great would it be if they could swap places with Elder Ju? Grandmaster Yang, I just took the liberty to make a move in the Chunyang Palace. I hope Grandmaster can forgive me. After all, he was a great master. Elder Ju quickly calmed down, and the first thing he did was to bow and apologize to young Chen. Killing the Hidden Dragon Cave Master and his accomplices, although it was to help young Chen out of trouble, this was the site of the Chunyang Palace. The master has not yet made a move, but the guest has already made a move. If this is said, it is more or less a small problem of etiquette, a bit of a suspicion of turning the guest into the host. But now Elder Ju apologized so sincerely, but he gave all his face to the Chunyang Palace. Who was Elder Ju? The great elder of Yin-Yang Demon School. Even Lady Fanghua had to salute when she met him. In front of young Chen, he was so respectful, the meaning was already needless to say. It's just a small matter, Elder Ju doesn't have to worry about it. On the contrary, this Yang wants to thank Elder Ju for his help. Elder Ju gave him face. Young Chen, of course, would also return the favor and immediately responded positively. After a period of bustle, young Chen greeted the disciples on duty in the sect and took Elder Ju into the alchemy room that had already been prepared, intending to start refining the longevity pill. Elder Ju had already prepared the demonic bead above the 5th grade of the human immortal for the longevity pill. For the sake of safety, he deliberately went with 2 other elders of the same sect to kill the 6th grade of the human immortal beast, and also prepared 3, enough for young Chen's consumption. Although it was young Chen's first time cultivating the prolonging life pill, and there was only a theoretical possibility of success, young Chen was still very confident. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Li Cheng had nodded his head after reading it meant that there was an 80 to 90% chance that the principle behind the prolonging life pill was established. Especially with the magical white fire seed, young Chen's confidence in alchemy was 80 to 90%. Elder Ju watched young Chen's every move without blinking. Ever since young Chen came in and greeted him, young Chen no longer paid attention to Elder Ju and devoted himself to alchemy. Regarding this, Elder Ju was not the least bit displeased. He was concocting a pill for him, and if he were to accidentally disturb young Chen, failure in concocting the pill would be a small matter, but delaying young Chen's work would be a huge problem. Elder Ju remembered young Chen's every movement and every technique. It was as if he wanted to figure out the pill formula for the prolonging life pill from young Chen's movements. Although he knew that it was futile, he could not help but want to do it. The prolonging life pill was not something that could be done in a day or two, so Elder Ju was mentally prepared. After young Chen started concocting the pill, Elder Ju stood guard and waited patiently. No matter how big the situation outside was, it had nothing to do with him. Whether or not his hands and feet could recover depended on young Chen's pill. Even if the sky fell, Elder Ju would definitely help young Chen until he finished concocting the pill. Elder Ju and young Chen were in seclusion in the alchemy room, ignoring the outside world, but the people outside were recently shocked by another matter. Speaking of which, the matter that shocked everyone was related to young Chen. Young Chen's 4 wives, Gaou, Gong Sunling, Shashanshan, and Sun Qingxue, had entered the core demon sealing array together. Entering the demon sealing array was not a big deal. However, the 4 women did not enter the demon sealing array that each sect had set up at the center of the demon sealing array. Instead, they entered the demon sealing array that trapped all the breeding beasts. Up until now, it was no longer as easy for all the sect to hunt the breeding beasts. All the breeding beasts below grade 6 human immortal had been slaughtered by the sect. As for grade 6 human immortal breeding beasts, only a few were left after the slaughter. Those who could maintain the sect's demon sealing array to hunt the breeding beasts were the strongest experts in each sect. They were human immortal elders. Each sect would only have 2 or 3 of them. After all, Du Fu was a grade 6 or grade 7 human immortal. Even if a few of them worked together, it would take a lot of effort to kill one. It was not as simple as before. In this case, the core demon sealing array in the center, except for Elder Wang, who was a grade 8 human immortal, no one else rushed to go there. Even Elder Wang only went in occasionally to take a look and see the situation of the absorption of the demonic qi. If he went in alone, he would never do it again. One lesson from Elder Ju was more than enough. The four little girls in the eyes of all the supreme experts swaggered into the fiend sealing formation. How could they not be surprised? After receiving the news, the first reaction of the great masters of the sect was that it was impossible. Then there was another guess. Did Yang Chen already have a way to deal with these breeding beasts and kept it a secret? Just a few decades ago, Yang Chen broke the demon sealing array on the periphery of the demon continent by himself. Now the four women were so arrogant, maybe it was because of some unique hunting technique that Yang Chen knew. There were great masters in the demon sealing array of the major sect at all times. After receiving the news, they immediately followed into the central demon sealing array. In total, the time they saw the four women was at most 2 days apart. Everyone thought that the four women would have some unique skills when facing the super strong breeding beasts. Therefore, when these great masters saw the fighting methods of the four women, they were all shocked by the unique hunting methods of the four women. The four women didn't seem to have anything special about them. At most, they had a tacit understanding with each other. Of course, several excellent protective magic treasures were also the main reason why they could be safe and sound in such a dangerous place. However, wasn't their efficiency in hunting the breeding beasts a little too efficient? Even if it was Elder Wang of the 8th grade human immortal, if he wanted to deal with the 7th grade human immortal beast, even if there would be no danger, it would always take a period of time. During this period, there must be various attacks and defenses to be successful. The breeding beasts didn't know how to be afraid at all. This was the unified characteristic of all the demonic beasts on the demon continent, and it was also one of the reasons why they were feared. However, the four women seemed to be effortless in dealing with the breeding beasts. Gaou's cultivation was the highest, and the level of human immortal allowed her to rush to the front, followed by Gong Sunling, Shishanshan, and Sun Qingxue. What shocked everyone the most was that as long as Gaou and Gong Sunling joined forces to block the first few attacks, Shishanshan could kill a 7th grade human immortal beast with one blow. The time before and after added up was no more than an hour. Chapter 1499. For the first time, they saw the four women cooperate so tacitly to kill the 7th grade human immortal beast, and all the people who saw it were shocked. It was not a guerrilla fight or a strategy at all, it was simply a crushing of absolute strength. The problem was that even if Gaou was strong, she only had the cultivation base of the 3rd grade human immortal, and the other three women were even more outrageous, but only in the middle darching stage. It was so easy to kill a 7th grade human immortal beast, how could it not make people crazy? Although Gaou and the other three women did not dare to rush into the group of beasts, they still lured a certain beast away from the place, far away from other beasts, and would not disturb them, and then they would kill it. The four of them were only facing one at a time, but just this one was enough to astonish them. Among the four, Gaou had the highest cultivation base and the most courageous performance. Every time she was always at the forefront, whether it was to lure the enemy or resist, she was the vanguard. Even in the battle, it seemed that she was also showing her status as the first wife. Gong Suanling's performance was relatively average, but the onlookers were knowledgeable and no one dared to underestimate her. Among other things, the unpredictable tactics between the four people, the fundamental core was Gong Sunling. Her mountain river geographical map was the basis of all this. It could be said that all the attacks and defenses of the four women were completed around Gong Sunling. Sun Qingshue's performance did not seem to be so amazing, but from time to time, she brought out the shield-shaped protective magic weapon that could withstand the attacks of the 7 species of human immortal beasts, almost withstood all the attacks of the beasts. The four women could be safe and sound in the critical moment, all because of Sun Qingxue. The most frightening thing was Shishanshan. Basically, the last blow was all completed by her. A sword chi was almost unstoppable. The 7th grade human immortal beast had no defense in front of the sword chi. If such a sword chi was cut on other cultivators, what would be the result? If Gaou's third-grade human immortal cultivation base was barely able to enter the eyes of the great elders, then the performance of Gong Sunling, Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan in the middle darching stage directly smashed the fragile hearts of all the great masters. Previously, there was an Avildor, Hu Yun, in Chunyang Palace. With the strength of the peak Mahayana stage, he dared to provoke the sixth-grade human immortal beast with a big stick. Hu Yun had already made everyone speechless. After getting used to it, everyone also found a reasonable reason to explain. After all, his original body was the mighty ape king, and his cultivation aptitude was unique. In this poor world, there was only one monster like him in thousands of years, so everyone accepted it. But now, there were 4 of such monsters. Even excluding Gaou, she was already a third-grade human immortal and had entered the ranks of the supreme experts. But the remaining 3 were in the middle darching stage. How was this possible? If this kind of thing became the norm, how could so many grand elders endure it? Looking at the performance of the 4 women, a group of great masters always felt that they had lived a long time in vain. The young people nowadays were really amazing. Among the great masters who saw these, the happiest were the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan's performance was so powerful that they were simply adding gold to their respective sect in front of these old guys. It was not gold foil, but gold nugget. There was no great master in Chunyang Palace, but with such a big thing happening, the master of the palace and other masters who were practicing in the core demon seal formation all rushed here. Looking at the performance of his disciples, the master of the palace was greatly comforted, and he almost couldn't close his mouth. The 4 women were all Yang Chen's wives. Their performance could only explain one thing, that was, Yang Chen also felt that things were coming to an end. It was a pity that the sects could only maintain the original situation. A few supreme experts fought against a high-level beast, and they could not achieve the efficient killing of Gaou and the other 4 women. When the Emperor's aura on Gaou's body was not launched, no one would feel it. Only at the moment of battle, Gaou would release it in a specific direction. Only dealing with one kind of beast at a time, the appearance and disappearance of the Emperor's aura were unknown, and no one knew the mystery. Except for their own people, no outsider could think that the beasts faced by the 4 women had been beaten down by a big realm. In addition to the basic physical functions and protection that were still at the original level, the attack power had completely fallen to the peak darching stage. This ensured that as long as the 4 women had the Mountain River geographical map and the Xuanwu shield, they would never be injured. In the face of the 7th-grade human immortal beast body, Shishanshan's supreme pure yang sword qi, which had been condensed for more than 100 years, could completely ignore their protection and could be penetrated with a sword. The 7th-grade human immortal bead easily fell into the hands of the 4 women. That huge golden demonic bead made the surrounding people drool. However, everyone was a person with a face. First, they couldn't do things like robbing the objects of the younger generation. Second, even if they had the intention, they were not sure that they could survive the attack of the 4 women. In the end, they still hesitated in the face of the 7th-grade human immortal beast, but the 4 women had already killed it like cutting melons and vegetables. Fortunately, the 4 women did not completely leave any opportunities for all parties. Shishanshan's sword qi was sent out, and almost all the power was taken away. Every time she killed a beast, she basically had to cultivate for about 3 or 4 months. In other words, the efficiency of killing them was only twice faster than when the experts of the various sects besieged them. It was not too outrageous. In particular, every time Shishanshan recuperated, she would eat the 1,000-year-old ginseng as a snack. Even though the supreme elders were used to seeing rich people, they couldn't help but be shocked by the generosity of Yang Chen's wives. In this world, being an alchemist was indeed the most profitable and wealthiest profession. The major sect also began to speed up the killing of the beasts. Previously, they had the idea of training the experts, but now they were focused on killing. If they didn't hurry up, all the remaining demonic beads would fall into the hands of the 4 women, so they had no choice but to speed up. The number of 7th-grade human immortal beasts was originally less than 200. In just a year, under the joint attack of the major sect and the 4 women, more than 40 of them were directly killed. At this rate, in 2 or 3 years, everyone would have to face 8th-grade human immortal beasts. At this time, Yang Chen finally began to concoct the prolonging life pill. The days passed in the midst of Yang Chen's nervous concoction and the 4 women's hard work. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In 5 years, the 7th-grade human immortal beasts had been completely killed. Now, everyone was facing 8th-grade human immortal super beasts. At this time, the major sect wanted to kill quickly, but they were powerless. They could only watch Gaou and the other 3 women kill efficiently. Chapter 1500. The more it went on, the more important the role of Sun Qingxue became. Before, she may not have been proficient enough in absorbing and refining the ultimate demonized vine. As the battle progressed, the body of the ultimate demonized vine finally exerted a jaw-dropping horror. The ultimate demonized vine of the 2nd grade of the Earth Immortal stage, it was not known how many years it had experienced the invasion of the demonic energy. It was the unique overlord on the demon continent at that time. Even the beasts of the Earth Immortal stage that occupied the core of the demon continent had to look up to its existence. How could the ordinary magic weapons in the mortal world be comparable to it? For the 8th-grade human immortal beast, as long as Gaou could resist a few times, the long vine of Sun Qingxue could turn into a deadly long snake, tightly entangling the other party. Once it was entangled by the long vine of Sun Qingxue, it was basically the final result. No beasts that were entangled could break free. They could only watch the long vine get tighter and tighter, and then lose the ability to move. Even if there was no need for other people to attack, Sun Qingxue alone could strangle the beasts that were entangled alive. The scene of the 8th-grade human immortal beast being strangled alive could really scare many people. At the same time, it also made the masters of the Blue Cloud sect suddenly have a feeling of exaltation. It was no longer the Green Jade Immortal Island that excelled in the front. With the addition of Sun Qingxue, the efficiency of the 4 women in killing the beasts has doubled in a short time. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue both had a trump card that could kill the beasts, and the 2 took turns to rest, which was more efficient than before. This performance was still based on the fact that Gong Sunling was not interested in these beasts. Otherwise, with the power of Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map, plus the thousands of masters of the Daching stage and 10 masters of the highest level, they dare not say that they could kill the 8th-grade human immortal beast, but it was not a problem to collect it alive. Any cultivator in the mortal world, as long as they entered the Mountain River geographical map, if they did not have the means to come out, then their fate was basically doomed. Fortunately, Gong Sunling did not want to collect these breeding beasts that had been invaded by the demonic aura for many years. Otherwise, those who saw it would definitely be even more dumbfounded. The common characteristic of the 4 women was that they were all Yang Chen's wives. In this way, the reputation of Yang Chen's meticulous planning was firmly on his head. At least so far, Yang Chen has not made any mistakes in the matter of the demon continent. Now everyone is waiting to see how the final Earth Immortal level beasts will end and how Yang Chen's refining of the prolonging life pill will go. The longevity extending pill had basically reached the final stage. With the improvement of Yang Chen's cultivation base, coupled with the improvement of his ability to control the fire, especially with the great improvement of the performance of the profound spirit furnace, there was also a spirit with the same excellent ability to control the fire. Now even if Yang Chen refined the prolonging life pill, this kind of experimental high-level medicinal pill, it only took 5 years before and after. In the past 5 years, Yang Chen has been carefully refining this brand new medicinal pill according to the principles of the pill recipe left by the predecessors, combined with his own understanding, using pure Yang True Fire and pure Yin True Fire. Yang Chen used 2 of the human immortal grade 6 devilish beads at a time. Under the repeated refining of 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds, it has now gradually become a pill. Because of the special effects of the profound spirit furnace, the unfinished prolonging life pill at this time already has traces of the 2nd grade refining. Before, it was simply refining with pure Yang True Fire and pure Yin True Fire, and the white fire seed given by Li Cheng had not been used. At this point, it was almost time to use it. Big brother Li Cheng said that the white fire seed could improve the efficacy. Since it has already shocked people, then it would be better to make people more shocked. Although it sounded good to be able to increase one's lifespan by 100 years, if it could increase more, no one would reject it. Yang Chen now wants all the people in the mortal world to have an absolute concept. Now the strongest alchemist is Yang Chen. Even if he ascends to the spiritual world, he also wants people to know that he can refine medicinal pills to extend life, and he is not an ordinary cultivator who can be pinched by others. No one knows the cruelty of the competition in the spiritual world better than Yang Chen, and no one knows what kind of enemy Yang Chen will face after ascending. Even if the Profound Heaven sect can't say a little bit of blame for the destruction of the Taishanmen in the mortal world, they will never give up, especially since the two siblings, Yang Lan and Yang Lan, have ascended. At least in the early stage, the Profound Heaven sect will definitely secretly target Yang Chen and the people around him. When the Taishanmen were destroyed, Yang Chen did not kill Yang Lan and Yang Lan, which was a bit intentional by Yang Chen. The tragedy of Yang Chen's previous life, Yang Lan could be said to be the culprit. If he was killed so simply, how could the hatred in Yang Chen's heart be easily ended? If he wanted to kill Yang Lan, he would have killed him when Yang Lan was in the foundation stage. Why would he wait until now? How could he let Yang Lan suffer all the hardships of Yang Chen's previous life before he could die? Since Yang Lan liked to stir up trouble like this, he would simply let him stir up enough. It would be best if he could even play with the Profound Heaven sect. Of course, what Yang Chen liked most was to let the people of the Profound Heaven sect toss Yang Lan and be tortured by his own people. This was the best way for Yang Chen to vent his hatred. However, the premise to achieve his goal was that Yang Chen could really stand firm in the spiritual world. A better way to stand firm, in addition to a strong combat power, was to have a skill that made people look at him with admiration. Yang Chen's alchemy was the kind of powerful skill that absolutely made people look at him with admiration. Even the 6th grade alchemist in the spiritual world had not refined a medicinal pill that could extend life. Only in the immortal world, the 9th grade alchemist could achieve such an effect in the 9 Revolutions golden pill. Now whether the longevity pill could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat depended on this moment. Yang Chen now took back all other thoughts and concentrated on controlling the white fire seed, slowly approaching the 2nd grade longevity pill that had been vaguely formed. It had to be said that Big Brother Li Cheng's words were indeed correct. The white fire seed was indeed the most suitable fire seed for alchemy. As soon as the fire seed touched the longevity pill, it immediately wrapped the longevity pill. The firepower was just right, and there was no need to worry about accidentally burning the medicinal pill. Even the dragon spirit was amazed, but at this critical moment, the dragon spirit only let out 2 praises, and there was no other sound. In fact, it was impossible for the dragon spirit to know more about the white fire seed. He just thought that the white fire seed was a 7th grade fire seed. He didn't know the pattern of the 2 dragons playing with a pearl at all. The white fire seed began to burn the life-prolonging pill spontaneously. In the amazement of Yang Chen and the dragon spirit, 1 person and 1 dragon spirit watched the looming shape of the 2nd revolving life-prolonging pill, slowly adding a dragon-shaped pill mark, becoming a 3 revolving life-prolonging pill. Chapter 1501. Elder Ju of Yin-Yang Demon School, who had never relaxed for a moment in the past 5 years, was waiting for the results of Yang Chen's alchemy with trepidation. He couldn't help but be nervous. It was related to his own hands and feet and longevity. Even if Elder Ju was already a master of the supreme realm and his cultivation had reached the point where he could not stop external things, even if Yang Chen had said before that the problem was not big, but before it was fully implemented, Elder Ju could not help but feel a little guilty. Yang Chen's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened, and the alchemy furnace floating beside him began to slowly fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, Elder Ju's heart was hanging again. Although he did not see any signs of refining failure for the time being, Elder Ju could not fully believe that the refining had been successful before he saw the longevity pill. Yang Chen took a long breath, a smile appeared on his face, and he smiled at Elder Ju who was staring at him nervously over there. Elder Ju, fortunately I did not fail. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Elder Ju's heart finally completely fell into his stomach. A sentence of fortunately made him feel that his 100 years of waiting and the hard work of the 5 years of protection seemed to have been rewarded in an instant. The lid of the profound spirit furnace flew up automatically, and a golden elixir in the middle slowly flew up and slowly fell into the hands of Yang Chen. The dazzling golden color made people happy, especially the 3 clear dragon patterns on the surface. It made people unable to shift their eyes away. 3. Third grade refining. Elder Ju's eyes were straight. Even with the state of mind of the human immortal level, he could not help but lose all of it at this moment. He stared at the golden elixir, and a few words began to stutter. He could not believe what he saw. The longevity pill, which could almost be said to be a legendary elixir, was the first time that Yang Chen refined it, and it was still an experimental situation. It was not an ordinary first-grade refining, it was a third-grade refining. What kind of concept was this? Thinking of this, Elder Ju's breathing also became rapid. The reason why Yang Chen decided to refine the third grade, apart from Yang Chen's firm belief that there was no problem with the elixir, what other reason could there be? This also meant that he no longer had to worry about his hands and feet, and could completely recover. Of course, the good news could not be enjoyed alone. Whether it was Yang Chen or Elder Ju, they did not want Elder Ju to take the longevity pill so easily. Some things still happened in the public, and it was the best effect for many people to see it. Basically, the representatives of the major sects who stayed in the Pure Yang Side Palace had not left. During the 5 years of Yang Chen's alchemy, everyone had been waiting in the Pure Yang Side Palace, waiting for news. Finally, they waited for Yang Chen and Elder Ju to appear in front of everyone with a smile. What happened next was only natural. Under countless expectant gazes, Elder Ju took the 3 Revolutions life-prolonging pill and was about to put it into his mouth. Wait a minute, Elder Ju, take it with this medicinal pill, the effect will be better. Yang Chen held a jade bottle in his hand and handed it to Elder Ju. A round elixir was poured out of the jade bottle. The people present had good eyesight, and their knowledge was also extraordinary. At a glance, they recognized that it was a questioning inner heart pill. However, on this questioning inner heart pill, there were 5 clear dragon patterns. 5th grade questioning inner heart pill? God, how was it possible? The people who saw this elixir almost went crazy. The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill was already a shocking thing for everyone, but in the end, Lingji mushroom jade pill was for the masters below the Yuanying stage. The difficulty of its own grade was not particularly high. Many 3rd grade or even 4th grade alchemist masters could easily refine it. To put it bluntly, if the 2nd grade alchemist master broke out, it was not impossible to successfully refine the Lingji mushroom jade pill. But what kind of elixir was the questioning inner heart pill? Not to mention the ordinary 4th grade alchemist master, even Master Deng Ye of Danding sect, who was about to touch the threshold of the 5th grade alchemist master, had always been helpless, as if it was the patent of the 5th grade alchemist master. Now Yang Chen casually took out a 5th grade questioning inner heart pill. This grade of elixir could be refined by the 5th grade. What level of elixir did Yang Chen's alchemy level reach? The 6th grade? Everyone was shocked, but they were also secretly guessing. No one dared to say it, but the way they looked at Yang Chen changed again. A single 3rd grade longevity pill, Yang Chen could already be sure that Elder Ju's hands and feet could be restored, but since it was publicity plus doing a favor, then it would be better to do a favor, and the effect of publicity would be better. A 5th grade questioning inner heart pill was not in the eyes of Yang Chen, but it could leave a deeper impression on the people present. Elder Ju couldn't say anything else. Such a huge favor wasn't something that could be repaid in a few words. Anyway, he already owed a big favor, so he might as well owe a bigger one. At the moment, Elder Ju did not hesitate. He raised his hand and put the 2 elixirs into his mouth, swallowed them, then sat cross-legged and began to slowly wait for the elixir to take effect. Almost at the same time as the elixir entered the abdomen, a surging vitality began to radiate from Elder Ju's body. Everyone who felt this vitality couldn't help but feel relaxed, as if something bad in the body was forced out of the body by this vitality. My internal injuries. Amazing. Comfortable. A series of words came from the crowd not far away. Not only did they feel comfortable, but the most shocking thing was that some people's internal injuries were actually slowly recovering under the influence of this surging vitality. This was just a little medicinal aura emitted by Elder Ju. What would happen if a real elixir was taken? On the other side, Elder Ju's body emitted more and more vitality, and at the same time, his body began to slowly change. The most obvious change was that his face, which was already slightly loose and densely covered with wrinkles, began to slowly stretch, and his skin became noticeably more elastic. His arm. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Only then did people notice that Elder Ju had lost half of his arm. The originally short arm was slowly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it grew to a normal length, a wrist appeared, followed by half a palm, then a whole palm, and then fingers. All of them began to grow. The broken leg was the same, growing bit by bit. Knees, calves, ankles, soles of feet, toes, all slowly appeared. It was like magic, very magical. Everyone present was a successful cultivator, and even the weakest was at the original infant stage. What kind of magic could not be seen through in front of them? However, these changes of Elder Ju were obviously not magic, but something that was really happening to Elder Ju's body. The newly grown arms and legs were very delicate, very different from the original ones, and could be seen at a glance. Broken limbs regrown. Grandmaster Yang's prolonging life pill could actually regrow broken limbs. Chapter 1502. In fact, Yang Chen had hinted that Elder Ju could regrow his limbs when he first came to seek treatment. However, everyone had chosen to ignore this information. This was simply too shocking. Even a great supreme elder couldn't do it with his cultivation base. Could a mere elixir do it? Now, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Ju's severed limbs were growing back bit by bit. Was there anything more shocking than this? What happened next was even more shocking. Just as everyone saw Elder Ju's arms and legs slowly grow back, they thought that this was the limit. However, what happened next shocked them even more. Right in front of everyone's eyes, Elder Ju, who was sitting cross-legged and absorbing the elixir's power, suddenly erupted with an extremely shocking aura. This aura seemed a little neutral and peaceful at first, but it quickly began to rise. It became more and more violent and gave everyone an endless pressure. Not good. Guard. The person who accompanied Elder Ju to the Yin-Yang Demon School was Lady Fanghua. When she saw this scene, she immediately realized what was going to happen. For a moment, she couldn't care less about the fact that they were in the pure Yang side palace and immediately gave instructions. As she spoke, several experts from the Yin-Yang Demon School, including Lady Fanghua, rushed to Elder Ju's side and separated him from everyone else. Suppressed by Elder Ju's aura, many people's cultivation bases were insufficient and were still struggling bitterly. The few remaining people who weren't affected had already guessed what had happened. Elder Ju, who was a 6th-grade human immortal, had his cultivation base stagnant for 100 years after being seriously injured and severed. Now, it had started to surge again and there were signs of a breakthrough. How was this possible? After being seriously injured for 100 years, he had relied on Yang Chen's 5th-grade Lingji Ju pills to suppress his injuries. He was already considered lucky that he didn't erupt. He could barely fight with some of the weaker cultivators, but it was simply impossible for him to increase his cultivation base. The most unbelievable thing had already happened in front of everyone. Elder Ju's cultivation base had actually started to increase after taking Yang Chen's prolonging life pill. It was even more unbelievable than severed limbs regrowing. Whether everyone could accept it or not, the truth was happening in front of everyone. In just half a day's time, Elder Ju's aura had reached its peak, and then it exploded. When everyone tried their best to eliminate the influence of Elder Ju's aura, they were shocked to find that Elder Ju's aura had already returned to normal. It had only returned to normal, but compared to before, Elder Ju's aura was now more powerful. Elder Ju didn't deliberately hide anything. Experienced people could tell that he had already entered the 7th-grade human immortal realm. The entire place was silent. Everyone watched in shock as Elder Ju opened his eyes and held his newly grown arms in front of his eyes, as if he was to confirm something. No one spoke, afraid that they would disturb Elder Ju. They were also afraid that they would wake up from their dreams and discover that everything was just an illusion. Elder Ju looked at his newly grown arms and legs in disbelief. He carefully moved his fingers and toes, feeling the connection of flesh and blood that he hadn't felt in over 100 years. His face was filled with disbelief. From the looks of it, He didn't expect Yang Chen's 2 pills to bring him such a pleasant surprise. Even Elder Ju, a 6th-grade human immortal, was in such a state. The onlookers were so shocked that they couldn't even make a sound. Only when Elder Ju finally confirmed that his arms and legs were real and that he had casually smashed a nearby pillar did the crowd burst into cheers. "That pillar is very expensive, Elder Ju." Yang Chen's voice reached everyone's ears at that moment. The people who heard Yang Chen's voice were all stunned, and the sound of cheering could not help but be smaller. "Count it on me. I'll compensate you with a gold pillar." Elder Ju was in a great mood. How could he not tell that Yang Chen was teasing him? He laughed and replied, "It was just a pillar. Even if it was made entirely of gold, it was nothing to a Grand Supreme expert. Elder Ju would be more than willing to build a palace out of gold, let alone a golden pillar, for him to regrow his limbs and raise his cultivation level from a 6th-grade human immortal to a 7th-grade human immortal." Regrowing limbs was a fact, but the most shocking thing was that it could actually raise his cultivation level. In particular, this kind of increase was not as simple as consuming the demonic bead. It was a kind of stimulation from the inside out. Elder Ju's recuperation for the past 100 years was also a process of accumulation. It was only after the stimulation of the life-prolonging pill that it was completely triggered. However, whether or not it could really extend his lifespan by 100 years remained to be verified. This kind of thing could not be concluded immediately. With Elder Ju's cultivation level as a 7th-grade human immortal, if there were no accidents, he would have no problem living until he ascended to the celestial realm. How could they prove that the life-prolonging pill had the effect of extending his lifespan? However, the vitality that Elder Ju released at the beginning was not fake. Everyone present could feel the surging vitality. Some of the weaker cultivators even had their internal injuries healed under the influence of the overflowing medicinal power. One could imagine what kind of benefits Elder Ju would receive after absorbing most of the medicinal power. No one could prove that it could extend one's lifespan, but there was no need to prove it. What else was there to prove? How was he going to prove it? Find an old man who was about to die and let Master Yang feed him the pill to prove it. That was not giving Master Yang face, but directly rejecting him from Master Yang's elixir. He would never have a chance again. Among them, the happiest was Elder Ju, followed by Lady Fanghua. Even though Lady Fenghua's heart was completely tied to Yang Chen, the fact that the sect's Grand Supreme Elder had become a 7th-grade human immortal was something to be happy about. On the contrary, Yang Chen was not too happy. Although he was happy that the life-prolonging pill had been successfully refined, when Li Cheng had seen the elixir recipe and nodded, he already knew that it would not fail. But now, he was not as happy as the others. "Master Yang, we are indebted to you for saving our sect's elder. The entire Yin-Yang Demon School is indebted to you." As the person in charge, Lady Fanghua was naturally the one to speak. She immediately cupped her hands and thanked Yang Chen. "Yin-Yang Demon School owes Master Yang a favor. In the future, Master Yang only needs to instruct us. Yin-Yang Demon School will definitely do it for Master Yang, even if it means destroying the entire sect." Lady Fenghua's words made everyone fall into deep thought. They began to ponder the deeper meaning behind her words. Chapter 1503. The purpose of everyone coming to the Pure Yang Side Palace for a few years was to know the authenticity of the prolonging life pill. Now that there was no doubt, everyone was thinking about how to get the prolonging life pill from Master Yang. Judging from Master Yang's past practices, Master Yang was not the kind of unreasonable person. As long as the price was right, not to mention the prolonging life pill, it was estimated that Master Yang could provide the pill recipe of the prolonging life pill. What everyone wanted to know now was what kind of price was needed to buy the prolonging life pill. Yin-Yang Demon School's request for Master Yang to treat Elder Ju's illness was not agreed at the beginning. Master Yang was very kind on this point. Since they were allies, he would treat the illness first and talk about it later. Now that Lady Fanghua represented Yin-Yang Demon School's statement, it was equivalent to directly setting a price for Master Yang's prolonging life pill. A casual request from a super sect, no matter where it was an unattainable price. "Thank you for your kindness," Yang Chen slowly said in the midst of everyone's excitement, Refining pills to save people is the nature of an alchemist. There is no need to be so grand. One prolonging life pill, 5 years of time. I don't dare to break the promise of yin-yang demon school. How about this? 5 human immortal grade 6 demonic killing beads, or 1 human immortal grade 7 demonic killing bead will be enough. As soon as Yang Chen said this, everyone's heart suddenly relaxed a lot. At the same time, there was also respect for Master Yang. In the end, Master Yang was still a kind person. Lady Fenghua's promise could be understood as her joy in the sect's elder Jew's recovery and the improvement of his cultivation base. This kind of mood was understandable. But once Lady Fenghua's promise became the norm, it made many people embarrassed. Not every sect was a super sect, and not everyone had the face or importance to let the sect casually agree to Yang Chen's condition. If they really followed Lady Fenghua's proposal, then most people would have no chance to enjoy the benefits of the prolonging life pill. Fortunately, Master Yang's request was relatively kind, which made many people see hope. And from the high price of Lady Fanghua to the price of Master Yang, everyone's psychology was completely acceptable. No one would know that at this moment, Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua didn't know how to laugh. Just now Madame Fenghua's statement and Yang Chen's refusal was simply a game made by the two people, in order to let everyone accept Yang Chen's price. Originally, Yang Chen accepted the fire seed, but now basically, Yang Chen has collected almost all the fire seeds in the world. With the white fire seed, the others had little meaning and could only provide some supplements. In Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace, there were more than 20 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds that needed to be absorbed, and the fire seeds could no longer meet Yang Chen's needs. There weren't many demonic baleful pearls above grade 5 human immortal realm. In the entire demon continent, the number of beasts that have reached this level was less than 1,000 or 2,000, and they were basically in the hands of the major sect. 90% of human immortal grade 8 and higher level demonic baleful beads would probably be collected by Gaou, Shishanshan, and the other two girls. Yang Chen's move could be said to have taken all the demonic beads of the mortal world into his own hands. There was no one who didn't like prolonging life pills. To be able to use a few demonic baleful beads to exchange for prolonging life pills, who wouldn't be happy? Although directly consuming the demonic baleful bead could also increase one's cultivation, how could it be as outstanding as refining the longevity extending pill? Those who really needed the demonic bead to save their lives did not need the demonic bead above the 5th grade of human immortal realm. Those who had the demonic bead of this level were not short-sighted people. Since he didn't have the ability to concoct the prolonging life pill, of course, he would use it to exchange for it. It was likely that the sect had such a plan. If Yang Chen directly said that he wanted to collect all the high-level demonic beads, it would definitely make people unhappy in their hearts, thinking that Yang Chen was eating alone, and there would be all parties obstructing him. But now Yang Chen used the demonic bead to exchange for the prolonging life pill, which was another matter. A human immortal grade 6 demonic bead could be used by Yang Chen to refine a prolonging life pill, but it could be exchanged for 5 demonic beads. Speaking of it, Yang Chen alone accounted for 80% of the benefits of the high-level demonic bead. This was not all. Not only would many masters not be disgusted, but they would also be grateful. If it was only Yang Chen alone, there was no need to consider the favor of these masters and the sect, but now there was still Chunyang Palace. Not to mention the agreement between Yang Chen and the major sect before, even if it was just for the sake of Yang Chen's face, the development of Chunyang Palace would definitely be taken care of by the major sect. In that case, thank you Master Yang. Since Yang Chen had already made a decision, Lady Fanghua naturally cooperated and immediately complied. Elder Ju did it quickly. Without saying anything, he took out 8 huge demonic beads alone and handed them to Yang Chen one by one with both hands. This was to heal him. Naturally, Elder Ju would not let the sect pay for him. As a supreme master, and also a master who dared to explore the core area alone and survived, how could there be a lack of demonic beads? The 3 extra beads were for the 5th grade questioning inner heart pill. Others didn't know, but Elder Ju himself knew very well that a 5th grade questioning inner heart pill saved him at least 20 years of hard work. This time, the improvement of his cultivation base, of course, had his own accumulation, the help of the prolonging life pill, and also the great role of the 5th grade questioning inner heart pill. Master Yang, if my sect wants to buy the Master Prolonging Life pill, what price does it cost? Striking while the iron was hot, Lady Fanghua immediately asked Yang Chen this question almost at the moment after Elder Ju sincerely paid the reward. It was common sense that there had never been a medicinal pill that could prolong life below the 9th grade. This level of pill recipe was definitely a good thing that even the people in the spiritual world and the immortal world wanted to fight for. Not everyone knew the 9th grade alchemist master. If this pill recipe could be obtained in the mortal world, maybe in the spiritual world, as long as there was a 5th or 6th grade alchemist master, they could successfully refine the prolonging life pill. That was an irresistible temptation for any master in any sect. The question was asked by Lady Fanghua, but Lady Fanghua was definitely not the only one who wanted to know the answer. Everyone looked at Master Yang Chen eagerly, eager for Yang Chen to be as kind as he was just now and give a surprising price, so that everyone could enjoy the wonderful feeling of having the pill recipe of the prolonging life pill. You don't want to know the price? Yang Chen was rarely reserved, and then he was very sincere to the people around him. Everyone, it's not that this Yang is selfish, it's just that when this Yang opens his mouth, it will hurt your feelings, so it's better not to open my mouth. If you need the prolonging life pill, you can exchange it with the demonic bead. This demonic bead is limited, even if there is a pill recipe. I think everyone can't find the medicinal materials, so it's not so troublesome. Chapter 1504. You don't want to know the price. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard that. Although everyone was mentally prepared that the prescription of the prolongation pill would not be cheap, when Yang Chen said that in front of Lady Fanghua, everyone couldn't help but feel a little desperate. If even the Yin-Yang demon sect found it difficult to afford it, then which other sect would be able to afford it? Not to mention individuals, they didn't even need to think about it. Then, everyone heard Yang Chen's explanation, especially the last sentence, there are not many devilish pearls left. Hearing this, everyone suddenly reacted. That's right, there aren't many demonic baleful pearls left. Devilish pearls above grade 5 of human immortal realm were basically monopolized by the 11 sect, including Chunyang Palace. Even if other sect had the prescription, they wouldn't be able to get high-grade devilish pearls to refine pills. As for the representatives of the top 10 sect, everyone was also weighing whether the prescription or the elixir was more important. Looking at Yang Chen's attitude, he would definitely use the devilish pearls as the exchange condition, and it would definitely be a higher-grade devilish pearl, at least grade 8 or 9 of human immortal realm. According to this price, if they really bought the prescription, it was estimated that the sect wouldn't have any devilish pearls anymore. Which was more important, the prescription or the elixir? The devilish pearl was such a special thing, at least until now, no one had heard of it in other places. The spiritual realm and the immortal realm would definitely not tolerate the appearance of something like devil chi, so it was unknown whether there was a devilish pearl or not. No matter which sect it was, if they got a prescription without medicinal materials, they would have to think about it carefully. Needless to say, Yang Chen hadn't said the exact number. If it was really a fortune that would make the sect bankrupt, which sect could afford it? Either Yang Chen wasn't willing to sell it, so the price was high. Or, Yang Chen absolutely valued this prescription and wanted an absolute high price. No matter which possibility it was, there was only one result, and that was that it would be an exorbitant price. No sect would be able to afford it. Everyone was thinking about whether they could afford it or whether it was worth it. None of them had thought about how to take it by force. Even if Chunyang Palace was the weakest among the 11 sect of the demon continent, no one dared to use this idea. Even if there were people who felt that they could easily subdue Yang Chen, no one dared to have such an idea. They didn't even dare to have such a thought. Not to mention others, wasn't the hidden dragon cave master and his followers a few years ago the most practical example? Just as he was about to touch Yang Chen, he was sent to the netherworld by Elder Ju, whose arms and legs were broken. Back then, he was a grade 3 human immortal, but he died worse than a dog. If someone really had such an idea, it was estimated that he didn't have to wait for him to calculate Yang Chen. He didn't know how many people would always stare at Yang Chen's left and right, waiting for an opportunity to curry favor with Master Yang. No matter who it was, even if it was Elder Wang, who had the highest cultivation base in the mortal world, it was estimated that if he had this idea, he would be attacked by a group of people, and his head would be sent to Yang Chen. In any case, it was the people in charge of those big sects who had a headache. For ordinary cultivators, the prolonging life pill was simply an unreachable legend, and it basically had nothing to do with them. Those who could use this idea were all the few masters of the Darching stage and supreme masters of the major sect who could fight against the human immortal. Knowing that the prolonging life pill was really effective, no one would not be tempted. This thing, even if it was not used for the time being, when he ascended to the spiritual world and the immortal world, it was definitely a good thing that people would pursue. The effect that could only be achieved by the 9 revolutions golden pill could make many great principal golden immortals who were about to die crazy. If there was a condition, no matter what, it would definitely be exchanged for a few prolonging life pills first. Yang Chen had now put out the price tag to exchange. That day, even if others wanted to have an idea, it was estimated that they would not have a chance. For a time, all the capable people of the major sect couldn't sit still. As long as there was nothing important in their hands, they all went to the Pure Yang Side Palace to visit Yang Chen, and at the same time to order the prolonging life pill. Of course, the strongest few were now all concentrated in the core demon seal formation, competing for a few poor grade 8 and grade 9 human immortal beasts from the hands of Gaou and Shishanshan. The 4 women had now begun to try to hunt the grade 9 human immortal beasts. The only one who could hunt the same level of beasts as the 4 women was Elder Wang, who was an grade 8 human immortal. The other sect's 6th and 7th grade human immortal beasts were already at their limit to deal with the grade 8 human immortal beasts. Some even had to rely on joint efforts to complete it. Compared with the hunting efficiency of the 4 women, the difference couldn't be measured. The grade 9 human immortal beasts were completely beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators in the mortal world. If the grade 10 human immortal elder of Taishanmen was still there, maybe these beasts on the demon continent were not enough, but now, except for Elder Wang, there were only 4 women left. The jaw-dropping protective magic weapons on the 4 women protected them exceptionally well. Even if they were attacked by the grade 9 human immortal beasts, Gong Sunling could guarantee their safety. Coupled with the suppression of Gaou's Emperor Qi, Sun Qingshue's ultimate demonized demonic vine, and Shishanshan's supreme pure yang sword Qi, it was simply the most perfect killing combination. The only thing to note was that at the level of grade 9 human immortal, they were already the strongest in the mortal world. Even under the suppression of Gaou's Emperor Qi, they could only launch an attack far lower than their own cultivation level, but their defensive power would not be reduced. Instead, because the most powerful force was sealed in the body, the level of defense soared. Even Shishanshan's supreme pure yang sword Qi couldn't do it with one sword strike. A sword Qi could at most break the skin and muscles of the beast, far from hurting the internal organs. The strongest attack had such a flaw. Every time Shishanshan would condense all her strength to launch the strongest sword strike, and then immediately hide in Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map to recover. The ultimate demonized demonic vine controlled by Sun Qingxue was also far from being complete, so even if it could entangle the beasts, it still couldn't completely imprison the beasts. The 2 sides always had to wrestle crazily in the process of fighting each other. At this time, even Gaou had to participate in the attack. The dragon horn double flying sword showed its most powerful offensive power at this time. Every sword strike, even if it couldn't hurt the beasts as deep as the supreme pure yang sword Qi, but every time the attack saw blood, it could take away a mass of flesh and blood of the beasts. Facing a grade 9 human immortal beast, the attacks of the 4 women always lasted for half a year or more to see the effect. Every grade 9 human immortal beast, when it died, seemed to have been cut by thousands of knives. Chapter 1505. This was something that couldn't be helped. The attack power of the 4 women was limited, and they could only use this kind of nibbling method to kill their opponents bit by bit. No one would laugh at the 4 women. A 3rd grade human immortal plus 3 late Darching stage cultivators could join forces to kill a 9th grade human immortal beast. Even if the masters of other sect dealt with the 8th grade human immortal beast, they needed at least a 7th grade human immortal and 5 to 8 5th grade human immortal masters to do it, and the time consumption was far longer than that of the 4 women. The important thing was that they would inevitably be injured in the process of joining forces to attack. The only one who could fight against the ninth-grade human immortal beast was Elder Wang and his helpers. The 4 women killed 2 ninth-grade human immortal beasts, but their team had not yet killed one. During this period of time, the 4 women had gone through another crazy training session. Although the killing was not as much as it was on the demon continent before, the experience of danger and harvest was far more than any period of time. Under the crazy pressure, the progress of the 4 women was amazing. Gaoyu's water and fire dual spirit power was becoming purer and purer, Gong Suanling's spirit power was becoming longer and longer, and Sun Qingshua's progress in refining the ultimate demonized vine was also a bit faster. As for Shi Shanshan, every time she tried her best to release the supreme pure yang sword qi, she had a little more understanding of the sword qi. Every time she cultivated, she could absorb a little more of the original sword qi. Yang Chen opened 2 more furnaces of longevity pills during the 4 women's experience. This time it was not experimental, so it was no longer just refining a single one, but refining nearly 50 at a time. The 2 furnaces added up to 100. The first refining was because of the experimental exploration, so the speed was relatively slow. After that refining, Yang Chen has been completely familiar with the fire properties of pure yang true fire and pure yin true fire. He is also familiar with the fire properties of the white fire seed, and the refining technique is becoming more and more skillful. With the service and protection of 30 maids, Yang Chen's alchemy process was quite calm and comfortable. It only took him 8 years to open 2 furnaces. All the longevity extending pills that came out of the furnace were 3rd revolution pills. The profound spirit furnace itself could improve the refining efficiency of the 1st grade, and the white fire seed also had such an effect. So, in the end, Yang Chen only carried out the refining of the 1st grade. 2 batches of 100 longevity prolonging pills had basically satisfied all the needs of the mortal world. On the demon continent, there were only more than 1,000 beasts that surpassed the 5th grade of human immortal, and the number of 6th and 7th grade human immortal added up to 7 or 800. 5 6th grade devilish beads or a 7th grade devilish bead could be exchanged for 1 prolongation pill. Excluding those owned by the people of Chunyang Palace, and those devilish beads left by other sect, it could be said that these 100 prolongation pills were enough to exchange for all the remaining qualified devilish beads. As for the demonic baleful beads of grade 8 and above human immortal stage, he believed that no one would take them out to exchange. Unless it was a last resort, but it would definitely not be in the mortal world. Speaking of which, most of the devilish beads of this level were in the hands of Yang Chen's 4 wives. According to this reasoning, in fact, 95% of the devilish beads above the 5th grade of human immortal in the core of the demon continent had fallen into the hands of Yang Chen's family. No one would be unhappy. Those who had exchanged for the prolonging pill, which one of them was not smiling? This kind of prolonging pill, after the 3rd grade refining, according to Yang Chen's estimation, could extend one's life by at least 1,000 years. Even in the immortal world, it was a hard currency that could be exchanged for a lot of wealth and favors at any time. After completing the refining, Yang Chen went straight to the core demon seal formation, and at the same time, he sent someone to inform all the people who had booked the prolonging pill here to hand it over to the core demon seal formation. 15 years passed in a flash, and Yang Chen had to see the situation of the 4 women. In the demon seal formation, there were no more than 20 beasts left. 1 was an earth immortal level beast, and the remaining dozen were all at the 10th grade of human immortal cultivation base. There were only 2 teams that could deal with the 10 human immortal beasts. One was led by Elder Wang, who was an 8th grade human immortal, and the other was the 4 wives of Yang Chen. During this period of time, the 4 women had completely alarmed all the masters who knew about it. The major sect on the demon continent, except for those who had to take turns in the sect, all the other masters above the Darching stage had gathered in the core demon seal formation, watching the battle between the 2 teams and the 10 human immortal beasts from a distance. This was a rare experience in a lifetime. Even if they couldn't participate in the battle because of their cultivation, it was also a very precious experience to be able to observe with their spiritual awareness from a distance. How many opportunities could there be in the mortal world to see a 10th grade human immortal master? The performance of the two teams was completely different. On Elder Wang's side, it could basically be said that Elder Wang alone bore almost 90% of the attacks of the beasts, and the remaining 10% was taken by several other 7th-grade human immortal masters. From the perspective of the scene, the attacks of the beasts accounted for 90%, and Elder Wang and the others only had a 10% chance to fight back. It was worth noting that Elder Wang's team was not entirely the masters of his own sect, but the joint effort of Elder Wang and the 6th 7th grade human immortal masters of the sect. The feeling that the 4 women brought to the major sect was really a little shocked and stressed. Even the 4 juniors could have such a performance, it would be unreasonable if they didn't join forces to show off in any case. However, even if so many great masters joined forces, in front of the performance of the 4 women, they still had to be overshadowed. Under the joint attack of the 4 women, the 10th grade human immortal beasts were completely suppressed. Unlike Elder Wang's side, the attack and defense of the 4 women were completely reversed. The attacks of the 4 women accounted for 90%, and the attacks of the beasts only accounted for 10%. Gong Sunling alone took all the attacks of the beasts, and Sun Qingshue's demonic vines completely entangled and tightened the beasts, imprisoning them more and more tightly. Gaou and Shishanshan completely became the main force of the attack. Wherever the flying sword and sword chi went, they could leave a deep wound on the beast's body every time. When Yang Chen arrived, it was just in time for the first 10th grade human immortal beast that the 4 women were facing. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even in this situation, every attack of the beasts still contained the attack power to break mountains and split stones. Ordinary masters of the great vehicle stage couldn't take any of the attacks at all. The body of the beasts was full of wounds, and its whole body was covered in blood. In some places, even the bones and some internal organs were exposed. At this time, the attacks of the 4 women were all concentrated on the head of the beasts. They seemed to be aware of the arrival of their husband and wanted to end the battle quickly. Kai, an earth-shattering sword chi sent out by Shishanshan, finally broke through the ultimate defense of the beasts and pierced into the mind of the beasts. Then, Gaou's flying sword of water and fire also flew into the mind of the beasts from the mouth that was opened. At this moment, Sun Qingshue's ultimate demonic vines suddenly tightened, and the beasts had completely lost their resistance. Chapter 1506. Boom! When the beast suddenly lost its strength and fell to the ground, hundreds of miles away in the distance, in a crowd of people who were probing with their spiritual awareness, there was a sudden noise. The worst masters were also in the Darching stage. At this moment, their performance was not much better than those who were watching the excitement in the market, and they were also shocked. In the history that people knew, this was the first time that someone in the mortal world had dealt with a 10th grade human immortal master. Of course, Yang Chen's killing of the Taishanman's 10th grade human immortal elder was not counted. Except for Gaou and Gong Sunling, no outsider knew. Even Lady Fanghua thought that Yang Chen used some way to break the demon seal formation and triggered the tribulation of those people to let them ascend. She would never believe that Yang Chen alone could kill the 10th grade human immortal great elder. She had never heard of it before, but all this in front of her really happened hundreds of miles away and happened under the eyes of so many masters. A group of people from the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had been so excited that their lips began to tremble. The elders of the Pure Yang Palace, including the head of the palace, were completely speechless. There was no other expression on their faces except for a smile. From their performance at the moment, they couldn't even speak, they could know how they were feeling at the moment. Was there anything more to give the sect face than this? The 2 younger generation disciples of their own sect, together with the 2 younger generation disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, teamed up to kill the 10th grade human immortal beast. In this world, which other sect had such a glorious story? Even if the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had the same share, didn't they only have 1 disciple? Compared with the excitement of these sect, people in other sect were shocked and had incredible thoughts. How was this possible? Gaou, who was a 3rd grade human immortal, with 3 women in the late Darching stage, actually killed a 10th grade human immortal beast. If this thing was told to them by others, they would definitely slap that person's face on the spot. Bragging wouldn't be so outrageous, right? But this had happened right in front of him, right under his nose. How could he be bragging? Even if some people felt that he was bragging, there were also a few grade 7 and grade 8 human immortals fighting for their lives over 100 li away from the 4 women. Could it be that they were hallucinating as well? How did they do it? That magic treasure of Gong Sunling that could block the attack of a stage 10 human immortal, what kind of treasure was it? Everyone was full of curiosity about Gong Sunling's life source magic weapon. In contrast, Gaou's dragon horn double flying sword, Sun Qingshue's ultimate demonized vine, and Shishanshan's sword Qi have been used many times, so everyone can see it clearly. Apart from shock, there were also a few others who felt a little sad. Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters couldn't help but feel a little jealous as they watched them leave. They were all Yang Chen's women. Because the 4 of them got married early, not only were they wives, but they also received special care from Yang Chen. If this matter in front of them had nothing to do with Yang Chen, it would be a ghost. Yang Chen was so sure that he could solve the problem of the demonic energy in the demon continent. How could he not arrange for a backup plan to deal with these beasts? Now thinking about it, they still didn't have enough status in Yang Chen's heart, so they were not allowed to participate in such a thing. Perhaps there was telepathy. Just when Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters were a little sad, Yang Chen's voice sounded in their ears at this time. Go and pick them up, they are also at the end of their flight. Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters were shocked, and they could no longer care about anything else. 6 iron-winged flying eagles appeared in an instant and flew quickly towards Gaou and the other women. A group of onlookers saw someone flying towards Gaou and the other women, and there was an uproar, and some people immediately wanted to rush over. Before they could get up, they were quickly pulled by sharp-eyed people. Someone had already noticed the arrival of Yang Chen. At this time, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters were picking up the 4 women. They were all Yang Chen's women, so it didn't matter. But if someone else rushed out at this time, it would definitely be misunderstood. How tempting was the 10th grade human immortal bead? As long as someone rushed out, it would not be 1 or 2 people who would misunderstand. A group of people watched Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters quickly rush to the 4 women, and then pulled 4 of the Murong sisters and Gaou and the other women on the iron-winged flying eagle. Shi Wushuang and the remaining 1 quickly put away the 10th grade human immortal beast, and then quickly rushed back. At this time, everyone realized that they were only surprised, and did not find that Gaou and the other women were also on the verge of collapse. This could be seen from the fact that the 4 women didn't even have the strength to collect the 10th grade human immortal bead. But it was normal to think about it. After all, it was a 10th grade human immortal beast. If it was outside, to put it bluntly, it was not a wild guess that a beast would kill all the cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that Gaou and the other 3 women got the method to deal with the beast from Yang Chen, they really didn't know how to deal with this level of beast. After the initial shock, everyone wanted to understand a truth, this was Yang Chen's plan. The method to deal with the beast must be recorded in some ancient books in the Zhao family manner, but it has not been made public to everyone. No one could say anything wrong about Yang Chen in this. Yang Chen not only took everyone with him when he developed the demon continent, but also took on the main task of purifying the demonic energy. Without Yang Chen, there would be no chance for everyone on the demon continent. For this alone, everyone had to be grateful. As for Yang Chen's concealment of the method to deal with high-level beasts, it could only be said that Yang Chen deserved it. It must be known that Yang Chen had no obligation to tell everyone anything. If they still complained after giving great benefits for no reason, then so many Darching stage great masters' cultivation for so many years would be in vain. Master Yang, the women over there were still flying back, and everyone here had already begun to greet Yang Chen. After Yang Chen responded one by one, he didn't talk much nonsense with everyone and directly took out dozens of jade bottles. The people who had ordered the longevity pill from Yang Chen were basically all here, just in time to hand it over. After obtaining the life-prolonging pills they had ordered, the Grand Elders were all beaming with joy. They carefully put away the jade bottles in the safest way possible. During the conversation, Gaou and the other 3 women had been brought back. Everyone immediately stopped pestering Yang Chen and divided into small circles to continue to share the experience of watching the four women fight the beasts. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing that the four women had a little spirit after a while, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little distressed. With a wave of his hand, he received all the women into the Dragon Palace. Chapter 1507. Gaou and the others were because of the continuous high-pressure battles, always facing the pressure of the 10 human immortal beasts, they suddenly relaxed at the moment of victory, which led to their weakness. It's just that the four women fighting the 10th grade human immortal beast was so amazing that from the moment everyone saw the beast fall to the ground and die, they entered the shock and ignored the situation of the four women. If it weren't for Yang Chen's timely discovery, the four women would not have been able to hold on for a long time and they would have collapsed to the ground. It was no wonder that the four women would suddenly become soft at the moment of victory. This battle was more difficult than all the battles in the previous 10 years. The time alone lasted for more than a year. The four women always had to face the threat of the 10th grade human immortal beast, and if they were not careful, they would die. This kind of battle in the face of death and also in the fire was more effective than the decades of experience in the Demon Continent. In the Dragon Palace, there were many good things to recover, especially with Yang Chen there. However, what surprised the women was that there were 30 more beautiful women in the Dragon Palace, all of whom were in the peak darching stage. At this moment, they were like maids and began to serve the women. This was in the Dragon Palace of Yang Chen. It was absolutely impossible for any irrelevant people to mix in. The women were just surprised at first, and then they were calm. Obviously, this was the arrangement of their husband. Since it was the kindness of their husband, of course, the women would accept it. The four women were still weak, and this was not a good time to ask questions. Everyone enjoyed the service of the beautiful maids with peace of mind, but their eyes were silently exchanging doubts with each other. Don't be suspicious, these are the maids that Lady Fanghua gave me. Yang Chen took the women in and let them see these maids in order to explain to them. Now looking at the faces of the women, how could he not know what they were thinking? He just smiled and explained calmly. Lady Fanghua helped me a lot in some things. Wu Shuang, Murong, don't target her in the future. Since he wanted to explain, Yang Chen had to make it clear. However, there were some things that could not be described too clearly. He could only vaguely express the reason. Gaou and Gong Sunling guessed something. They later inquired about the situation of the Taishanmen's extermination, and they also knew that Lady Fanghua played a role in it, intentionally or unintentionally. Now that he thought about it, that should be what he was doing to help Yang Chen. For such a big thing, Gaou, of course, had to be grateful. Even if Yang Chen took Lady Fanghua as his mistress, it was also what he should do. Otherwise, Gaou would have to worry about whether Lady Fenghua's mouth was safe. As for the few maids, Gaou didn't care about them at all. Gaou had accepted the 7 concubines from famous families, so how could she not accept a few maids? Gong Sunling was the first person to deal with Lady Fanghua. She had been seduced by Lady Fanghua, so she was relatively familiar with her. She was also worried about whether Lady Fanghua was a threat to Yang Chen, but Gong Sunling thought more than Gaou. It seemed that her husband had subdued Lady Fanghua. Otherwise, Lady Fanghua would not use so many beautiful maids to solidify his favor. Gong Sunling didn't care about her husband having one more witch. She was originally a traditional gentle woman. She had never cared about her husband having 3 wives and 4 concubines. In that case, what was one more Lady Fanghua? Even if these beautiful women had skin contact with Yang Chen, they were just maids, so he could enjoy it with peace of mind. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were relatively simple. Sun Qingxue only cared that she was in Yang Chen's heart. She didn't care about anything else. Shi Shanshan was cold, so she didn't care about how many women Yang Chen had around him. As for Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters, they were the ones who captured Lady Fanghua and sent her to Yang Chen. Psychologically speaking, they felt superior to Lady Fanghua and didn't think that Lady Fanghua was a threat at all. Now that Lady Fanghua had sent so many maids to please them, they certainly wouldn't refuse them. In particular, Yang Chen specifically told them not to target Lady Fanghua. Obviously, their status was far higher than Lady Fanghua, so they naturally wouldn't have any grudges. Of course, everyone's vision was high enough. They all understood that Dao, demon, and Dao were not mortal enemies, but limited competition and cooperation. Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all from Dao sects, so demon sects and demon clans would naturally have thoughts. With the addition of Lady Fanghua, it was just right to balance things out. Yang Chen thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to calm the women down, but he didn't expect that with just a few vague words, the women would act as if nothing had happened. What surprised Yang Chen the most was the way the women calmly and naturally enjoyed the service of the maids, as if this was how it should be, which made him very puzzled. Speaking of which, in terms of dealing with women, Yang Chen was definitely a rookie. Even if he now had 4 wives, 7 concubines, 1 mistress, and 30 maids, he still didn't understand the minds of women. The accident was an accident. Yang Chen's heart was also relieved. Looking at the women calmly enjoying themselves, especially the 4 women slowly recovering their energy, Yang Chen also put his mind on serious matters. In the next few days, you guys will challenge the remaining demonic beasts together. With all his wives and concubines present, Yang Chen certainly couldn't be too biased. Murong, how's the tempering of your natal magic weapons? If you can fight, use your 5 elements formation to assist our Ling in defense, and take time to participate in the attack. Wu Shuang, you stay on the periphery and support Shanshan's attack. The Murong sisters naturally nodded, and Shi Wushuang was equally happy. Not to mention anything else, the experience of fighting with a 10th grade human immortal in the mortal world couldn't be bought with any amount of wealth. She was Yang Chen's concubine, otherwise, there would be no such opportunity. In addition, I will practice a cultivation method with you guys, which can make your spiritual power more pure. In front of his wives and maids, Yang Chen didn't mind talking about dual cultivation. This idea only came to Yang Chen after Lady Fanghua gave him 30 maids. Yang Chen could use the glamorous spirit technique to condense his spiritual power, so could the women. They just had to go through Yang Chen. Yang Chen absorbed the impurities in the women's spiritual power and then transferred it to Lady Fanghua and the 30 maids. Everyone took what they needed and complemented each other. There was no problem for the women to dual cultivate with their husband. On the same day, in the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen pampered all the women. Naturally, Yang Chen also followed the method provided by Lady Fanghua and condensed spiritual power for the women. Only then did he let them challenge another 10th grade human immortal beast. As for Yang Chen himself, he was like the people watching the show, staying far away and observing with peace of mind. At the same time, he pampered his maids one by one and raised their cultivation again. Chapter 1508. In principle, Dao and Demon were incompatible, but in some cultivation, the combination of the two complemented each other. At least the cultivation state of Yang Chen's family now fully demonstrates this point. The cultivation base of the women seemed to be reduced after Yang Chen absorbed a part of it, but their spiritual power was more and more condensed, and it was more handy to use, and the power of attack and defense was more and more powerful. This part of the mixed spiritual power, which was regarded as impurities by the Dao sects, became a great tonic for the demon sect maids. Every maid would be stretched to the limit every time, and then try to digest and integrate these spiritual powers in a short period of time, and their cultivation base continued to soar. Naturally, Yang Chen would not forget another important thing, that was to absorb the remaining 7th grade fire seeds. Yang Chen still had a lot of 7th grade fire seeds on hand. Even if he already had the magical white fire seed, the absorption of each kind of fire seed could still improve the power of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Yang Chen has currently absorbed the pure yang true fire, the pure yin true fire plus the spirit devouring dragon fire, a 3rd fire and 2 4th fires. Relatively speaking, the yin was abundant and the yang was weak. Therefore, the next absorption was the upgraded version of the Qilin profound fire of Wang Yong. In the past, it took at least 15 years for Yang Chen to absorb a 7th grade fire seed. Since the absorption of the white fire seed, the speed of absorbing the 7th grade fire seed has increased a lot. It took less than 8 years to fully absorb the Qilin heaven fire. As soon as the Qilin heaven fire was absorbed, the yin-yang heaven burning fire changed spontaneously. The yin fire dragon and yang fire dragon entered the fire bead formed by the white fire seed again like a living thing. Then, the newly absorbed Chilean heaven fire immediately began to improve its grade. The 7th grade Chilean heaven fire, under the influence of the white fire seed, directly raised Yang Chen's cultivation base to another level. The fire attribute spirit power of the 1st grade human immortal rose directly to the 2nd grade human immortal. The improvement at this time was not the kind of situation where he could directly rush to the 5th grade human immortal at the beginning, but it was a grade improvement based on the spiritual power quality after Yang Chen had condensed from the 5th grade human immortal to the 1st grade human immortal. In terms of quality alone, it was unknown how many times it had improved. His spiritual sense cultivation also increased, but this level of spiritual sense improvement was not enough to make Yang Chen's 4th grade Earth Immortal spiritual sense have a qualitative change, so it was still maintained at the 4th grade Earth Immortal spiritual sense. The other spiritual powers were suppressed by Yang Chen at the peak of the Darching stage and condensed again, but did not break through the level of the human immortal. In 8 years, Yang Chen's wives and concubines had already killed 8 grade 10 human immortal beasts. On average, they would kill one every year. With such efficiency, even the strongest experts of the sect led by Elder Wang, who was an 8th stage human immortal, couldn't compare. Up until now, they had only managed to grind the 1st grade 10 human immortal beast to the brink of death, and they had yet to truly kill one. After a small gathering with his wives and concubines, Yang Chen continued to absorb the 7th grade fire seeds. There were a lot of fire seeds on his hands, and it was not difficult to absorb one by one. Purple Heart Heavenly Fire, Golden Crow Heavenly Fire, Wrought Metal Heavenly Fire, 9 Serenities Earth Core Fire, Extreme Flame Heavenly Fire, Nether True Fire, Purple Myrtle Heavenly Fire and so on were almost waiting for Yang Chen to absorb. After absorbing the Chilean Heavenly Fire and being upgraded by the White Fire Seed, Yang Chen's speed of absorbing and fusing the 7th grade fire seeds increased again. The continuous absorption of the Purple Heart Heavenly Fire and the Nether True Fire, the 2 7th grade fire seeds and upgrading the grade, added up to only 10 years. During this period of time, Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base soared, the fire attribute cultivation base soared to the 3rd grade human immortal, the 4th grade human immortal, and the other attributes of spiritual power finally broke through the peak of the Darching stage and entered the realm of the 1st grade human immortal. Only his spiritual sense cultivation base was still accumulating on the basis of the 4th grade of the Earth Immortal and had not broken through. At this point, Yang Chen once again dual cultivated with Lady Fanghua and the 30 maids several times. The mixed spiritual power was given to the women and Yang Chen's cultivation base dropped to the 2nd grade human immortal again, but this time it could no longer drop. On the other hand, Lady Fanghua also rushed to the 4th grade human immortal in a short period of time, and the 30 maids also broke through the peak Darching stage and entered the 1st grade human immortal realm. After 10 years of tempering, Gaou and the other women gained another 10 human immortal and 10 breeds of beast. The experience of long-term high-pressure combat made their cultivation base advance by leaps and bounds in the battle and entered the late Darching stage. Of course, every time Yang Chen absorbed a kind of fire seed, he would gather with the women for dual cultivation to help them condense their spiritual power and improve the quality of their cultivation base. During this period of time, the cultivation base of Yang Chen and the people around him skyrocketed, and the speed of their cultivation base growth was simply sensational. Compared with the usual step-by-step cultivation, the speed has increased by no less than 10 times. There were only a few stage 10 human immortal beasts left, and Elder Wang and the rest were attacking the 3rd one. Based on this speed, by the time the girls killed all the remaining stage 10 human immortal beasts, they might not be able to kill the 3rd one. Of course, there was still a 2nd grade Earth Immortal core beast in the end, which was the ultimate goal of the women. Everyone around Yang Chen knew that this time, Yang Chen would definitely clean up all the beasts in the core area. The women all took out all their skills and fought with the 10th grade human immortal beasts while working hard to improve their own cultivation base. As for Yang Chen himself, the refining of the prolonging life pill has been completed, so now he only focused on 2 things. One was to refine the entrance of the immortal beheading stage and the other was to absorb the remaining 7th grade fire seeds. Anyway, Yang Chen couldn't ascend before the entrance of the immortal beheading stage was refined, so there was a long time to absorb the fire seeds. In Yang Chen's hands, he had already obtained a lot of 10th grade human immortal demonic beads. Each of these demonic beads surpassed the demonic beads of the demonized vine closest to the core area. It was just that he didn't know if the demonic beads of these beasts could spontaneously absorb demonic chi like the ultimate demonized vine. If they could spontaneously absorb demonic chi to grow, it meant that Yang Chen could have endless raw materials for the prolonging life pill in the future. With this advantage, even in the spiritual world and immortal world, Yang Chen would still have a unique advantage. After killing more than a dozen 10th grade human immortal beasts, the cooperation of the women became more and more tacit. After taking into account the Murong sisters and Shi Wushuang, the Five Elements hook, the magic treasure of the Dragon Clan and the Five Elements formation, also played a great role. Not to mention anything else, at least the time to kill a beast was saved almost a few months. While Yang Chen was absorbing the fire seeds and waiting, the last 10th grade human immortal beast finally fell to the ground under the gaze of many people. In the core area, apart from the beast that Elder Wang and the others were fighting, there was only one left, which was also the strongest one, 2nd grade Earth Immortal. Chapter 1509. The women returned to Yang Chen's side again and began the final recuperation. Everyone knew that the upcoming battle was not something that could be completed in a year or two. It was likely to last for 10 or 8 years or even longer. The last battle was definitely the most stressful for the women physically and mentally, and there must be no mistakes in the process of cooperation. Once there was a mistake, it was likely to be seriously injured or even killed. Yang Chen almost did his best to encourage the women, let them relax, let them recuperate, seize all the time, dual cultivation with them, and at the same time tirelessly told them some of the key points in the battle. This was the best exercise for the women, and Yang Chen did not want to directly participate in the destruction. This time, the women cultivated for a full year, especially around the Earth Immortal beast for a long time, trying to find some of its weaknesses. This battle was the last battle on the demon continent, and it was estimated that it was also the last battle before the women ascended, so they had to be cautious. Under the continuous high-pressure battles, the cultivation of the women improved rapidly. Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters had both reached the peak of the Mahayana realm, only one step away from triggering the heavenly tribulation. Gaou still maintained the realm of the 3rd grade human immortal, but it was condensed after Yang Chen's dual cultivation. Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue had also reached the limit of the late stage of the Mahayana realm and were about to enter the peak stage of the Mahayana realm. After a year of recuperation, the women's state was restored to the peak, and their fighting intent was also brewed to the peak. The 2nd grade of the Earth Immortal beast was their strongest whetstone, which would sharpen them into the strongest warriors. All the women were from the Dao sects, which also made the Dao sect's cultivators feel proud, and each of them looked arrogant. Before the battle began, Yang Chen handed the golden bell to Shi Shanshan after some deliberation. After all, the opponent was a super powerhouse of the 2nd grade of the Earth Immortal. Even with the suppression of Gaou's Emperor Qi, it couldn't change the powerful essence. Shi Shanshan's combat style was too rigid, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Before she completely absorbed the supreme pure yang sword Qi, the necessary defensive measures would give her a higher chance of survival. With regards to Yang Chen's good intentions, Shi Shanshan did not say anything, but the flash of joy in her eyes could not be hidden from Yang Chen. Shi Shanshan took the golden bell and nodded at Yang Chen. Then, she followed Gaou and the others to fly to the Earth God beasts. While the women were resting, Elder Wang and the others had joined forces with a few other experts to kill the last human immortal beast. Not for anything else but to be in time for the final battle between the Earth God's beasts. Even if he could not participate in the battle personally, he wanted to observe the entire process. Those who participated in the battle were all the wives and concubines of Yang Chen. Everyone was very sensible and did not take the initiative to join. Obviously, this was an experience meal prepared by Yang Chen for his wives and concubines. No one would fight for it. However, for this decisive battle, all the Darching stage and great masters on the demon continent had rushed here, and only a large number of Yuanying stage ancestors were left in all the sect to guard. It was believed that during this special period, no one would dare to make trouble in the demon continent. Otherwise, what was waiting for them would definitely be the pursuit of the whole world after the matter. The battle to kill the Earth immortal beasts finally began. It was still the familiar cooperation pattern of the women, but this time it was obvious that the women felt unprecedented pressure. Gaou's Emperor Qi was exhausted, and she tried her best to pull the Earth immortal beasts to the level of the 5th grade human immortal. But this was already the limit, and it could not be lower. Gong Sunling bore the greatest pressure, and the mountain river geographical map's endurance was also stimulated to the highest. The thousands of Darching stage masters and 10 human immortal masters also took out an unprecedented state, and madly output spiritual power. Several spaces that had been fused with a radius of 10,000 miles also began to share the attack power of the Earth immortal beasts. The attacks of Shishanshan, Sun Qingxue, and the Murong sisters could only break a small hole in the body of the Earth immortal beasts, and could not cause much damage at all. However, their frequent attacks could make the Earth immortal beasts have no time to recover, and under the accumulation of injuries, it would eventually be difficult to escape death. This was a process of water dripping through a stone, and everyone knew this. Many people were surprised that the women could hurt the Earth immortal beasts. At least Elder Wang knew that even if he had the cultivation of the 8th grade human immortal, he would not be able to hurt the other party's hair in the face of the Earth immortal beasts. The process was very boring, but whether it was the people who participated in the battle or the spectators, they did not feel it. Every successful attack or defense would give the girls an additional layer of experience in the use of this level of power. And the bystanders could also more or less understand the clues of a higher realm. Yang Chen did not seem to be worried about the safety of his women. At this time, he sat calmly in the same place and began to busy himself with his own affairs. This made many people puzzled, but no one was dissatisfied with it. No one was a fool, and would risk offending Master Yang to make sarcastic remarks. Separating a trace of divine sense to pay attention to the battle over there, Yang Chen continued to absorb the remaining 7th grade fire seeds in the same place. His heart no longer paid attention to the grievances of the mortal world, and began to think about what to do after ascending to the spiritual world. It was undeniable that after arriving in the spiritual world, it would certainly not be as comfortable as the human world. At that time, they would face far more tragic killings than the human world, and the law of the jungle. Yang Chen had experience in his own memory, but the women still needed to further adapt. In the mortal world, they were the ancestors of the Darching stage, but after ascending, they immediately became the weakest person who was stepped on by others. It would take a long time and a painful lesson to change their mentality. In addition, the fighting methods were becoming more and more cruel, and the enemies they faced were powerful and terrifying. When the newcomers ascended, they would be suppressed for at least 1,000 years. No one would be given special care, unless they worked hard and could make a way in all kinds of cruel competitions, otherwise, they could only resign themselves to adversity. The women's current battle was to feel the atmosphere of fighting with the strong in advance, and also to increase some accumulation for themselves. Yang Chen did not help them because he wanted them not to rely on him, so that they could truly become indomitable masters in the spiritual world. The next 10 years passed in this seemingly uneventful but extremely dangerous process. The injuries on the Earth immortal species were also increasing, and its actions were becoming more and more constrained by the ultimate demonized vine. On the contrary, the women were gaining the upper hand. The proportion of attacks was getting higher and higher, and the defense was not as laborious as it was at the beginning. According to this situation, it was only a matter of time before the Earth immortal species was killed. Chapter 1510. Boom. When the huge body of the Earth immortal seed fell down, it was already another 10 years later. For a full 20 years, Gaou Gong Sunling, Shishanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters, like ants moving an elephant, bit by bit completely killed the Earth immortal seed. Among them, the direct attack of Gaou Shishanshan and the Murong sisters accounted for 70% of the credit, Gong Suanling's protection and Shi Wushuang's supplementary recovery accounted for almost 20%, and the remaining 10% was Sun Qingxue's demonized vine ultimate. The demonized vine ultimate was not only the demonized vine, but also the combination of the blue jade vine and the blood demon vine. When the blood phantom vine absorbed enough blood of the earthly immortal level bit by bit, it underwent an earth-shaking change. At least 1/3 of the earth immortal seed's energy was spent on resisting the demonized vine ultimate and the blood demon vine's bloodsucking. The earth immortal seed finally fell to the ground, and the women once again reached their limit, and their bodies fell softly. This time, Yang Chen directly flashed to the side of the women and quickly put them away. Of course, the body of the earth immortal seed was not spared, and he also put it away first. Originally, there was still a lot of rich devil chi on the body of the earth immortal seed, but in the process of continuous injury, the powerful formation has been constantly absorbing. At this moment, the devil chi was no longer under the control of the earth immortal seed, and it was quickly absorbed by the formation. At this point, the devil chi on the demon continent had become a distant memory, and there was no trace of its existence. Similarly, the absorption formation no longer had any meaning to exist. It must be said that the formation that absorbed devil chi with reference to the heaven and earth infinite spirit suppression formation was indeed powerful. Even if the women and the earth immortal seed fought at this level, and suffered countless attacks from the earth immortal seed, they were still safe and sound until now. Without saying a word, this was where the formation was located, so naturally, Yang Chen put away the formation. At the same time, Yang Chen did not forget to glance at the largest demonic bead. The result was very satisfactory to Yang Chen. The demonic baleful bead that was a few feet in circumference had now become several feet in circumference, and it had expanded several times compared to its original size. With the beasts completely destroyed, the surrounding demon ceiling formation naturally became meaningless. The sect began to withdraw their formations and recover the materials. These were all good things, and they couldn't be wasted. Basically, by now, the great cause of the 11 sect dividing up the demon continent has basically been completed. Each sect occupied a piece of land and had hundreds of millions of mortals living under their rule. Whether it was the size of the sect or the number of disciples, they had all greatly improved. Everyone was satisfied. The only ones who were dissatisfied were the other sect members who hadn't made it to the banquet. However, in the face of the alliance of the 11 sects, no one dared to have any evil thoughts. Yang Chen quickly returned to the Chunyang side palace with the women, and at the same time, a group of masters such as the head of the palace also returned. This time, Yang Chen definitely made a big profit. The demonic bead above the 7th grade of the human immortal realm, Yang Chen's wives and concubines occupied 90%. The only earth immortal level demonic bead was now in the hands of Yang Chen, and this was not counting those exchanged for the longevity pills. The Chunyang Palace also took a great advantage. With a radius of 100,000 miles, billions of people, the scale of disciples directly reached hundreds of thousands. It was also comparable to the Taishanmen of the past. The masters were emerging one after another, the number of masters of the Darching stage skyrocketed, and even the supreme masters, Yang Chen and Gaou. Needless to say, the benefits of other sect, the huge territory and population were needless to say. The resources on the territory alone had more than doubled the strength of the sect. The sect masters of the sect were all grinning from ear to ear. Such a feat, in the immortal world, was also a great achievement to face the ancestors. In a blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. 100 years was enough for the sect to completely occupy the entire demon continent, and other forces could no longer get in. The only chance was the kind of small vassal sect supported by the sect. They could casually demarcate an area and support a small sect. The cultivation of the palace master and elder Wang Yong and others had reached the limit of the peak Darching stage and could summon the tribulation at any time. Among the core elders, there were 4 who had reached this realm. Hu Yun, Gui Shanyu, Shi Kuei, and Xie Shuo were all on the verge of the tribulation, and even Hu Yun and Gui Shanyu's cultivation had reached the 1st grade of the human immortal realm. In 100 years, Yang Chen had completely absorbed all the 7th grade fire seeds, and his cultivation had once soared to the 6th grade of the human immortal realm. However, under the deliberate suppression of Yang Chen and the situation of Lady Fanghua and the maids, Yang Chen finally maintained the 3rd grade of the human immortal realm of the fire attribute, and the realm of the human immortal realm of the first grade of the human immortal realm was temporarily not improved, and he fully refined the entrance of the immortal executioner platform. Gaou was also in the realm of the third grade of the human immortal realm. Of course, it was the level after the condensation. Gong Sunling, Shishanshan, and Sun Qingxue all reached the peak Daching stage. Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters lived up to expectations and reached the first grade of the human immortal realm and became the supreme elders. Yang Chen needed to wait for the entrance of the immortal executioner platform to be refined before he could ascend. Gaou and Gong Sunling of course waited together, and the other wives and concubines had the same idea. Based on this situation, Yang Chen still suggested that the palace master and the master ancestor should ascend, and the matter of sitting in the sect would be completed by Yang Chen and Gaou and Gong Sunling. Originally, the palace master intended to pass the position of the sect master to Yang Chen, but Yang Chen still declined. He was now a supreme elder, and the name of the young palace master no longer meant anything to him. Moreover, the management of the sect, Yang Chen had no interest in this, and he was not good at it. Finally, after discussion, the position of the palace master was passed to the head shopkeeper of the Wanbao Tower and Yang Chen's good friend Shangguan Feng. After taking Yang Chen's 5th grade merit body refining pill, Shangguan Feng's acquired spirit root sword and was close to the full value, and his cultivation method was to do business. Now he was already in the late Yuanying stage. Being in charge of the sect was the most suitable way for Shangguan Feng to cultivate, especially Shanghai Feng, who was good at calculation and management. As the palace master, he was the most suitable candidate. Du Qian replaced his master Meng Xian and became the hall master of the law enforcement hall and joined the ranks of the core elders. The old tree demon ascended, and Yang Chen's eldest disciple Mu Bo took charge of the hall of eccentrics. Zhu Chendao, the hall master of the medicinal hall, concentrated on retreat, and the position of the hall master was taken over by Yang Chen's disciple Mo Chunmai. After arranging everything, the supreme headmaster He Liangchao took his Dao companion Wen Qian, together with Elder Wang Yong, Elder Meng Xian, Elder Jiao Shiyang and Elder Zheng Feng, and ascended together. At the same time, Hu Yungui of the Hall of Eccentrics, as well as Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo, ascended together. In the past thousands of years, no one from the Chunyang Palace ascended, but in less than a year, 10 people from the Chunyang Palace ascended in succession. Chapter 1511. Naturally, before the elders ascended, Yang Chen did not forget to tell them some things to pay attention to when they arrived in the spiritual realm. They were all in advance of the Chunyang Palace. By the time Yang Chen ascended, they must have already established a foothold in the spiritual realm according to Yang Chen's advice. Lady Fenghua's cultivation had already reached the 6th stage of the human immortal realm, which made her the great elder with the fastest cultivation growth in the history of Yin-Yang Demon School. Her status in Yin-Yang Demon School was like the sun in the sky. According to Yang Chen's advice, Lady Fanghua also planned to sit in the sect for 100 years. After accumulating enough merits, she would undergo the heavenly tribulation and ascend. The 30 maids had already been quickly promoted to the 2nd stage of the human immortal realm by Yang Chen. However, they had too little experience. They relied entirely on the unique glamorous spirit method to forcibly improve their cultivation. In this regard, Yang Chen released them in a group of 10, letting them experience the mortal world for 300 years to improve their state of mind and cultivation. When the time came, they would undergo the heavenly tribulation again. Yang Chen's wives and concubines were in line with Yang Chen. Even if they were on the verge of undergoing the heavenly tribulation, they would take the initiative to become the great elder and sit in the sect. Firstly, they would make great contributions to the sect. Secondly, they would deepen their accumulation. Thirdly, they would wait to ascend with Yang Chen. In the following period of time, Yang Chen had completely ignored the affairs of the world. He only focused on refining the entrance of the immortal beheading platform. With more than 100 heavenly tribulation artifact spirits of super magic treasures, the speed at which Yang Chen refined the entrance of the immortal beheading platform increased by more than 100 times. Looking at this situation, another 200 years would be enough for Yang Chen to complete the refining work. Several of Yang Chen's disciples would receive detailed guidance from Yang Chen every 10 years. Every 100 years, Yang Chen would appear in the sect and give guidance to the younger disciples. Now, Yang Chen was already the Grandmaster, and his status was unique in Chunyang Palace. It could be said that in this life, Yang Chen had completely changed the tragic fate of his previous life in the mortal world. Not only did he exterminate the Taishanmen, the archenemy of his previous life, but he also prevented the tragedy of the Chunyang Palace from being exterminated and changed the life trajectory of many people. At this point, Yang Chen could say that he had no regrets in this life in the mortal world. When Yang Chen and the girls were in seclusion, time passed faster than a shuttle. On this day, Yang Chen, who was refining the entrance of the immortal beheading platform, suddenly felt his spiritual sense loosen up. A wisp of spiritual sense instantly entered the entrance of the immortal beheading platform that he had tried his best to enter. The entrance to the immortal slaying platform was finally refined by Yang Chen. There was finally a layer of connection between Yang Chen and the immortal beheading platform. Yang Chen understood that he had only refined an entrance to the mortal world, and there was still a huge gap from truly mastering the immortal beheading platform. The artifact spirits of the super magic treasures immediately cheered and jumped for joy. After completing this matter, they had completed Li Cheng's entrustment. Yang Chen must help them complete another thing. However, those things could only be done after arriving in the spiritual world. The super battle armor immediately moved from Yang Chen's body to Gaou's body. This was something that Yang Chen had planned for a long time. No matter what happened, Yang Chen hoped that Gaou would be protected by this battle armor at any time and any place. At this point, Yang Chen could finally ascend boldly with confidence. But before that, Yang Chen first went to the Sea of No Return and cultivated the Three Purities secret art several times in a row not far from the body that contained the first split of Yang Chen's spiritual sense. Cultivating the Three Purities secret art at such a close distance was to seal his memories so far in this body. If there was a chance in the future that Yang Chen died in the spiritual world or the immortal world, then this avatar would wake up immediately and would have Yang Chen's current memory. After saying goodbye to the sect, the women also gathered around Yang Chen. Yang Chen said that he would go together, and when he ascended to the spiritual world, they would take care of him, and the women naturally would not disobey. At this time, the women already had at least the second-grade human immortal cultivation base, and there was no pressure to simply cross the tribulation. However, if it was just a simple tribulation, the benefits from the heavenly tribulation would be much less. When many people cross the tribulation at the same time, the power of the heavenly tribulation will be doubled, and naturally, the benefits after the tribulation will be greater. Gaou, Shashanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters, together with Yang Chen's 12 Penglai divine wood monsters, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters' iron-winged flying eagle monster pet, triggered the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Strictly speaking, they were all alone, but Gong Sunling and Yang Chen had to consider more, and to be on the safe side, Yang Chen would always pay attention to everyone. After all the women had successfully crossed the tribulation, he would ascend. The overwhelming heavenly tribulation scared countless people. The power of this time's heavenly tribulation was dozens of times that of the ordinary heavenly tribulation. The masters of Chunyang Palace who were watching the ceremony were almost affected thousands of miles away. The horror of the heavenly tribulation could be imagined. Under the gaze of Yang Chen, the women succeeded one by one. After leaving behind a magic weapon that had been refined by a master in a short period of time, they collectively ascended. Next was Gong Xuanling's turn. Gong Xuanling's situation was special. There were thousands of Darching stage masters in her mountain river geographical map, and they were all on the verge of crossing their tribulation. Gong Xuanling's tribulation was bound to cause all the masters to cross their tribulation at the same time. At that time, the power of the heavenly tribulation would definitely be beyond everyone's expectations. The super armor that Yang Chen gave to Gaou was also worn on Gong Xuanling's body at this moment, including Yang Chen's golden bell, which was given to Gong Sunling at this time. In his previous life, Gong Sunling failed to cross her tribulation and turned into ashes. In this life, Yang Chen would never let history repeat itself. More than 1,000 people triggered the heavenly tribulation at the same time, and the power even surpassed the wind tribulation of the Taishanmen before they were exterminated. Fortunately, most of the power of the heavenly tribulation acted on the inside of the mountain river geographical map, and it did not look particularly excessive from the outside. Even so, it shocked everyone. Gong Suanling's heavenly tribulation alone was already comparable to the power of more than 30 women facing the heavenly tribulation at the same time. It must be said that Yang Chen's late integration of Gong Suanling's multiple Immortals Cave magic weapons played a positive role. The power of the heavenly tribulation was equally shared and accepted by Gong Sunling herself and the mountain river geographical map. The huge actual space bore at least 60% of the power of the heavenly tribulation, so that Gong Suanling's heavenly tribulation process was more frightening than dangerous. After sending away Gong Sunling, Yang Chen was left alone. Seeing that everything was fine, Yang Chen completely triggered the heavenly tribulation. What shocked countless people was that the heavenly tribulation triggered by Yang Chen was no less than the combined power of the heavenly tribulation of Gong Sunling and the previous women. The terrifying wind aura directly turned thousands of miles into powder. Countless people saw this scene from afar and they were shocked. In the process of calmly dealing with the heavenly tribulation, Yang Chen's thoughts had already flown to the spiritual world. Yang Lan, Shentian sect, I'm coming. Wash your neck and wait. Chapter 1512. The sudden darkness made Yang Chen a little uncomfortable, and even his spiritual awareness couldn't detect anything. If Yang Chen hadn't already had such a memory, he might have panicked. Many people who ascend for the first time will have such a feeling in the process. Fortunately, this period of time was not very long. After a while, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. It was still the scenery in Yang Chen's memory, and the scenery here had not changed for thousands of years. When Yang Chen ascended in his previous life, he saw the same scene as soon as he came up. The difference was that Yang Chen was alone when he ascended in his previous life, but now he was full of wives and concubines. The women were waiting for Yang Chen, and with the women, there were 12 Penglai divine wood monsters and 6 iron-winged eagles. Those guys in Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map were still in the mountain river geographical map. The magic weapon of the dragon clan was really powerful. Even after ascension, it had such power. Seeing Yang Chen appear, the women obviously had a sense of relief. Although they knew that Yang Chen would definitely be able to ascend successfully, before they saw their husband, the hearts of the women were still hanging in their throats until they saw Yang Chen's figure. His body could feel a slight sense of oppression. Yang Chen understood that this was caused by the difference between the spiritual pressure in the spiritual world and that in the mortal world. However, the spiritual pressure in this place was not the real spiritual pressure in the spiritual world, but 100 times smaller than the normal spiritual pressure in the spiritual world. The pressure was only about twice as strong as that in the mortal world. It was impossible for the juniors who had just ascended to adapt to the 100 times spiritual pressure immediately, so there must be an adaptation process. This was a large-scale formation meticulously set up by the seniors of the spiritual world. Starting from the area where they had just ascended, there would be an appropriate increase in spiritual pressure every certain distance until the juniors who had just ascended were completely accustomed to it. The whole process was like the surface of a deep-sea submarine. At every depth, the pressure would be adjusted to allow people to adapt. The principle was the same. Yang Chen had mentioned this to the women before he ascended, so the women were not surprised except for worrying about Yang Chen. As for how their husband knew these things, no one would have any doubt. Yang Chen had used countless miraculous experiences to make the women clearly aware of the fact that their husband was almost omniscient. Now that their husband was by their side, the women were no longer worried and began to look around. Her husband had already said that it was safe in this region and that there was no need to worry about being attacked. She could adapt to the environment without worry. Circulate your qi for a while and get used to it first. After Yang Chen came up, he just looked around and asked the girls to start. The easiest way to adapt to a new environment was to train and fight. For the time being, fighting was impossible, so he could only train. For those who were used to cultivating in the Dragon Palace, it was not difficult to adapt to the spiritual pressure that was twice that of the mortal world. They could completely adapt after 1 or 2 circulations. They were all human immortal experts who had ascended. Simple cultivation was really not difficult. The time between the tribulation and ascension in the mortal world was too short. They had to think about leaving something for the younger generation in the mortal world, so they did not have time to explore the changes in their bodies and cultivation. It just so happened that he could try his best to investigate while he was cultivating. Yang Chen's spiritual sense immediately sank into his sea of consciousness. After the tempering of the wind tribulation, the original Grade 4 Earth Immortal Spiritual Sense did not disappoint and was promoted to Grade 5 Earth Immortal Spiritual Sense. The area of the Sea of Consciousness directly expanded to 15,000 acres. With such a large sea of consciousness, not to mention anything else, just using it to enlarge pills and magic treasures in the Sea of Consciousness and using it to explore the flaws in them would benefit Yang Chen a lot in these two aspects. Even the slightest problem could be seen clearly in this sea of consciousness that was even more exaggerated than a microscope. What was microscopic? This was it. Before ascension, Yang Chen's fire attribute cultivation was stable in the third grade of human immortal, and his other spiritual power was stable in the first grade of human immortal realm. After the tempering of the wind tribulation, Yang Chen's overall cultivation was improved by a small realm on average. The fire attribute human immortal could tear you apart, and the other attributes were second-grade human immortal. It must be known that this was not the false human immortal realm of the supreme level in the mortal world, but the real human immortal level. In the process of the tribulation, the body and spiritual power had experienced the most difficult tempering. The human immortal who had passed the tribulation and the human immortal who had not passed the tribulation were fundamentally different. What made Yang Chen the happiest was the breakthrough of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Originally, it was only at the high level of overturning the sea strength. After the tempering of the tribulation, Yang Chen's physical fitness directly improved a lot and he successfully entered the peak level of overturning the sea strength. Just the cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, at this moment, Yang Chen could already be on the same level as most of the yellow turban strongman before Yang Chen's death in his previous life. Even more than half of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique could not be cultivated to the peak level of overturning the sea strength. As for the higher realms of earth-penetrating strength and sky-raising strength, only a few masters and masters could reach them. He had just arrived in the spiritual world, and it was said that under such hard work, when he ascended to the immortal world, Yang Chen could completely master the heavenly quartz body refining technique, which almost no one could cultivate to perfection. Thinking of the time when he could resist a great principal golden immortal without using other magic weapons and formations, those people's faces must be very good. If he wanted to fully adapt, it was far from enough to just cultivate on his own. The important magic weapons on his body needed to be re-refined. Of course, it was just a simple refining. It was also a process to let the magic weapon adapt to the spiritual pressure here. This process was a little longer. At least Yang Chen and the women had to stay here for at least 10 days and a half months. Just when the women were cultivating and refining the magic weapons around them, there was a flash of light next to them, and there was one more person in an instant. Everyone had already seen such a scene, and naturally knew that someone had ascended. They were all newcomers who had just ascended, and everyone didn't think about what to do. They just stayed away a little, so as not to cause misunderstandings from others. It was a strange man who came up, and no one knew him. This was very normal, the world was so big. Yang Chen and the others had only been to 2 continents, and there were many places that they had not been to. The hidden dragon cave of the past, Yang Chen still didn't know where it was. Since it was a stranger, everyone naturally didn't care, and did what they should do. The man looked arrogant, and also looked around. It was estimated that he was not sure about the origin of so many people on Yang Chen's side, so he didn't act rashly. However, intentionally or unintentionally, he always showed a very vigilant look, as if he was guarding against something. Chapter 1513. It seems that the other party has not heard of Yang Chen. Otherwise, with the great reputation of Yang Chen and the women, even if they don't know them, they should know Yang Chen's family. But this is also good, so that everyone doesn't come up to make friends, which is also a troublesome thing. The surrounding environment made the man a little uncomfortable, especially when he saw Yang Chen's family, he was even more vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, they were all ascended masters. After a while, they saw that Yang Chen's family was busy with their own things and ignored them. They quickly adjusted their mentality and secretly cultivated. Although it seemed that there was still a little vigilance, it was much better than when they first came up. There have been a lot of people who have ascended from the mortal world recently. It didn't take long for the white light to flash again, and there was another person on the scene. However, it seems that the person who just came up and the man before knew each other. After a simple greeting, one person began to be vigilant and the other one rested. The new person's performance was almost the same as that of the previous one. For unknown people or ascended masters, there was a kind of vigilance from the heart, which was completely different from Yang Chen's family who were so open. After Yang Chen used the universe treasure-raising secret art to refine his own magic weapon, he received the 12 Penglai divine wood monsters into the Dragon Palace. After the magic weapon was refined in this way, the spiritual pressure of the internal force would change with the external environment. The cultivation of the Penglai divine wood monsters was not affected at all. When all the women were adapted, Yang Chen stood up with the women and walked in one direction. Their behavior immediately made the two unfamiliar experts feel as if they were facing a great enemy, and they assumed a vigilant posture. Fortunately, the direction of Yang Chen's march was in the opposite direction from where they were, and it seemed that he did not mean to provoke them for the time being. The direction that Yang Chen went was very unpredictable. There was no road, only a dense forest, and there were several seemingly ordinary animals in the forest. The women had already been warned by Yang Chen, so at this time, no one had any moves, and they all followed behind Yang Chen. Greetings, Senior. After walking a few meters away from the dense forest, Yang Chen stopped. He cupped his hands in front of him and greeted respectfully. The girls behind him followed suit and bowed in the direction of Yang Chen's direction. Greetings, Senior. The direction they were facing was clearly only one tree. It didn't look thick, only as thick as an ordinary person's calf. It had green branches and green leaves. No matter how one looked at it, it was different from the demon race that had gained sentience. Not to mention others, whether it was the Penglai divine wood monster or the body of the old tree demon Mu Bo, which one was not a giant tree that covered the sky? What was even more outrageous was that after Yang Chen bowed to the small tree, he immediately turned around and bowed to a rabbit that was curled up in the grass not far from the small tree. He still used a greeting tone, "Greetings, Senior." Even though the women were confused, they still followed their husbands and bowed to greet him. There was no movement here, but the strange man who had just ascended could no longer suppress his laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, which sect's trash is so blind?" The arrogant man looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking down at an insignificant person. "A person like you is even worthy of ascension? Brother Lu, what people like to worship is what they want, it has nothing to do with us." Compared to this fellow, the one who came up first was relatively more composed. However, although he was persuading the fellow behind him, his tone was also indescribably mocking. "It's a pity that these ladies, outstanding beauties and heavenly fragrance, chose to follow a fool." As he said that, he shook his head. His face was filled with indescribable regret and pity. They had seen arrogant people, but the women had never seen such arrogant people. In front of the best genius disciples of the four major Taoist sects, he dared to say that their husbands were blind fools. They really didn't know what this guy's brain was made of. Perhaps it could only be said that the ignorant were fearless. After the two of them finished speaking, they looked at each other and laughed. In front of Yang Chen and the women who were acting like fools, their behavior was completely in line with the demeanor of an ascended expert. It was a pity that there was no one else here. Otherwise, they would have been able to use the performance of Yang Chen and the others to set off their image. However, the two people who were laughing wildly did not notice that the expression on Yang Chen's face when he looked at them was even more exaggerated than the regret on their faces. He also began to shake his head. "If you don't seek death, you won't die. You brought this upon yourself." The two people's complacent laughter did not even stop when a sudden change occurred. A branch that appeared out of nowhere suddenly whipped the guy who was laughing wildly at the beginning. Bang! Catcher! The power of the branch was so strong that everyone could even clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking. The guy's entire body was whipped hundreds of feet into the air, and then he fell heavily into the distance. That guy's body had not yet landed when a hairy thick leg suddenly appeared in front of the other guy who was trying to persuade him. Boom! He was also blasted high up into the sky and fell in the same direction as his comrade while flailing his arms and legs in an exaggerated manner. Looking at his posture, it was definitely not comfortable when he landed. Noisy. Just as all the women were in shock, a lazy voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere, as if someone had woken up from a deep sleep. Shameless, boastful brat, who are you talking about that doesn't have eyes? Repent well and cultivate for a few 100 years, and grow your mind. The hairy thick leg slowly retracted, and in front of young Chen and the women, it turned into the tender white leg of a harmless little white rabbit. The little white rabbit raised its head and stared with its blood-red eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and said, "Nowadays, there are not many people who know how to respect the elderly. Young man, I have high hopes for you. In addition, these women of yours are very good. They are obedient and well-disciplined. They have a promising future." The sudden change made all the women a little stunned. Who would have thought that a small sapling and a little white rabbit would be able to send two ascended experts flying? Listening to the words of the little white rabbit, then everyone watched the branch slowly retract back to the little sapling that young Chen had just bowed to. Then, the dense forest seemed to come to life and began to slowly separate to both sides, giving way to a wide road. "Young man, you have a good eye." The lazy voice on the little sapling continued, "Take care of those little saplings in the future. Go forward along this road and slowly get used to it." "Thank you, senior." Young Chen bowed to the side again. Chapter 15:14. Along this wide road, after walking for a few 100 feet, the scene in front of them suddenly opened up. Being wrapped in the seemingly inconspicuous dense forest, the women did not notice that when they were in the dense forest, the things that their divine senses detected were completely different from what they saw in front of them. The result of the exploration of the divine senses was that this was still a dense forest, but what they saw in front of them was an open space. What was especially surprising was that the open space was not really empty, but there were hundreds of cultivators standing, sitting or lying down. The cultivators standing were moving their hands and feet, seemingly preparing for something. At a glance, it could be seen that those sitting and lying down were all injured, and the injuries on their bodies had not yet healed and were in the process of recovering. And the two guys who were beaten up not long ago were in the two farthest pits, unconscious. They felt that they were still breathing, but they did not know when they would wake up. According to that injury, if there was no good healing medicine, hundreds of years of cultivation was not an empty talk. Compared to the surprise of the women, the people in the open space were even more surprised when they saw the expressions of Yang Chen's family. They never thought that there would be someone who could open up a path in that dense forest and walk all the way to this place. These people couldn't help but be surprised. Every one of them had just ascended and were full of mettle and arrogance when they were hit in the head. Everyone was beaten up by the experts in the dense forest. When they came over, all of them were injured, but the injuries were different depending on their cultivation and the situation at that time. But Yang Chen's family actually swaggered out of here. How was that possible? The one who stayed here for the longest time had already been here for hundreds of years, and he could leave immediately. But in these hundreds of years, he had never seen a person walk over like this. Looking at the strong men and beautiful women of Yang Chen's family, even if he was a human immortal expert who had already ascended and paid attention to the state of mind that Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he could not help but be dumbfounded at this moment and could not say a word. "Hubby, this is..." Apart from Yang Chen, both sides were surprised at each other. But it was obvious that Yang Chen's side had an absolute psychological advantage, and if there were any questions, Yang Chen would definitely be able to answer them. Sun Qingxue immediately asked the question that was on everyone's mind. "This?" The first lesson after ascension. Yang Chen pursed his lips and looked at the people over there. He didn't stop walking and explained, "Down there, who isn't the emperor first and the father second? It's inevitable for them to be a little arrogant." The seniors felt that this wasn't a good thing, so they arranged for some of the seniors to teach everyone who came up a small lesson, to let the arrogant people know how powerful they were. That was all. "Look, everyone is only injured and doesn't care about their lives. Don't worry, they just need to rest for a while. With Yang Chen's explanation, whether it was the women behind him or the people who were still recuperating over there who could hear Yang Chen's words, they were suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. Since they had just arrived in the spirit realm, they were considered newcomers. When he was in the mortal world, he was a high and mighty uncle master, but after ascending to the spiritual realm, he became a rookie with the lowest cultivation and status. It would take some time to change this mentality. If he didn't have a correct understanding of himself for a while and still wanted to maintain his usual attitude in the mortal world, he would really be looking for abuse with a lantern. Some of the people in the open space had vaguely figured out these things, but they only figured it out after a long time of recuperation from their injuries. Seeing that Yang Chen's family was unscathed and swaggered over, many people began to guess how they passed through the dense forest. It wasn't that there were no people who were very modest. When they tried to pass through the dense forest carefully, they were attacked by some small beasts and tender seedlings in it. Everyone couldn't figure out what method Yang Chen's family used to avoid that omnipresent attack. What was more important was that such a wide road was opened in the dense forest. What kind of person would have such a face? Before ascending, no matter which sect they were from, the big sect or the rogue cultivators, all the cultivators couldn't escape this pass. The only difference was that everyone's recuperation time was different, but they had never seen those seniors do it so thoroughly. This was no longer a matter of face. Could it be that Yang Chen's family had the strength to make those seniors afraid? Unfortunately, the only two people who might know the reason were still unconscious. If they wanted to know, they could only wait until they could speak. All the girls knew the reason behind it. Her husband had accurately recognized those hidden seniors and greeted them respectfully. No matter how powerful the seniors were, there was no reason for them to make a move. Yang Chen's etiquette was so comprehensive, coupled with his excellent eyesight, if he still made a move, it would be a bit unreasonable. Cultivation was not to cut off emotions, and it was also a necessary lesson for cultivators to be sophisticated, so it was not surprising that he came out like this. The two guys who spoke nonsense were bloody unlucky. Not only did they taunt Yang Chen, but they also implicated the two seniors. Since they couldn't do anything to Yang Chen's family, these two poor bugs became the best targets for the seniors to vent their anger. They had to be seriously injured and recuperated for hundreds of years. If they had known this result, they probably wouldn't have dared to laugh at Yang Chen again. Now that there were so many people, the women couldn't ask Yang Chen how he saw the two seniors. One had to know that even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, who had the strongest spiritual sense cultivation among them, did not find any abnormalities. In their eyes, at that time, Yang Chen's salute was clearly a small tree and a little white rabbit. How could he become a powerful predecessor? Finally, after walking through this open space and no longer seeing those people, Shi Wushuang asked this question. The other women nodded in the same way, waiting for their husband's answer. Observe. Yang Chen directly gave them a plausible answer. In the place where the ascended masters gather, there is a small sapling that doesn't look thick at all, and a harmless little white rabbit. How is this possible? Human immortal masters can kill them by casually releasing a little spiritual sense. But they are alive and well. Apart from saying that there is a problem, what other answer can there be? Listening to Yang Chen's explanation, all the women were enlightened. However, it was a pity that this was only understood after Yang Chen reminded them. Before the reminder, they really didn't see it. Remember, we are not the strongest masters in the world, but the weakest newcomers in the spiritual world. Of course, Yang Chen did not forget to remind his wives and concubines. Remember this, don't be too ostentatious before you open up the situation. Chapter 15:15. Yang Chen has always had a place in the hearts of the women, and what he said was also reasonable. The women all agreed, and then continued to follow Yang Chen, moving forward slowly. Don't fly in this area. Yang Chen explained as he walked, every certain distance, the spiritual pressure will double. No matter who it is, they have to adapt slowly. Otherwise, if they go directly to a place where the spiritual pressure is 100 times, they will lose a layer of skin even if they don't die. Since it was said that no matter who it was, it naturally included Yang Chen himself. In his previous life, Yang Chen took almost 10 years to adapt to this. Of course, Yang Chen spent a full 10 years in recuperation, just like the people in the open space just now. In his previous life, even if he ascended, he was careful to avoid the pursuit. Of course, he was not so ostentatious. He was just slightly punished by a few seniors. 10 years was already the shortest time. Let's do it here. There seemed to be another woodland in front. Yang Chen stopped here and told the women to continue to practice sacrificial refining so that they could adapt quickly. With the experience in the Dragon Palace, the women were able to adapt quickly and easily to the spiritual pressure that was only doubled in the mortal world. The magic weapon was not forgotten to be sacrificial refined. After the people and the magic weapon adapted together, they could continue to move forward. The seniors in charge seemed to only be in the area where they ascended. Yang Chen did not say hello to any of the seniors here, but after the women adapted, he continued to stay with the women. Every time the spiritual pressure increased a little, Yang Chen would take the women to practice sacrificial refining magic weapons in a suitable place and adapt to it layer by layer. Even so, it took a year for them to fully adapt to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world. In the process of adaptation, Yang Chen was also a little curious. He didn't know how long Yang Lan and Yang Lan had stayed here after ascending. Anyway, there was no shadow of the siblings among the group of people who were cultivating. They must have left for the Shentian sect. The next thing would be a bit fun. From the center of ascension to here, it was at least 1,000 miles away. As they continued forward, they saw a bustling town in the distance. It seemed to be a cauldron of voices. Yang Chen's family went directly to the town. As soon as they entered, they were immediately surrounded by a group of enthusiastic people. Except for Yang Chen, all the women were vigilant. This was the spiritual world, any kitten or puppy was a master. Now so many people were surrounding them. What were they trying to do? Ha 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 ha. The alert expressions of the women caused the people around to laugh wildly. However, everyone just laughed in a circle and did not continue to approach. All right, don't scare the younger generation, someone finally spoke. The laughter around them finally subsided a little and gradually quietened down. Don't be afraid, we are all disciples of various sects. The owner of the voice finally appeared. It was a middle-aged man who looked very easygoing. Which sect are you from? Find your own sect's disciples to receive you. We will take you to your own sect. They are all from the Tao sect. You don't have to look at the demon sect and the demon sect. Another voice called out. Immediately, the number of onlookers decreased by more than half, and the remaining people stood sparsely in the surroundings. Who are the Taishanmen? Disciples of Blue Cloud sect, come here. The Green Jade Immortal Island is here. 5 Elements sect. Chenkuan sect is looking for me. The group of people introduced themselves one after another, and the women's nervous hearts finally relaxed. Only then did they realize that the places that looked like shops in the town all had big signboards on the doors, and the name of the sect was written on them. These people were the disciples of the sect who had come to receive the disciples of their own sect in the mortal world. They had been on duty here all year round. When they saw a newcomer, they would rush forward immediately. Watching the newcomers getting nervous was one of their bad interests, and they would never get tired of it. Yang Chen and the girls naturally couldn't escape this calamity. Now that everyone had laughed enough, it was time to get down to business. Hearing someone say the name of their own sect, the eyes of the women suddenly looked at Yang Chen. On one side was the sect, and on the other side was their husband. No matter what, their husband had to nod his head. Yang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and nodded directly. The women then went to the seniors of their own sect to greet them. Just now the senior said that they were all disciples, but in the eyes of the women, they were all seniors, and the etiquette must not be less. After each of them reported their name, Shishanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters were immediately taken by the seniors of their respective sect to the post house of their own sect. Only Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling were left at the scene. They didn't hear the voice of Chunyang Palace, nor did they see any seniors of Chunyang Palace. With a slight sigh, Yang Chen didn't say much. The small sect was like this. Even if Chunyang Palace had made a big situation in the mortal world over the years, when it came to the spiritual world, it was still a duckweed without any foundation. Even if the head of the palace had already ascended before, they still didn't have the strength to open a post house here. Which sect are you from? Are you a rogue cultivator? Before the women left, they first looked at Yang Chen, which naturally attracted the attention of those around them. Seeing that Yang Chen and the two women didn't move, someone immediately asked curiously, "Hello, seniors, the three of us are from Chunyang Palace." Yang Chen was now very sweet. He first greeted the seniors, and then answered the question. Sure enough, this attitude made people very happy. The person who asked the question immediately began to give enthusiastic advice. "Oh, there is no one from Chunyang Palace here to receive you. It seems that you have a good relationship with those girls. You can find one of them first, and then slowly find your seniors. It is difficult to gain a foothold in the spiritual world without a foundation. You might as well make use of these relationships. Cultivators don't have to pay so much attention to it. As for Chunyang Palace, I vaguely remember that a few people from Chunyang Palace came up a few years ago, but I don't know where they went." "Thank you, senior." The person was kind enough to give advice, and the idea was not deceptive. Yang Chen certainly had to be grateful, and immediately thanked him again. "You don't have to thank me." The man waved his hand, turned around and left, but he didn't forget to leave a few words. "Don't look at this peaceful place. Out of this place, you have to rely on your real ability to eat. You are on your own." If it was anyone else, it was estimated that they would accept this person's kind advice. After all, they had just ascended to the spiritual world and were unfamiliar with the place. The feeling of having an acquaintance to take care of them would be completely different. But Yang Chen was completely different. With the memory of his previous life, how could he not know the cruelty of the spiritual world? When it came to familiarity with the spiritual world, Yang Chen was no less than anyone here. He could escape the pursuit of the Shentian sect in the spiritual world. Yang Chen didn't rely on luck. "A Yu, a Ling, let's go." Watching the other women enter their sect one by one, Yang Chen called Gao and Gong Sunling and walked to the end of the town street. Chapter 15-16. Not many people from the big sect would care about people like Yang Chen who had no roots in the spiritual realm. Even if Yang Chen was famous in the mortal world, he wouldn't be able to do much without the support of the sect in the spiritual realm. In the end, he could only find a sect that he could rely on to settle down and slowly develop. This was also a characteristic of the spiritual realm, and it was a rule that newcomers had to learn after coming up. In fact, there was also such an invisible rule in the mortal world, but it wasn't as obvious as in the spiritual realm. However, disciples from the big sect would definitely have an advantage. This was the same everywhere. Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters all saw this scene, but they didn't say anything, nor did they plan to stop Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling. Although each of their sect could give Yang Chen great protection, they also knew their husband's pride, and he would never accept such charity. There was another reason, and that was Yang Chen's familiarity with the spiritual realm. Even if Yang Chen didn't say too much, the women were all people around him, and they had a clear feeling. Even if their husband was in the spiritual realm, he would still be able to make a name for himself. Even if it wasn't good, their husband still had the elixir formula and elixir pills for the prolongation pill. There were also experts who were at the end of their lifespans in the spiritual realm. As long as their husband's reputation spread, who knew how many experts would come to ask for elixir pills? With Yang Chen's methods of playing with the big sect in the mortal world, would they be afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with a few experts? There was no way out of the town, and if they wanted to go somewhere, they could only rely on flying swords. This wasn't a problem for Yang Chen and the others. Yang Chen directly summoned the flying shuttle and left with his two wives. Not long after Yang Chen and the others left, a group of experts rushed out of the town and looked at each other in dismay. They were all from the Four Great Sect. They had just learned from their newly ascended female disciples that Yang Chen, the strongest fifth-grade alchemist in the mortal world, had also ascended and left not long ago. In the mortal world, he was a powerful fifth-grade alchemist. Which sect didn't want to rope him in? In particular, there was the longevity extending pill, a heaven-defying pill that had never been heard of before. It was simply enough to drive people crazy. Such a star of the future had actually missed an opportunity right under their noses. How could they not lament? The female disciples of the four great sects were either Yang Chen's wives or concubines, so there was always a little bit of intimacy between them. The people in other sect were a little lost. If they had known this earlier, they would have taken care of Yang Chen, instead of letting him fend for himself as usual. However, these disciples were still competent. When they personally took the newly ascended female disciples back to the sect, they also brought back the news of the ascension of the fifth-grade alchemist master in the mortal world. Soon, the major sect began to search for the whereabouts of Yang Chen's family of three openly and secretly. "Husband, where are we going?" They had just arrived in the spiritual world. For the environment here, Gaou and Gong Sunling were in the dark and they didn't know anything. Gaou looked at Yang Chen, who did not hesitate to find the right direction to fly at high speed, and asked curiously, "I'm going to meet with the master of the palace." Yang Chen explained with a smile. As early as before the ascension of the palace master, Yang Chen told them some things about the spiritual world. He also had suggestions for the placement of the palace master after their ascension, so it was not difficult to know their possible foothold. "Ling, can your mountain river geographical map add a world?" After answering Gaou's question, Yang Chen turned to Gong Sunling and asked, "If you can add the mountain river geographical map again now." "Yes, husband." Gong Sunling gave Yang Chen a very gentle answer. In fact, as early as the beginning of adapting to the spiritual pressure refining magic weapon, Gong Sunling found that the mountain river geographical map had changed a little. In addition to the mountains and rivers of the mortal world, there was also a new blank space, showing only a very small point. Obviously, she had not set foot in too much of the spiritual world. The mountain river geographical map was worthy of being a magic weapon carefully refined by the Dragon Clan to be handed down. When it reached the spiritual world, it automatically added a new world. If there was no accident, Gong Sunling could use the mountain river geographical map to launch the power of the mortal world at any time to attack and defend. Such a powerful magic weapon, coupled with Gong Sunling's real second-grade human immortal cultivation base, made her have the capital to settle down when she just ascended to the spiritual world. Of course, if Gong Sunling was willing, she could use the mountain river geographical map at any time and anywhere to gang up on the masters who had also passed the wind tribulation. Thousands of masters ganged up on an opponent, and it was still a group fight. Thinking about it was a bit bullying. Gaou did not say anything else. The water and fire dragon horn flying sword plus the Emperor's Qi. At least the masters below the earth immortal could not take advantage of Gaou, who had been tempered by the wind tribulation. If you count the super magic weapon protective armor with more than 100 tribulation spirits that Yang Chen handed over to Gaou, who was below the earth immortal third-grade human immortal, could walk sideways. In the flying shuttle, Yang Chen was lying comfortably on the soft couch, holding his wife in each hand, and softly explaining some things about the spiritual world to them. Already in the spiritual world, there were some things that he was not afraid to say. The two women were very comfortable with their heads on the arms of their husband, and their whole body was attached to his side, enjoying the love of their husband, and their faces were full of satisfaction. Yang Chen pointed out that there were two temporary footholds for the master of the palace. Relatively speaking, they were relatively hidden, but at the same time, there were strong spiritual veins, which were enough to support several good places for them to cultivate. The really suitable place, with the strength of the master of the palace who had just ascended, was not enough to reach it. They had to wait for Yang Chen to come up and build it himself. However, when Yang Chen and the others arrived at the first location, they only saw a scorched earth. This place had already experienced a very cruel battle and had been destroyed beyond recognition. Seeing this situation, the faces of Yang Chen and Gaou and Gong Sunling immediately changed. Gaou and Gong Sunling's eyes were all focused on Yang Chen's face. "Husband, this? It's okay, there is another place." Yang Chen saw the destroyed scene, and his heart had already surged with anger. However, he did not vent in front of his wife, but calmly said, "Let's go over there and see." Yang Chen chose these two locations to recommend to the master of the palace because these two places were relatively hidden. In his previous life, Yang Chen once cultivated in these two places to avoid the pursuit of the profound heaven sect. He did not expect to find a place that was discovered and destroyed. After arriving at the second location from here, Yang Chen's face was already very ugly. In the second location, there were also obvious traces of battle. The predecessors who ascended before Chunyang Palace obviously had an accident. Chapter 15:17. The two women were stunned. What was going on here? Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. It has been hundreds of years since the head of the palace and the others ascended. Such a long time was enough for some accidents. Somewhat surprisingly, the traces of the battle here were not a long time ago. According to Yang Chen's speculation, it was only more than 10 years ago. In other words, this battle took place more than 10 years ago. Yang Chen squatted down and carefully explored the traces of the battle little by little, trying to find some clues from here. However, obviously, his plan failed. He could only see that it was a few masters of the Earth Immortal level. Other traces were all covered up, and nothing could be seen. Gaou and Gong Sunling were not idle either. They both tried to see something from it. It was a pity that they were even more unfamiliar with the spiritual world, and it was even more difficult to find anything. Just when they were anxious, they suddenly saw a faint smile on Yang Chen's face. "Husband, what did you find?" Gaou immediately asked, and Gong Sunling's attention was also attracted, and she quickly flashed to Yang Chen's side. "Nothing." Yang Chen smiled somewhat inscrutably, and suddenly called out to a seemingly unremarkable sapling outside the battle circle. "Old Gui, how long are you going to watch?" The two women were stunned, although there was also a surprise in their eyes. The old Gui that Yang Chen called, apart from elder Gui Shanyu who had already ascended, who else could it be? "I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Sure enough, the familiar voice of Gui Shanyu sounded in everyone's ears, and then the sapling that seemed to have just sprouted began to change rapidly. After a while, a humanoid Gui Shanyu appeared in front of the three of them. "Only you? What about the head of the palace and the others?" Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness had reached the 5th grade of the Earth Immortal, plus the powerful technique of the Three Purities secret art. Yang Chen did not find any trace of other people. As soon as Gui Shanyu came to the front, he immediately asked, "They are in another place. My doppelganger has been waiting for you here for more than 10 years. The Gui Shanyu in front of him was not the real Gui Shanyu. Instead, it was a clone that Gui Shanyu had created using the clone art. But the doppelganger and the main body have a conscious connection. When they see Yang Chen here, they also know the news that Yang Chen and Gaou Gong Sunling have appeared. At this time, there was no benefit in staying here and saying anything more. Even Gui Shanyu, who had always been valiant, showed a forbearing look and used the capital he had in the 100,000 mountains to hide his tracks. Presumably, there were still experts monitoring here. "If there is anything to say, leave first." Yang Chen quickly summoned the shuttle, then put everyone in, plunged into the ground, randomly found a direction, and quickly left. What happened? After the rapid transmission of the underground, at least 10,000 miles away, Yang Chen came out of the ground and asked Gui Shanyu. "It's a long story." Gui Shanyu let out a long sigh and began to speak. Speaking of which, after the ascension of the master of the palace and several elders, it was extremely smooth at first. With the guidance of Yang Chen, they did not behave so arrogantly. Although they did not escape a small punishment, it was only more than 10 years before they left the reception town together and rushed to the first place that Yang Chen pointed out. The terrain there was hidden, and there was a hidden spiritual vein. It was indeed a good place for seclusion and cultivation. Yang Chen's choice was very correct, but for the master of the palace and others, it was not so suitable. In the previous life, Yang Chen was chaste. When he came to the spiritual world, he must find a secret place to hide and cultivate alone. In this case, Yang Chen's pursuit was bound to be reclusive, and even if he did not go out for more than 100 years, he would naturally not be discovered. However, the master of the palace and others did not come up to avoid the pursuit of the enemy, but to lay down the foundation of the Chunyang Palace. Naturally, they could not live in seclusion. After arriving at the site, after some time, they immediately began to explore the surrounding terrain, wanting to build a simple mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace. The founder of the Chunyang Palace had ascended for a long time, but he was alone and did not leave any foundation. Now it was obvious that there would be more and more disciples of the Chunyang Palace who would ascend in the future. They had to contribute more and let the younger generation disciples have a place to go. It couldn't be said that the idea of the master of the palace was wrong. Since they had ascended, they had to leave something for the future generations of disciples. Otherwise, when they came up and there was still a blank space, wouldn't it seem that the predecessors were incompetent? However, they were a little too eager, and the place chosen by Yang Chen was hidden enough, but it was on the edge of the other sect. The master of the palace, who had just arrived, did not understand this. When they explored around and found that there were no other sect within thousands of miles, they planned to take root here. Their actions soon attracted the attention of the owner of the site. To say that they were the owner of the site, strictly speaking, it was not completely in line. This place was originally on the edge of the Chimen sect site, and it could even be said to be on the periphery. If it was the Profound Heaven sect, Blue Cloud sect, and Green Jade Immortal Island sect who came to occupy a small place to establish a small mountain gate, those guys from the Chimen sect would never dare to say anything. Except for the former founder of the Chunyang Palace, no one had ever ascended. Not to mention that their reputation was not obvious, there were only 10 little guys who had just ascended. If they did not take advantage of this, how could they live up to the cruel reputation of the spiritual world? Naturally, the small Chunyang Palace had become a target for the Chimen sect to bully the weak and fear the strong. A master of the first grade of the Earth Immortal came up with more than a dozen 7th grade human immortal juniors and asked the people of the Chunyang Palace to pay protection fees. They were purely looking for trouble. Even if the master of the palace wanted to swallow his anger for the sake of the foundation of the sect and wanted to spend money to eliminate the disaster, the other party could still find various reasons to bully them. As a result, the small Chunyang Palace immediately gave the guys of the Chimen sect a lot of surprises. Not to mention anything else, just Hu Yun and Gui Shanyu seriously injured 3 7th grade human immortal masters. Even the first grade of the Earth Immortal guy did not get a good result. He was hit by Hu Yun a few times and fled. This time, the people of the Chunyang Palace were like poking a hornet's nest, and the masters of the Chimen sect immediately began to persevere in their pursuit. After the master of the palace resisted several times, the other party dispatched a 4th grade Earth Immortal master, and they could no longer resist and could only escape. The second place, where Gui Shanyu's clone was waiting, could not hide for a long time. After hundreds of years, they were discovered by the people of the Chimen sect and chased again. After a fierce battle, the master of the palace was injured and was forced to flee again. Gui Shanyu left an extra eye at the time and left a clone to wait for Yang Chen here. Chimen sect. Yang Chen chewed the name of the sect in his mouth and snorted coldly after talking for so long. Their people should come. Chapter 15:18. There is a fool who has been watching over there. He thinks that I don't know that he has found me. The old tree demon nodded with a smile. He just sent a message. Now their people are within 100 miles. When the old tree demon was in the Yuanying stage, he hid in the Shiwen Mountains, and many powerful guys could not find him. His hiding skill was first class. Over the years, his cultivation had increased greatly, and this skill had gone to a higher level. Even in the spiritual world, he was still an outstanding person. In this case, how could the old tree demon still let the other party find his trace? It was obvious that he did it on purpose. When Yang Chen found the old tree demon, he also found the guy who had been secretly watching the old tree demon. The guy in the dark thought that he had hidden very well, but he did not know that his clumsy technique was as dazzling as the bright moon in the dark night in the eyes of Yang Chen and the old tree demon. How could they not find him? Such a situation could only explain one thing. The old tree demon deliberately kept this guy, waiting to lure out the big fish behind. Although the Chunyang Palace was temporarily at a disadvantage, they did not suffer a loss on the whole. This could be seen from the fact that the guy had been hiding and did not dare to attack the old tree demon. He must have been taught a lesson by the old tree demon. Of course, the other party may also have the purpose of killing them all, so a simple old tree demon could not make them determined to use a strong force to kill him. Now the appearance of Yang Chen and the two women had drawn out the old tree demon, which also gave the other party a chance to take action. One person was not worth fighting, but 4 people were different, especially 3 of them were rookies who had just ascended. For the Chunyang Palace, they could not afford such a loss. Heaven does not disappoint those who are willing. Sure enough, they have arrived. An arrogant and overbearing voice came from afar. The person was still 10 miles away, but the voice had already sounded in advance. The people of the Chunyang Palace, who is it this time? Is it that bastard Yang Chen? Someone dared to call their husband a bastard. Although Gaou and Gong Sunling did not speak, their raised eyebrows had fully shown the anger of the 2 women. Yang Chen was a little surprised. According to reason, he had just arrived and did not have any hatred with the people of the spiritual world. How could someone target him like this? Listening to this, the other party was not aiming at the Chunyang Palace at all, but at himself. Who was this guy? After thinking about it, it could only be an enemy in the mortal world. In the mortal world, Yang Chen had offended a lot of people, not to mention far away, the Zhao family, the greatest heaven sect were all possible, even Chu Yulong who was sent by Hu Yun to ascend. The other party called Yang Chen a bastard, not for Yang Chen's elixir. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such an attitude. At this moment, Yang Chen couldn't guess it. Anyway, the other party was within 10 miles and would arrive soon. Yang Chen was too lazy to think about it, so he stood in place and waited quietly. It's really hard to endure these years. The old tree demon was already rubbing his hands next to him, and his face was full of expectation. It seemed that he had been depressed for a long time. When he was in the mortal world, it was the most comfortable to follow Yang Chen. There was no need to consider the consequences of killing and arson. After ascending, he was bound by the master of the palace. For the overall situation of the sect, for the safety of his companions, how could it be as refreshing as when he followed Yang Chen? Now Yang Chen was by his side, and he had no intention of escaping. It was obvious that he was going to have a big fight. How could the old tree demon not be excited? The speed of the other party was very fast. After a few breaths, Yang Chen saw the figure. There were a total of 6 people, plus the one who had just appeared here. All 7 people were here. The highest cultivation base was the 8th grade human immortal, and the lowest was the 5th grade human immortal. Are you Yang Chen? The leader was a young scholar who looked very elegant. Even if he was rushing, he still maintained an elegant demeanor. When he saw Yang Chen, his eyes immediately narrowed, as if he had guessed the identity of Yang Chen from the 2 women next to Yang Chen. He suddenly asked, "Shentian sect's Zhu Yixian?" A playful smile flashed on Yang Chen's face. He looked at the elegant young man and suddenly asked, "Do you know me?" Zhu Yixian, whose name was called, was startled, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. As far as he knew, Yang Chen had just ascended. How could he know his name? Zhu Yixian would never think that Yang Chen knew him because of the memory of his previous life. In his previous life, when Yang Chen was hiding in the spiritual realm, Zhu Yixian was among the people who chased Yang Chen in the Shentian sect. There was a period of time when Zhu Yixian was still the main force in chasing Yang Chen, forcing Yang Chen at that time to have no way to go. However, in his previous life, when Yang Chen was chased by Zhu Yixian, it was a matter of 1,000 years later. Zhu Yixian did not have the strength of an earth immortal at that time. Although she could already bully the newcomers who had just ascended, it was not enough in Yang Chen's eyes. Although Yang Chen did not hate Zhu Yixian as much as Yang Lan, he would not let this kind of accomplice go easily. Especially in his previous life, the Shentian sect treated the pursuit of Yang Chen as a mission to hone their disciples. Zhu Yixian even used the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse to enjoy the process of chasing Yang Chen. Yang Chen could endure being chased, but he couldn't stand being played. Since he encountered it in this life, it was just the right time to solve the vexation in his memory. So, the backer of Chimen sect is the Shentian sect? Yang Chen did not intend to answer Zhu Yixian's question at all, but asked another question. Yes, so what? Chimen sect listens to this young master's orders. At this time, Zhu Yixian did not have the achievements of young master Yixian in his previous life, and his performance was really arrogant. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, those things in your Chunyang palace were all arranged by this young master. If you are sensible, Take the initiative to break the engagement with Fairy Junkie, then this young master can let you live. Otherwise what? Yang Chen asked very cooperatively this time, so that young Master Yi Xian could successfully perform his prestige incisively and vividly. Otherwise, this young master doesn't mind making Fairy Junkie a widow first, and then have dual cultivation with her. Zhu Yixuan raised his chin and rushed at Yang Chen. He didn't think that Yang Chen had any possibility of making a comeback in this situation. He was just a newly ascended rookie. Even if he was a supreme master in the mortal world who ascended, he would only be at the 2nd or 3rd grade of the human immortal. How could he compete with Zhu Yixuan, who was at the 8th grade of the human immortal? Not to mention, Zhu Yixuan was not alone. There were 6 of them, and each of them had a higher cultivation than Yang Chen's side. In such a situation, he believed that the annoying kid in front of him should know how to choose. Chapter 15-19. Everyone in Chunyang Palace had now completely understood that the oppression suffered by the experts of Chunyang Palace was simply caused by this guy in front of them for Fairy Junkie. Dao Junkie was the first one among Yang Chen's wives and concubines to ascend, so she should be the one with the highest cultivation now. With the 7th grade Pure Yin True Fire as her natal True Fire, coupled with Yang Chen's guidance, Dao Junkie's cultivation over the years must be commendable. Otherwise, Zhu Yixuan, who was known as Young Master Yixuan, would not be tempted. Yang Chen had met this guy in his previous life. Young Master Yixuan was by no means the kind of guy who would do anything for beauty. Although this guy was usually arrogant and domineering, he also had the capital to be arrogant. He had his own pride. If Dao Junkie was just beautiful, it would be impossible for Zhu Yixuan to covet her. Thinking about it, Dao Junkie must have rejected many people because she was already a woman, including this guy. How could the proud young Master Yixuan tolerate a disciple of a third-rate sect in the mortal world occupying the most outstanding female disciple of Profound Heaven sect? Naturally, it was inevitable to suppress Chunyang Palace. Although Yang Chen didn't know whether Profound Heaven sect was having a good time now, he could imagine that since Zhu Yixuan did not dare to directly use the power of Profound Heaven sect, but instigated Chimen sect to deal with Chunyang Palace, it was definitely inconvenient for Profound Heaven sect to make a move. With just a few simple actions, Yang Chen could guess a lot of things behind the scenes. Just as he was pondering, Zhu Yixuan was already impatient from waiting. The dignified young Master Yixuan, even in Profound Heaven sect, was a highly valued talent. Even some elders did not dare to neglect him. Yang Chen, a disciple of a third-rate sect, dared to not put him in his eyes. If this could be tolerated, how could it not be tolerated? Humph. Young Master Yi Xian just hummed a little sound from his nose, and a follower behind him immediately heard the string song and knew what it meant. He flew out and rushed towards Yang Chen. While he was still in the air, the flying sword had already arrived, slashing toward Yang Chen's head. The moment he made his move, he already had the intention to take his life. There was no room for compromise for the follower. Zhu Yixuan, who was standing behind the attendant, only watched without saying a word. He was just a rookie who had just ascended. If he died, then so be it. Would anyone dare to argue with the mysterious heaven sect? When Zhu Yixuan thought of Fairy Junkie's cold, elegant, and noble demeanor, and how she never pretended to be polite to her, she felt a burning sensation in her heart. If Yang Chen did not die, Fairy Junkie would never accept him. The strange thing was that the fight had begun, but the 4 people from Chunyang Palace were still standing in the same place, without any intention of moving. If Yang Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling were newcomers who had just ascended, in the face of the sudden attack of this master, it was understandable for them to be stunned in place, but the old tree demon was a battle formation after all. Even the guy who was secretly monitoring did not dare to make a move easily. At this moment, the same behavior was a bit abnormal. Be careful. The companion who was responsible for monitoring the old tree demon only had time to shout this sentence, and then there was no more chance to save the situation. Whoosh. Just when the flying sword was about to hit Yang Chen's head, Yang Chen finally moved. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the blade of the flying sword. The high-speed flying sword instantly stopped like a fish in a net, and was tightly held in Yang Chen's hand. The sharp flying sword did not cause any damage in Yang Chen's hand. On the contrary, it suddenly seemed to be out of the control of its master. With a swing of Yang Chen's arm, it was lifted high and slammed into the face of the attendant who was rushing over. Pa! A crisp sound came from the attendant's face. The attendant, who was in the air, had not yet landed on the ground, but made a neat and difficult action of turning 3,600 degrees in the air. With a clear mark of the sword hilt on his face, he spun and fell far away without a sound. This scene happened so fast that the people on Zhu Yixian's side had no time to rescue him, and even before they had the idea, their companion had been hit. If it was Yang Chen who used his own magic weapon to hit the person, everyone would not be so shocked. The problem was that the thing that Yang Chen used to hit the person was clearly the companion's own life-flying sword. When could his own flying sword be so easily controlled by others, and also attack the original owner without any hindrance? Yang Chen's strength was so great that under the heavy slapping sound, the sound of the attendant's skull breaking could not be covered. It was precisely because of this that the attendant did not say a word, and a blow had already made him unconscious and seriously injured. Was this a newcomer who had just ascended? It should be known that even if the attendant's cultivation was not as good, he was still a 6th-stage human immortal. In the face of a newcomer, Yang Chen, who was at most a 3rd-stage human immortal, and it was a preemptive strike, he was actually so easily caught by his own life-flying sword. How was this possible? However, no matter how impossible it was, the fact happened in front of them. In addition to making Zhu Yixian's group drop their jaws, the 4 people of Chunyang Palace stood in the same place as if it was just a trivial matter. They did not move at all, as if such a shocking scene was supposed to happen. The sluggishness was only for a moment. Standing opposite Yang Chen, even the one with the worst cultivation base, was also the one who had been fighting in the spiritual world for hundreds of years. How could they not know what would happen if they were in a daze in the battle? The remaining 5 people immediately launched their magic weapons. Regardless of the consequences, they attacked Yang Chen. The old tree demon laughed and took the lead to stop one. Gaou and Gong Sunling were no exception. 2 beautiful figures flew out together, followed by another 2, leaving only Zhu Yixian and another companion of Chimen's sect to Yang Chen. Perhaps it was because the old tree demon had been bullied by masters for hundreds of years, so the old tree demon did not show much fierce combat power. This time, with Yang Chen, the old tree demon seemed to have a backbone, and he used a killing move as soon as he came up. Boom, he also took the opponent's magic weapon head-on, and counterattacked with a series of backhand. The roaring sound was endless. The old tree demon's pair of fists, carrying the power of a mountain, quickly fell on the opponent's body. Seemingly wanting to vent out the pressure he had been suppressing for the past hundreds of years, old tree Yarrow showed no mercy. With just a few attacks, his opponent sprayed out mouthful after mouthful of blood. That was accompanied by the sounds of several magic treasures and bones breaking. The guy facing Gong Sunling was very experienced in combat. Even in the face of a newcomer who had just ascended, he did not relax his vigilance. The flying sword was controlled in the best range and mercilessly stabbed toward Gong Suanling's heart. Gong Suanling's face smiled, she clenched her small fist, like her husband, and punched the tip of the sword. Chapter 1520. You dare to touch my flying sword with your bare hands. Gong Suanling's opponent was delighted. His natal flying sword had been refined for a long time and was extremely sharp. Not to mention the body of a little human immortal, even an earth immortal or heaven immortal could not block a blow from his flying sword. However, the result of the collision of the fist and the sword was not as expected by Gong Suanling's opponent. Before the sharp tip of the sword could touch Gong Suanling's skin, it was blocked by an unknown resistance and could no longer move forward. If that was the case, it would be a draw. The problem was that the power of Gong Suanling's fist was far more than that. After seemingly blocking the flying sword, an earth-shattering force hit the tip of the sword. Boom! Gong Suanling's opponent had carefully refined the super flying sword for thousands of years and thought that it was invincible. In the face of this destructive force, it was directly broken into pieces. The owner of the flying sword was still in the air, but his whole body was shaken and blood began to gush out of his mouth like a waterfall. Gong Sunling did not just throw a simple punch. In this punch, there was the power of the entire mountain river geographical map. At this moment, The powerful advantage of the Mountain River geographical map, which had integrated several huge spaces, was revealed. The Mountain River geographical map itself was the treasure of the Dragon Clan. After so many years of sacrificial refining by so many experts, and even with the help of Li Cheng's optimization, it was enough to withstand the attack of a magic weapon stronger than this flying sword. In addition, it mobilized the power of several real spaces. Needless to say, the weight of these real spaces alone was enough to crush hundreds of such flying sword. Yang Chen used the power of his bare hands, and of course, Gong Sunling followed her husband to show his power. Not only did she smash the flying sword with one punch, but the power of the punch did not diminish and bombarded the body of the expert. His opponent, who was already spurting out blood, was instantly turned into a meat patty in the air. After flying back for a while, his body finally couldn't bear the terrifying force and began to fall apart. However, the strength of the attack did not decrease because of this. So, the corpse that had already been split into pieces split again. In the end, an expert directly turned into a mist of blood. Gao Yu's opponent was even more unlucky. As soon as he rushed up, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be trapped in a quagmire. His whole body had a kind of binding feeling, and he couldn't use his strength. If that was all, it would be fine. What was even more terrifying was that when his magic treasure was about to reach Gao Yu's side, the beautiful tight-fitting armor on Gao Yu's body suddenly shone brightly. This armor was originally refined by Li Cheng for Yang Chen. It was a super magical treasure that had been refined by gathering more than 100 magical treasures from the Taishanmen that had super spirits. More than 100 super spirits all crossed the tribulation, and later helped Yang Chen refine the entrance to the Immortal Executioner's platform. In the process of refining the entrance to the Immortal Executioner's platform, more than 100 super spirits themselves were also eye-opening. In addition to their personal experience, they were more or less contaminated with a trace of the power of space, and at the same time, they also carried some of the hostility of the Immortal Executioner's platform. The hostility of killing tens of thousands of immortals also made the whole magic treasure have a strange change. The body was originally a protective magic treasure condensed by a variety of offensive and defensive magic treasures, but it had a very strong offensive power. At close range, as soon as they felt that their master was attacked, more than 100 super spirits immediately began to fight back spontaneously. More than 100 bright lights of various colors surrounded the flying magic treasure like locusts, entangled in the magic treasure, which made people feel creepy. Without feeling anything, Gao Yu's opponent suddenly realized that something was wrong. His own life source magic treasure seemed to be becoming a strange thing, and his control over his own life source magic treasure was weakening. This was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that when you found out that your own life source magic treasure was trying to attack you in turn, that feeling was really not much better than seeing a ghost. Under the shock of his mind, he saw his own life source magic treasure smashing down on his head. After a lot of effort to avoid the attack of his own magic treasure, before he could suppress the damage of his life source magic treasure, Gao Yu's counterattack had already begun. More than 100 brilliants of various colors suddenly entangled the two thick lights, and surrounded him on both sides. The feeling of horror had not yet subsided, and it was too late to feel these things. The two strange-looking red and blue flying swords had already reached his body. Even if he was already a 7th-grade human immortal, and the protective magic treasure on his body was not known how strong, under the strangulation of the two flying swords, he was as fragile as a piece of paper. After the magic treasure was broken, his body was next. The speed of the two flying swords was extremely fast. When the master felt the pain, he didn't know how many swords had cut his body. What kind of feeling was it to watch one's own flesh and blood fly away piece by piece, leaving only bare bones behind? Not even a painful groan came out. Gao Yu's opponent turned into a living skeleton. The life source magic treasure that had just flown away and had lost control, flew back at some point and smashed heavily on the skeleton, instantly turning a person into a pile of bone powder. Out of the 4 that had rushed over, 2 of them didn't even have their bones left. One of them was either dead or alive, and had been sent flying somewhere. The remaining one was being violently hammered by the old tree demon. Seeing this scene, the 2 remaining people were immediately shocked. When the old tree demon made his move, The guy who had been monitoring the old tree demon from the beginning had already realized that it was not good. He had been in contact with the old tree demon for the longest time, and of course, he knew the fighting capacity of the old tree demon. That was a super strong fighter that could only be suppressed by an Earth Immortal Master. The few human immortals in front of him were not enough to deal with the old tree demon. Seeing that the situation was not good, he was the first to run away. As long as there was life, there was hope. Zhu Yixuan never thought that Yang Chen and several people from Chunyang Palace still had the power to fight. She thought that as long as she personally took action, coupled with the suppression of Chunyang Palace by Chimen sect for hundreds of years, even if there were no Earth Immortal Masters around, it would be easy to deal with Yang Chen. Who would have thought that there would be such a result? However, the death of her companion also aroused the anger of Zhu Yixuan and the remaining master of Chimen sect. Originally, because of the recent troubles of Shentian sect, they did not dare to kill Chunyang Palace at the beginning. They just chased them in circles, but after the stubborn resistance of the people from Chunyang Palace, they hid again, and they couldn't even find a trace of them. Now they finally found 4 of them, but in such a situation, how could they not be angry? What made him most angry was the guy who escaped. Before the battle began, he fled. Such a coward, he would teach him a lesson when he went back this time. The current priority was to solve Yang Chen in front of him. Chapter 1521. It turned out that Zhu Yixuan only planned to suppress Yang Chen, let him agree to divorce his wife, and then return to the Profound Heaven sect to occupy Fairy Junkie. Now that so many of his henchmen were dead and injured, how could he care about other things? Under great anger, Zhu Yixuan directly broke out with 100% of his strength and went straight to Yang Chen to attack. The henchman companions around him were even more furious. Several of their companions were killed by the other party. How could they tolerate it? However, anger did not make him lose his mind. The tragic death of his 4 companions made him realize that these people in front of him were definitely not easy to provoke. The old tree demon's reputation was not small and it was not easy to deal with him. The strength shown by Gaou and Gong Sunling was far beyond their expectations. Now it seemed that the weakest of the enemies should be the only alchemist, Yang Chen. Don't look at Yang Chen grabbing his companion's flying sword and sending him flying, but in the end, Yang Chen was just an alchemist. From the information they had, each of Yang Chen's wives and concubines was much stronger than Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen could become a 5th-grade alchemist, his energy in alchemy should be far more than in fighting, and his combat power should be insufficient. As long as he joined forces with young Master Yi Xian to capture Yang Chen before the old tree demon and Gaou Gong Sunling reacted, there was still a possibility of turning the tables. Otherwise, they could only run away. With young Master Yi Xian's pride, how could he do this kind of thing? How could the arrogant and despotic young Master Yi Xian escape in front of his rival in love without fighting? Letting Yang Chen see a joke, this was worse than death. With such a big loss, there was no other way to save face except to capture Yang Chen. The 2 people's thoughts were the same, and their attacks were very tacit, all aimed at Yang Chen. While attacking Yang Chen, he also had to guard against Gaou, Gong Sunling, and the old tree demon, for fear that they would come back in time. What they were worried about did not happen. Perhaps the 2 ladies had little combat experience and had not experienced the cruelty of fighting in the spiritual realm. None of them actually rushed over to save their husbands. On the other hand, old tree demon wasn't in a hurry. He released his opponent with 2 punches and stood at the same place, watching quietly. Not good. After young Master Yi Xian discovered this, a warning sign immediately rose in his heart. Under what circumstances could the 2 women and the old tree demon be so sure? There seemed to be only one situation, and that was when they were completely at ease with Yang Chen. As soon as he became vigilant, young Master Yi Xian's movements were a little slow, and then he watched his 7th-grade human immortal sect's dogleg slash Yang Chen's body with a sword. Yang Chen was unscathed, but he swung the flying sword of his former companion and smashed the head of the dogleg into a meat sauce. Young Master Yi Xian's figure was just behind for a moment. Looking at this scene, young Master Yi Xian was almost scared out of his wits. A 7th-grade human immortal expert couldn't even last 1 round in front of Yang Chen, and his life-flying sword had no effect on Yang Chen's body. What kind of terrifying evil door was this? It was no wonder that Gaou and Gong Sun Ling, the old tree demon, were not in a hurry at all. With such a strong combat power, even young Master Yi Xian himself had an impulse to turn around and escape. As a companion, what was there to worry about? If he wanted to escape at this time, it was obviously a step too late. Yang Chen's figure flew forward, his big hand opened, ignoring the flying sword on his arm, and grabbed young Master Yi Xian's face. His palm, which had become huge because of cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, directly grabbed young Master Yi Xian's head in his hand and easily picked him up like a chicken. The power coming from Yang Chen's fingers simply made Zhu Yixian collapse. Her head was like an egg that could be crushed by Yang Chen at any time. The sound of her own bones rubbing against each other and the severe pain made Zhu Yixian clearly realize what kind of situation she was in now. Unfortunately, no matter how Zhu Yixian struggled, she couldn't break free from Yang Chen's hand. The dignified genius disciple of the profound heaven sect, young Master Yi Xian, who had always been arrogant, was being held in the air by Yang Chen in an extremely humiliating posture. In addition to the pain brought by Yang Chen's palm, the humiliation of being unable to resist by Yang Chen was like a heart-devouring python, swallowing his pride and self-esteem little by little. This father has been in the mortal world for thousands of years, and I haven't heard anyone dare to call this father a bastard. Yang Chen's voice clearly passed to Zhu Yixian's ears. Even the Taishanmen's sect master Li doesn't dare to call me that. You have guts, even more guts than your sect master in the mortal world. Admirable. I, your father, know everything about you. Yang Chen didn't give Zhu Yixian a chance to speak at all. His fingers slightly tightened and pinched the words he wanted to say back into his stomach. I'm not afraid to tell you, the brother who grew up with this father is in your profound heaven sect. A toad like you dares to have ideas about this father's woman, go to hell. After saying this, Yang Chen's hand squeezed down hard. Bang! Zhu Yixian's head only made a sound like an egg being crushed and turned into a mass of meat sauce. Red and white, stained with Yang Chen's hand. Killing people is killing people. Why do you have to dirty your hands? Gaou's grumbling voice came from the side, and Gong Sunling had already taken out a lot of water from nowhere and began to wash Yang Chen's dirty hands. In the distance, there was a bloody humanoid figure crawling on the ground, lying motionless at the moment, without any breath, as if it was dead. But Yang Chen's voice just now made this pile of flesh and blood twitch slightly, and then it continued to crawl there like a corpse. Great. The old tree demon came over with a smile and said loudly, it's great to follow you, and it's also great to kill people. These years, it's really useless, only this time is the most enjoyable. Let's go, take us to see the head of the palace. Yang Chen stood in the same place, letting Gong Sunling and Gaou wash and dry his palms, and then said. Soon, the figures of the four people disappeared in place, and no one knew where they went. After Yang Chen and the others disappeared for 2 hours, the motionless corpse in the distance suddenly sat up slowly. His head and face were full of scars, and after swallowing a medicinal pill, his face was much better. He didn't dare to stay here for long. When he could move, he immediately struggled to leave. The brother who grew up with me is in the profound heaven sect. As he staggered and flew, the bloody man thought bitterly in his mind, dare to go undercover in my profound heaven sect, your brother is dead. Chapter 1522. Husband, where did you get a brother who grew up with you in the Shentian sect? When everyone entered Yang Chen's shuttle and flew at high speed, Gaou asked curiously. When Yang Chen spoke just now, the two women knew that Yang Chen was talking to the first guy who was beaten by Yang Chen in the distance. With the cultivation of the two women's spiritual awareness, it was simply easy to find that the guy was still alive. In this regard, the old tree demon Gui Shanyu was a grandmaster-level Evildor. The guy's disguise in front of him was like playing with a big axe in front of Lu Ban's door and playing with a big knife in front of Guan Yu. That guy thought that his turtle-breathing divine art could hide from everyone. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Since everyone discovered the guy's trick, they naturally understood that this was Yang Chen's intention to keep him alive. No one said it at that time, and they cooperated with Yang Chen to play a play. Yang Lan. Yang Chen smiled and said, from the facts, it is not a lie to grow up naked together. It's just that everyone has different ideas when they grow up. Yang Chen's hatred for Yang Lan, the old tree demon, may not know much, but Gao Yu and Gong Sunling could definitely feel it clearly. When he was in the mortal world, Yang Chen did not toss Yang Lan less. After ascending, he did not forget to give Yang Lan some eye medicine on this. They really couldn't understand how Yang Lan offended their husband. If Yang Lan had self-knowledge, it would be more comfortable for him to end his own life. It was conceivable that after that guy escaped back, he would definitely tell some of Shentian sect's Zhu Yishen's backers, Shentian sect and Yang Chen's undercover. Under a check, Yang Lan and Yang Chen not only had the same surname, but they were also from the same village. They definitely met the conditions of growing up naked together. At that time, Yang Lan's life would definitely be extremely wonderful. Old Gui, how has the Shentian sect performed these years? After talking about Yang Lan, Yang Chen no longer paid much attention. No matter how he tossed Yang Lan, Yang Chen would never have any sympathy, nor would he pay any attention. When the time comes, I'll just send him on his way. At this time, Yang Chen was concerned about the situation of the Shentian sect in the spiritual world. This was related to Yang Chen's revenge plan. At the same time, it was also related to the foundation of Chunyang Palace. He must not be careless. The Black Heaven sect hasn't had it easy these past few years. When Old Tree Demon heard Yang Chen ask about the mysterious Heaven sect, he couldn't help but smile. While answering, he also showed his happiness. The destruction of the Taishanmen naturally affected the profound Heaven sect the most in the spiritual realm. This meant that the powerful mysterious Heaven sect would no longer have any reinforcements from the mortal realm. If this group of experts from the spiritual realm ascended, the mysterious Heaven sect would naturally be annihilated without anyone attacking it. Without the replenishment of new blood, more than half of the sect members would die. From the mouth of the ascended Yang Lan, they learned that the Taishanmen in the mortal world had been exterminated, and the Shentian sect almost went crazy. The Taishanmen, the leader of the Taoist sects in the mortal world, were actually exterminated. How was this possible? The first reaction of the high-ranking members of the Shentian sect when they heard the news was that Yang Lan was joking. This was definitely a joke. Who had the courage to deal with the Taishanmen? Which big sect didn't know that the heavenly court was now under the control of the Shentian sect? If they dared to deal with the Taishanmen, they would be the enemy of the Jade Emperor. Who would dare to deal with the Taishanmen because their heads were too heavy on their necks? If it weren't for those big sect, some second-rate or third-rate sect wouldn't have the strength to deal with the Taishanmen. What they heard next made the high-ranking members of the Shentian sect want to cry but have no tears. The Taishanmen actually became the public enemy of the world because of the dual influence of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation and the Devil Heart Sutra Furnace. They were really exterminated. The news from the other sect also confirmed the correctness of the news brought by Yang Lan. However, the other big sect didn't inform the Shentian sect just to tell them the news, but to denounce them. The Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation was not an array that could be researched by the mortal world. There was no doubt about this. What was worse was that this array was researched by the Shentian sect hundreds of years ago and was even announced. The Shentian sect researched the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation, and then the Taishanmen in the mortal world arranged this array. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It was so coincidental that no one would believe that the Taishanmen's matter had nothing to do with the Shentian sect. It turned out that the Taishanmen had researched this kind of array to snatch spiritual energy. They didn't dare to use it in the spiritual world and didn't dare to test it, so they deliberately sent it to the mortal world to let the Taishanmen use it to snatch spiritual energy from the world. Sure enough, it was a good plan. In the face of the tide-like pressure from the other sect, the Shentian sect had to put on a low profile and swear that the sect had absolutely no intention of passing down the array to the mortal world. However, the facts were in front of them. After the sect received the report from the mortal world's ascended disciples, they already had ironclad evidence. How could they allow the Shentian sect to quibble? The array was researched by the Shentian sect. It was the Shentian sect who said that it wasn't suitable to arrange it. However, they turned around and planned to dig up the roots of the other sect. The Shentian sect didn't do this in the right way. The destruction of the Taishanmen was simply fate. If they didn't destroy the sect, they would be letting down the Shentian sect's arrangements. All the disciples of the Shentian sect couldn't explain it clearly. At this time, how could they care about who attacked the Taishanmen? They had to first clear their names. In any case, they already knew from Yang Lan that the Taishanmen were definitely the public enemy of the world. In addition to the Taishanmen disciples, all the other sect members were involved in the destruction of the sect. The unprecedented pressure from the sect and the voices of doubt from all sides made the Shentian sect act more cautiously. The internal department began to investigate who sent the Heaven and Earth Infinite Origin Suppression Array to the lower realm. Most importantly, they had to thoroughly investigate the expert who could communicate with the young sect master Li Liheng's spiritual sense cultivation method. If they could find this person, he would naturally be the culprit. Of course, after finding this person, they would never kill him to prove the innocence of the Shentian sect. An expert who could communicate with the mortal world's spiritual sense cultivation method was definitely a treasure of the sect. Whether it was to strengthen the connection between cultivation and the Shentian sect in the immortal world, or to wait for the mortal world's Taishanmen to be rebuilt, it was an indispensable treasure. The most important thing at present was not to refute the rumors or eliminate the impact of the matter, but to immediately inform the Shentian sect in the immortal world and let them find a way to rebuild the Taishanmen in the mortal world. If this matter was not completed, the Shentian sect in the spiritual world and the immortal world would be rootless in the future. There would be no new disciples to supplement them, and there would be no new blood. There would be no other way but to wait for death. Chapter 1523. Relatively speaking, it was easier to send news from the spiritual world and the immortal world. If they sent it up, they only needed to let a master ascend. There were so many great masters in the mortal world of Taishanmen who could ascend at any time. Naturally, the spiritual world was no exception. There were also great masters. However, unlike the mortal world, the great masters in the mortal world were only at the human immortal level, while the great masters in the spiritual world were quasi-Shen immortal peerless masters who surpassed the heaven immortal. Similarly, the immortal world sent news to the spiritual world, which was similar to the method of consciousness clone in the mortal world. Relatively speaking, the immortal world and the spiritual world were only separated by one world, unlike the immortal world and the mortal world, which were separated by two worlds, so the difficulty and cost were relatively low. Soon, a heaven immortal master from the Shentian sect ascended to the immortal world. As for how the Shentian sect instructed it, outsiders did not know. What everyone knew was that during this period of time, the Shentian sect had been very low-key and would not easily have discord with other sect. It seemed that the Shentian sect was in the wrong, and they were frantically investigating the sect. However, there were also a lot of external investigations. Who knew if the matter of the Taishanmen in the mortal world was caused by another sect? It must be known that the Heaven and Earth Infinite Suppression Formation had been announced to the public by the Shentian sect. Who knew if it was sent to the mortal world by another sect and then sent to the Taishanmen through undercover agents? This was a means for the Shentian sect to temporarily resist the pressure, but inside the Shentian sect, the senior officials had basically come to a conclusion. Yang Lan had explained very clearly that the Heaven and Earth Infinite Suppression Formation was obtained by the young sect master, Li Liheng, from the spiritual world through the spiritual spirit cultivation method. At the same time, he also got the hint of the special formation eye. It must be known that even the Shentian sect had not discovered the special formation eye of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Suppression Formation. How could a little sect master in the mortal world know so clearly that the formation master of the spiritual world could not do it? This could only mean that a mysterious master in the sect had found the mystery and tried to experiment in the mortal world. From the results, Yang Lan directly went from the gold core stage to the third grade of the human immortal stage, which had proved the existence of the special formation eye. However, as long as they did not find this mysterious expert from the sect, the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect would not stop investigating. This expert was simply too important to the mysterious heaven sect. They had to firmly grasp him in their hands. Even now, hundreds of years had passed, and the Black Heaven sect was still in a terrible predicament. Fortunately, because the Taishanmen had already been exterminated, the other sect was happy to see this happen. They put pressure on the Black Heaven sect because they were afraid that the Black Heaven sect would take revenge in the spiritual realm. Now that the mysterious Heaven sect had taken the initiative to show weakness, everyone naturally couldn't press too hard. As long as the mysterious Heaven sect didn't pursue the responsibility of any sect members and experts who participated in the annihilation of the Taishanmen, everything would be fine. Otherwise, the profound Heaven sect would inevitably become the public enemy of the spiritual realm. The upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect knew this very well. They had been keeping a low profile for hundreds of years, as if they had completely forgotten about the annihilation of the Taishanmen. Since they never provoked other sect members naturally had no reason to do so. Of course, the Black Heaven sect was by no means the Black Heaven sect. They still had other arrangements. Just like this time, the old tree demon had just learned that the Black Heaven sect was standing behind the Chi-Men sect. The Chunyang Palace was being chased because Yu Yixian had taken a fancy to Yang Chen's concubine, Dao Junki. The reason why the old tree demon could know so much about the Black Heaven sect was because the matter was too big. Even when the people of the Chunyang Palace were being chased, they could occasionally learn some information from some of the people they met. Without waiting for Yang Chen to continue to ask, the old tree demon told him what he knew about the Yang siblings. Although Yang Chen showed disdain for the Yang siblings, since he had dug a hole for Yang Lan like that not long ago, it was not as simple as not paying attention to them. Speaking of which, Yang Lan and Yang Lan were relatively lucky. After the two of them ascended, their own family members knew about their own affairs. The answers of the Black Heaven sect's higher-ups were quite satisfactory. It was just that no one in the higher-ups would have thought that Yang Lan and Yang Lan had already unified their accounts in the mortal world. They even forcibly hypnotized the two of them through Yang Lan's unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. Even in the face of a heaven immortal master, they would not give wrong answers because of the pressure. According to the agreed routine, the two of them answered seamlessly, and they used the method of 9 truths and 1 falsehood to perfection. Most of them were true, and only at certain critical times were they lies. The higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect never thought that the two juniors would lie in front of them and that they could lie in front of them. According to reason, the news that the Yang siblings brought about the Taishanmen was also considered to be meritorious to the Black Heaven sect. However, the two of them did not have a high status in the Black Heaven sect. It was because of their cultivation. The spiritual realm was a world that paid attention to strength, and the strong were respected. Although Yang Lan and Yang Lan had gone through the tribulation and ascended, and they were still masters of the 3rd grade of the human immortal realm, the problem was that their cultivation base was not accumulated day and year by themselves, but through the special formation eye of the heaven and earth infinite essence suppressing formation. In principle, it was the same as Mu Mingyuan's situation in the past. This kind of expert who forcibly increased their cultivation without tempering their state of mind, even if they went to the spiritual realm, it was impossible for them to be very powerful in the early stages. Naturally, their status would not be very high. Especially in a place like the Black Heaven sect, almost all the experts naturally ascended. The status of the Yang siblings was naturally a bit awkward. Fortunately, the sect still appreciated their credit for bringing the news and did not directly demote them to servants. They were still considered official disciples. It was just that in these years, they had to go through various kinds of experiences to make up for what they lacked before. Since they were in such a state, naturally, they would not be highly regarded by many disciples of the sect. Strictly speaking, the situation of Yang Lan and Yang Lan could only be said to be neither good nor bad. They were completely incomparable to the young sect master's favorite concubine and number 1 lackey in the mortal world, but the two did not dare to have any ideas. They could only grit their teeth and resist. However, these were all things of the past. He believed that when the guy who pretended to be dead passed the news back to the Black Heaven sect, Yang Lan and Yang Lan would definitely be warmly taken care of. How could two disciples who did not follow the right path be compared with a popular person like young Master Yixian? They were bound to suffer. Listening to the old tree demon's news, Yang Chen also had an understanding of the current situation of the Black Heaven sect. Compared with the Taishanmen, the Black Heaven sect was more powerful. If he wanted to take revenge, it would be more difficult and there was a long way to go. After flying at high speed for a long time, the shuttle finally landed in an area under the guidance of the old tree demon. As soon as he put away the shuttle, Yang Chen found the smell of Wang Yong's Qilin heavenly fire. Chapter 1524. The feeling of the fire seed was not visual, nor was it a sense of smell. It was purely a subconscious and instinctive feeling. The fire seed was over there, and it could be clearly felt. The distance was not far, and Yang Chen was very clear about the specific location. It was hard to say what kind of feeling this was, but Yang Chen knew that this was definitely related to the yin-yang heaven burning fire and the white fire seed that Li Cheng gave him. For the time being, it seemed to be a good thing. At least Yang Chen's sensitivity to the fire seed was increasing day by day. Yang Chen's shuttle was the biggest symbol. Everyone had just stood still, and had not looked around, when they heard a few familiar voices. "You are here. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Master Master. Greetings, Master Ancestor." The three hurriedly greeted one by one. The figures of the Palace Master, Wang Yong, and Gao Xiang also appeared in front of them. Seeing the three best disciples of their own sect, several of the original core executives were all gratified, and the smile on their faces almost never stopped. Without saying anything, the Palace Master stepped forward and pulled the three up, and then brought them to their place of residence. This place was actually not a good place to stay. It could barely be regarded as a temporary camp. The Chimen sect was too ruthless, and the pursuit was fierce, so the resting place of everyone was constantly changing. Anyway, there was a connection between the body of the old tree demon and the clone. As long as they found the old tree demon, they could know the whereabouts of everyone at any time. This disciple has dragged down the sect again this time, and let the elders work hard. This disciple can't be redeemed even if I die 10,000 times. Seeing several others, Yang Chen immediately paid his respects. At the same time, he did not forget to take the responsibility on himself, and briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. Speaking of it, this matter was indeed related to Yang Chen. If it weren't for Yang Chen's woman, Fairy Junkie, everyone would not have worked so hard. However, Yang Chen would certainly not let his own woman take the blame for himself. Everything was naturally carried by himself. It has nothing to do with you. Palace Master Zhong Jiao was able to distinguish right from wrong. He shook his head directly. Sometimes people sit at home, things come from the sky, it is not anyone's responsibility. On the contrary, the tempering this time allowed us old fellows to learn a lesson. Elder Gao's injuries aren't looking good, hurry up and take a look. For the time being, the complexion of the head of the palace and the others was still good, but everyone had a little injury on their body. These injuries were not fatal, but it could be seen that they had been through a lot of battles. Apart from Elder Gao, the original core elders were basically all the same. Even Grandmaster Wang Yong was no exception. On the contrary, the old tree demon Hu Yun, Kue Xieshuo seemed to be in good condition. Compared to the other elders, they were clearly much more energetic. The only one who was seriously injured was Elder Gao Xiang. Speaking of which, Elder Gao was Gong Suanling's ancestor. This time, his injury was very serious. Even though he had used several fifth-cycle Lingji mushroom jade pill, he still couldn't completely control the deterioration of the injury. Now Elder Gao could only lie down and cultivate in the Immortal's cave of the Palace Master. Part of the reason why everyone was hiding was because of Elder Gao Xiang. His situation was not optimistic. If there was another fierce battle, Elder Gao was afraid that it would be a disaster. Chunyang Palace originally had no foundation in the spiritual world. Losing another elder was really unaffordable. For the time being, everyone should avoid the sharp edge and wait for Yang Chen to ascend and cure Elder Gao. It was not too late to talk about other things. The medicinal pills that Yang Chen had refined, in addition to the longevity pill, all kinds of other medicinal pills were on the elders. Because of this, when facing the pursuit of the masters of Qi Men sect, they had the capital to fight. The problem was that the spiritual world was the spiritual world. Everyone's cultivation base was raised a lot on average. The medicinal pills that were second to none in the mortal world became less effective in the spiritual world. Elder Gao's injury could almost be said to be very dangerous. He had been in a coma. There was a big hole in his chest that could not be healed. His lower body was almost broken, and there was a big hole in his head. If he was not lucky enough to avoid the brain, he might have already died on the spot. Fortunately, Hu Yun rescued him in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. But even so, Gao Shiyang was not well, and Hu Yun also suffered a few heavy blows. Fortunately, after Hu Yun cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, the realm of mountain picking strength was tempered by the heavenly tribulation and truly entered the realm of river turning strength. While the strength of his whole body increased dramatically, his defensive power was also greatly improved, so it did not reach the point of no return. Gong Sunling looked at her grandmaster's appearance, and her eyes immediately turned red. Even though she had already ascended to the realm of human immortal, she still could not calm down in the face of her grandmaster who had cared for her like a family member for thousands of years. Don't worry, Ling. Have you forgotten Elder Ju of Yin-Yang Demon School? Yang Chen gently hugged Gong Sunling and gave her words of comfort, then carefully observed Elder Gao's injury. Yang Chen's words made Gong Sunling feel a little relieved. Elder Ju of Yin-Yang Demon School lost a hand and a foot, but Yang Chen still used the longevity pill to let him regrow his limbs. Grandmaster's injury looked serious, but her husband was by her side, so it should not be a big deal. Thinking of this, Gong Sunling also quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Gao's injury was caused by an Earth Immortal expert. The attack was very heavy, but it was not a direct hit. It was estimated that the other people and the protective magic treasure on him had blocked part of the power of the attack. Now it seemed that the injury on his chest was the most serious, and it could not be healed. He could only swallow a 5th revolution Lingji mushroom pill every once in a while to preserve his life. Be careful. Seeing that Yang Chen was reaching out to touch the wound on Elder Gao's chest, Grandmaster Wang Yong hurriedly reminded him, there is still residual sword qi in the wound, and it can't be forced out. Once touched, it will act up and aggravate Elder Gao's injury. This was also the reason why Elder Gao's wound could not heal. The sword qi left by an unknown expert had been buried deep in Elder Gao's body, and it might have formed a balance with Elder Gao's body. Once there was an external force, it would immediately activate the sword qi. Most importantly, the power of this sword qi came from Elder Gao's body. Every time the sword qi was activated, Elder Gao's vitality would be released a little. Everyone dared not fight with the experts of Chimen's sect because they were afraid of this. Yang Chen's hand hovered in the air for a moment, but then he did not hesitate to touch it. If he did not understand the nature of the sword qi, how could he get rid of it and heal it? Even if this would make Elder Gao weaker, he could not care too much. Kai, a clear sound of sword qi piercing through the air came from Elder Gao's chest, directly piercing towards Yang Chen's arm. Chapter 1525. This time, no one said anything more. After Wang Yong said it, Yang Chen was still like this. Obviously, he had his own ideas. Everyone quieted down and looked at Yang Chen quietly. An almost substantial sword qi, in the full view of the crowd, directly pierced into the arm of Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen's arm did not shake at all. It still maintained the posture just now, as if nothing had happened. He gently stroked the wound of the elder and felt the changes. The eyes of several elders who saw this scene almost stared out. On the contrary, the old tree demon Hu Yun and a few others who came from the monster race seemed to be indifferent. In front of the head of the palace and several elders, Yang Chen had always shown a kind of wisdom in the palm of his hand, as well as a super enchanting genius in alchemy. On the contrary, in terms of combat effectiveness, he did not show much strength. Everyone was very surprised that Yang Chen could handle the sword qi so easily. This sword qi left by the Earth Immortal Master, once triggered, even the head of the palace or Wang Yong would have to deal with it in a hurry. How could it be as easy as Yang Chen? It was like nothing happened. The old tree demon Hu Yun, Shi Kuei, and Xie Shuo had personally experienced the horror of Yang Chen. They did not dare to say much. Hu Yun stood in front of Yang Chen. Even if his realm seemed to be higher than Yang Chen, he did not dare to compete with Yang Chen in strength. If at this time, Hu Yun, the old tree demon, could barely walk in front of Yang Chen, Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo had already been reduced to a younger brother who was easily abused by Yang Chen. That sword chi could not even hurt Hu Yun. Naturally it would not hurt Yang Chen. In fact, even if the sword chi was 10 times more powerful, it could not hurt Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen did not have the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to protect his body, the result would be the same. The scabbard that Patriarch Lu had left behind to preserve the supreme pure Yang sword chi had already been refined by Yang Chen. Even the supreme pure Yang sword chi could not hurt Yang Chen, much less an earthly immortal level sword chi. This time, it made Yang Chen understand the characteristics of the sword chi. This was a very unique and sinister cultivation technique. The sword chi that was cultivated was like maggots in tarsal bones, attaching itself to the opponent's body. The person who was hit would not die immediately. Not only did the sword chi consume the enemy's yuan chi, but it could also use the enemy's yuan chi to attack others. Usually, it was very difficult for people who were struck by sword chi to survive. After a long period of torment, all their yuan chi would be consumed by the sword chi and they would die. During this period, there was no telling how many people would be injured. It was impossible for an ordinary person to completely remove the sword chi. Unless there was an expert whose cultivation was higher than the attackers, they could use powerful spiritual energy to forcefully remove the sword chi. At the same time, they had to ensure that the injured person had enough yuan chi to use. Otherwise, even if the sword chi was expelled from the body, the injured person would not be able to escape death. Fortunately, it's too late. After checking the wound, Yang Chen also figured out the characteristics of the sword chi, and finally announced the result while everyone was waiting anxiously. The sentence that it was too late suddenly made the palace master and others breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. These days, not only did they have to avoid the pursuit of the Chimen sect, but they also had to take care of Elder Gao. Even the powerful old tree demon Hu Yun was ordered not to fight back, so as not to attract the more powerful masters of the Chimen sect. The reason why they were so embarrassed and worked so hard was that they were afraid that Elder Gao would have an accident. Now they finally waited for this good news. Among the people present, no one's cultivation could be higher than the Earth Immortal Master who cast the sword chi. Therefore, it was obviously not advisable to use super strong spiritual energy to expel the sword chi. The remaining way was to constantly consume the power of the sword chi. Although the sword chi would absorb the vitality of the injured person every time it was stimulated, it would also consume the power of the sword chi itself. As long as the number of times was enough, the sword chi would naturally dissipate. The only thing to worry about was that during this period, Elder Gao would not be able to hold on first, and the vitality of the whole body would be consumed. However, in front of Yang Chen, there was no need to worry about this problem at all. He didn't dare to say anything else. Yang Chen had a lot of longevity pills to supplement his life essence, and he could supplement it to Elder Gao at any time. A 3 revolutions prolonging life pill was sent into the mouth of Elder Gao, and the huge life essence immediately began to supplement the consumption of Elder Gao. In just a while, Elder Gao's face was a lot ruddy. Although he was still in a coma, everyone could see that Elder Gao's condition was much better. Immediately afterward, a 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill appeared in the hands of Yang Chen, and he intended to give it to Elder Gao. Before Yang Chen started, the palace master frowned slightly and asked, "The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill has been taken a lot, is it useful?" "This one is a little different," Yang Chen explained with a smile, but it was only this sentence. He did not say anything more. He still maintained the previous action and fed it to Elder Gao. The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill that Yang Chen took out at this time was indeed different from the ordinary Lingji mushroom jade pill in the past. It was also a 5th grade pill, but this one was refined using the merit and virtue method. Its effect was many times stronger than the ordinary 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. Such a meritorious medicinal pill had always been refined by Yang Chen to save his life. At this time, it finally came in handy. The next action of Yang Chen made all the people around look at it with horror. After the 2 medicinal pills were given to Elder Gao, Yang Chen began to reach out and press on the wound on Elder Gao's chest, as if massaging to promote blood circulation. The continuous sound of the sword chi breaking through the air almost sounded, and there was no time to stop in the middle. A longevity pill replenished a lot of Elder Gao's life essence, and the power released by the stimulated sword chi was also greatly improved. The power of each sword chi could cut an ordinary human immortal master into 2 pieces. Even Hu Yun, who had nothing to fear, had his expression change when he saw this densely packed sword chi. It was true that the yellow turban strongman body refining technique could block 1 or 2 sword chi, but it was absolutely an extravagant hope to receive so many sword chi in such a short period of time. However, so many sword chi like raindrops were all blocked between Yang Chen's hands. The wound was not big, and Yang Chen's hands easily covered it. All the sword chi fell on Yang Chen's pair of big hands, and then as if it had never appeared, it quickly disappeared without a trace, and no trace could be seen. Such a burst of sword chi lasted for more than an hour, and there were no less than tens of thousands of sword chi bursting out. It had to be said that the cultivation of the guy who did it was indeed strong. Oh! Everyone watched as the sword chi became weaker and weaker, and then they heard Elder Gao's groan. Elder Gao, who had been in a coma for hundreds of years, finally woke up. Chapter 1526. As Elder Gao woke up, the sword chi hidden in Elder Gao's body finally released the last wisp. However, the last wisp of sword chi was also the wisp that was hidden the deepest. At the same time, it was also the one that absorbed the most of Elder Gao's vitality. The sword chi that had almost the power of all the previous sword chi stabbed into Yang Chen's palm. Then, it disappeared without a trace as usual under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people. Yang Chen's hand did not move at all. He still took the sword chi calmly and easily. Then, he pointed at Elder Gao's chest. This sword chi absorbed almost all the vitality in Elder Gao's body. Elder Gao, who just showed signs of waking up, was affected by this and directly fell into a coma again. 99% of the vitality was absorbed by this sword chi. Not to mention Elder Gao, who had been injured for a long time, even a normal expert would have the same result. Everyone was shocked, but they found that Yang Chen had already let out a long breath, and then, he took out another prolonging life pill. The difference from the previous one was that this prolonging life pill was refined with the 5th grade. It was 2 grades higher than the first one, and the effect was definitely different. Yang Chen did not use a higher grade one at the beginning because the absorption of sword chi changed according to the vitality of the injured person. Adding too much vitality would only make the sword chi more powerful, and the damage to Elder Gao would be more serious. The 3 revolutions prolonging life pill provided enough vitality for the sword chi to absorb. The Merit Ganoderma mushroom dew pill could protect Elder Gao from death. The next step was the focus of the treatment. The wound on Elder Gao's chest began to slowly close up. The hole on his head also slowly closed up. As for his broken lower body, it was gradually recovering to its original state. Everything was changing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The effect of the 5 revolutions prolonging life pill was very amazing. Even though everyone had heard of the power of the prolonging life pill in the mortal world, they still could not help but be amazed when such a serious injury of Elder Gao recovered so quickly in front of their eyes. In the time it took to burn a stick of incense, there were no longer any wounds on Elder Gao's body. Even the scars that were left a long time ago had disappeared without a trace in this short period of time. His entire body was as clean as a newborn baby's. He opened his eyes again. This time, Elder Gao was completely awake. He was not in a daze because of the torture just now. How long have I been lying there? As soon as he opened his eyes, Elder Gao saw Yang Chen. He immediately smiled and asked a question. It's been a few hundred years, old friend. Grandmaster Wang Yong took a few steps forward and replied with a smile. He and Elder Gao had been close friends since they were in the mortal world. With more than 2,000 years of friendship, it was natural for him to address him as an old partner. Yang Chen, it's great that you're here. Elder Gao sat up and slowly moved his arms and legs, which he had not moved for hundreds of years. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. I know that I have implicated everyone all these years. What should we do next? Everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen. When they were in the mortal world, all the core high-level members, including the head of the palace, had been accustomed to Yang Chen's strategy of taking charge of the development of the sect. They were not surprised by Elder Gao's question. Several monster clan masters were even more obedient to Yang Chen. As long as they followed Yang Chen, they could not use too much of their brains. They just had to act without scruples. Yang Chen was the commander, they would never have an opinion. Chunyang Palace cannot be bullied for no reason. Yang Chen's voice slowly said, Taishanmen can't, Chimen sect can't. From the time he saw the head of the palace, there was a burning anger in Yang Chen's heart. Especially after seeing the seriously injured Elder Gao, this anger burned to the peak. Just because he had to treat Elder Gao's injury, he had been enduring, until now, it began to erupt. Of course, Yang Chen was a sensible person. No matter how angry he was, it was impossible to direct it at his own sect elders and his own woman. So although people heard the words he said with his teeth clenched, they did not see his expression. The simple words made everyone feel refreshed. Except for a few monster clan members, everyone knew that Chunyang Palace was bullied by Taishanmen in the past. At the same time, they also understood what role Yang Chen played in the destruction of the Taishanmen. To be honest, even the Taishanmen were wiped out under the design of Yang Chen. A small vassal of the Shentian sect, Chimen sect, was not a big deal at all. What should we do? Being seriously injured and lying here for hundreds of years, causing other partners to have to hide. Among so many people, the one who wanted to vent his anger the most was Elder Gao. As soon as Yang Chen said it, he immediately asked. Fortunately, even at this moment, Elder Gao also knew the priorities and knew that the strength of these people on his side was not enough to compare with Chimen sect, which has been developing in the spiritual world for many years, even if Yang Chen was there. Therefore, he added a sentence to remedy it, no matter how long we wait. The head of the palace also had the same idea. Everyone knew that Yang Chen would definitely have a way, but the enemy was powerful, and it was not a matter of overnight. It was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, let alone a cultivator. In order to deal with Taishanmen, Yang Chen spent hundreds of years to lay out the plan, and finally succeeded in one fell swoop. People who cultivated were not afraid of time. We, Chunyang Palace, have no foundation in the spiritual world. Yang Chen said the embarrassing situation of Chunyang Palace in one sentence. Although those big sects with good relations in the mortal world will be happy to provide a site for Chunyang Palace and develop under their protection, this disciple believes that none of us will want to live under someone else's roof all the time. Everyone listened and nodded silently. These were the words of an experienced person. Although living under someone else's roof could get good opportunities for development, it was a good thing for Chunyang Palace, which had nothing. However, everything had two sides. Since they chose to be covered, from a certain point of view, they had to sacrifice a lot. Then what should we do? Husband. Gong Sunling looked at the serious injury of her master ancestor. It would be a lie to say that she was not angry. Now that everyone sounded a little depressed, she couldn't help but ask eagerly. Let's put aside the problem of the site. I think, at present, we should solve Chimen sect first. Yang Chen looked at Gong Sunling, looked at Gao Yu, and then turned to the four monster clan masters who were staring at him. Suddenly, he laughed. No one can offend Chunyang Palace without paying any price. Chimen sect is the same. In the shortest time, solve Chimen sect. Chapter 1527. Although Yang Chen did not say how to solve Chimen sect, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Yang Chen never talked nonsense, at least the people in front of him had never heard of it. Since Yang Chen said that Chimen sect should be solved in a short time, it must be solved in a short time. At this time, the master of the palace had time to discuss with Yang Chen about Zhu Yishen's troubles. The connection between the old tree demon's main body and the clone made the master of the palace very clear about what Yang Chen had done. Before, he had no time to discuss this because he had to treat Elder Gao, but now he finally had time. Compared with Chimen sect, the master of the palace was more worried about the profound heaven sect. Think about it, Chimen sect was just a follower of a human immortal disciple of the profound heaven sect, but Yang Chen had already killed young master Yishen directly. If the profound heaven sect pursued this matter, It would not be an easy thing to deal with. Don't worry, the Profound Heaven sect will not pursue these things for at least 1,000 years. Yang Chen directly said his judgment to the master of the palace. They have not yet explained the Taishanmen's matter clearly. The death of a human immortal disciple is not enough for them to come out and deal with a few newcomers who have just ascended. Moreover, Jun Qi is also in the Profound Heaven sect. She will not sit back and watch the people of the Profound Heaven sect kill her disciple. This explanation was barely reasonable, but it was not enough to convince people completely. Even if it was not pursued within 1,000 years, after this period of time, when the Profound Heaven sect recovered, he was afraid that it would be the time to kill the Chunyang Palace. However, the master of the palace never said that his own disciple did something wrong. If it weren't for Yang Chen, he was afraid that the Chunyang Palace would have already belonged to the Taishanmen when they were in the mortal world, and there would be no glory of their ascension. Moreover, to be able to wrestle with the Profound Heaven sect, it was an exciting feat to think about. Everyone first recuperate, wait for the opportunity, and solve the Chimen sect in one fell swoop. At this time, the one giving the orders was Yang Chen. No one had any objections and followed Yang Chen's instructions. After Yang Chen and the others left, the survivor of Chimen sect finally struggled to get up. He used all the strength in his body and fled in the direction of the sect. When Yang Chen and the others almost saw the head of the palace, the surviving guys also saw the mountain gate of Chimen sect. At this point, he was already on the verge of death. Yang Chen had a good sense of propriety when he attacked. It was as if he had calculated that he would be able to rush back to the sect to say a few words. Young Master Yixian was killed. There's a spy in Shentian sect who grew up naked with Yang Chen in Chunyang Palace. The sect master of Chimen sect frowned. His face was filled with disbelief as he carefully asked, "Are you sure? Did you hear it wrong?" The elder on duty of the Equal Gate sect looked as if he had lost his parents as he reported the news that his disciple had desperately sent back. When he heard the sect master's question, he hurriedly replied as if he was swearing, "It's absolutely true." That's what this disciple heard. Not only this disciple heard it, but several disciples on duty also heard it. There were a few people who heard it, and the implication was that it was impossible to hear it wrong. The sect master of Chimen sect did not dare to neglect and hurriedly sent the news to Shentian sect. Young Master Yixian was killed. This was definitely a big event for Chimen sect. In any case, Shentian sect must know. As for how the Shentian sect would deal with the matter of Chimen sect's failure to protect young Master Yixian, that was another matter. If it was reported immediately, there would be a glimmer of life. If it was concealed and the Shentian sect knew about it in the future, there would be no second way for Chimen sect except to destroy the sect. When Yang Chen and the others were still waiting for the right time, the Shentian sect had already received the news from Chimen sect. Their own disciple was killed. No matter what rank the disciple was, it was a big event. The Shentian sect had to investigate the cause and effect. The lackeys of Chimen sect did not dare to hide anything. They poured out everything about how young Master Yixian took a fancy to Fairy Junkie, and how he asked them to suppress Chunyang Palace and kill Yang Chen. This matter was also related to another disciple of the Shentian sect, so they needed to be more cautious. Young Master Yixian was an outstanding junior of the sect, but Fairy Junkie was not bad either. Speaking of which, Zhu Yixian ascended hundreds of years earlier than Dao Junkie. He cultivated to the 8th grade human immortal realm in a few hundred years in the spiritual realm. His aptitude was definitely excellent. However, compared with Fairy Junkie, his achievements seemed to be a notch lower. Even if he ascended hundreds of years later than Zhu Yixian, Dao Junkie's cultivation had already entered the 7th grade human immortal realm. In addition, his natal fire seed was pure yin true fire. Together with an iron-winged eagle demon pet that cultivated almost the same wood attribute, his cultivation was almost at a rapid pace. After Dao Junkie ascended, he was slightly low-key. Other than abiding by the sect's rules, he usually only came in contact with a limited number of disciples under his master's side. He did not have much contact with others. In the past 200 to 300 years, he even took the initiative to go out to gain experience. He seemed to have gone overseas to cultivate, and he was not in the sect. Zhu Yixian's behavior was despised by some people, even in the Shentian sect. If he liked fairy junkie, he should approach her openly and compete with Yang Chen. He should not play these shameful tricks behind her back. As a dignified Shentian sect's disciple, he did not dare to compete with a junior disciple of Chunyang Palace openly. It was simply a disgrace to the sect. In particular, Zhu Yixian, who was an 8th grade human immortal, still died in the hands of Yang Chen. It made people shake their heads. His cultivation was higher than his opponent's, but he still died in the hands of his opponent. Apart from being arrogant and despising his opponent, what other reason could there be? If he had to give a reasonable explanation, it would be that someone in his sect leaked the details of Zhu Yixian, right? In the Shentian sect, it was easy to find Yang Chen's companions who grew up naked. Yang Chen's identity as a 5th grade alchemist had attracted the special attention of many sect. Someone who was about the same age as Yang Chen had recently ascended and had a relationship with Yang Chen. Apart from Yang Lan and Yang Lan, who else could it be? Yang Lan and Yang Lan, who were working hard to improve their mental cultivation to make up for their lessons in the mortal world, did not know what happened at all. They were taken away by a group of law enforcement hall disciples, and then several law enforcement hall disciples began to interrogate them fiercely about their relationship with Yang Chen. The poor Yang Lan and Yang Lan didn't know why the law enforcement hall disciples were looking for them. When they heard about Yang Chen, they thought that the sect wanted to know more about Yang Chen. The two did not dare to hide it and immediately revealed some of Yang Chen's things in the mortal world. They did not forget to add oil and vinegar to explain how the hateful Yang Chen hated Taishanmen, how he did not know how to appreciate favors, and how he fished for fame. Chapter 1528. In order to let the people in the sect believe how heinous Yang Chen was, Yang Lan did not forget to tell his own painful experience. He was bullied by Yang Chen. Yang Chen even bought some killers at a high price to take his life. Even some people in the sect were bought by Yang Chen to suppress him inhumanely and so on. Yang Lan naturally would not tear down his own brother's stage, and he also relayed the facts. For Yang Chen, the two siblings didn't even need to collude, as long as they told the facts. The more he said, the more Yang Lan found that the faces of the law enforcement hall disciples seemed to be weirder. At this time, Yang Lan was only the lowest disciple of the sect. He did not ascend normally. Even if his cultivation base had reached the 4th grade of human immortal, he had not really become a disciple. Feeling the strangeness of the law enforcement hall disciples, Yang Lan was also puzzled. However, he was not qualified to question anything. He could only add oil and vinegar to increase Yang Chen's crimes. After Yang Lan ascended, the most important thing for the Profound Heaven sect was to learn the cause and effect of the destruction of the sect from his mouth. In this kind of major event, even if Yang Lan was eloquent, it was impossible to closely associate the destruction of the Taishanmen with Yang Chen. The sect would not pay much attention to an alchemist of a 3rd-rate sect. A 5th grade alchemist was a treasure in the mortal world, but in the spiritual world, the Profound Heaven sect could find a few 7th grade alchemists at any time. A 5th grade alchemist was a slag in front of them. Even if Yang Chen was a genius and outstanding, compared with the destruction of the sect, he was equivalent to a grain of dust, insignificant. Yang Lan always thought that he had no chance to cheat Yang Chen in the spiritual world for the time being. Now the people of the law enforcement hall actually asked about Yang Chen. Yang Lan naturally understood that Yang Chen must have ascended. Even the law enforcement hall had to be dispatched. If he didn't take the opportunity to blacken Yang Chen to death at this time, when would he? In the past, Yang Lan's little tricks in the spirit congealing pills were not discovered by the Taishanmen at all. It was a pity that the arrangement was lost. Now that he finally had a chance, Yang Lan did not forget to treat his own arrangement as a suspicion, and he carefully said it. Anyway, no matter what, the black pot of a young sect master who murdered the Taishanmen should be put on Yang Chen's head. As long as the Black Heaven sect was enraged, a mere 5th grade alchemist would have to obediently wait for death. Of course, Yang Chen knew the great impact of the Taishanmen's annihilation. In addition, Yang Chen did not ascend. No matter how he spoke ill of Yang Chen, it would not help. How could Yang Lan miss the opportunity that was hard to come by? A series of facts and conjectures, one after another, proved that Yang Chen was the archenemy of the Taishanmen. He was a classic example of how to appease the common people if he was not killed. The excited Yang Lan did not notice the strangeness in the eyes of several law enforcement hall disciples. A guy who could make Yang Lan and Yang Lan spare no effort to slander, if this was put in a normal situation, it was definitely something that a life-and-death enemy could do. It was simply a posture of being beaten to the ground, stepping on a foot, and then abusing to death. The problem was that what the law enforcement hall wanted to know now was whether Yang Lan and Yang Lan had a closer relationship with Yang Chen. From Yang Lan's confession, they could be sure that Yang Lan, and Yang Chen were from the same village. This was very consistent with the fact that Yang Chen said that he grew up from a small butt. The more Yang Lan and Yang Lan said that Yang Chen was heinous, the more they were enemies of the Taishanmen. In this case, the more the people in the law enforcement hall suspected that this was deliberately fabricated by the Yang Lan and Yang Lan in order to create an illusion of irreconcilable hostility with Yang Chen. The more they slandered Yang Chen, the more people suspected that they were just covering up their relationship with Yang Chen. The time of Yang Chen's departure from the reception town and the time of Zhu Yixuan's accident have been investigated by the people of the Profound Heaven sect. If calculated from the time, Yang Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling were on the road almost non-stop to catch up with that time point. There was no investigation of who had contact with Yang Chen after that. That was to say, Yang Chen had no opportunity to learn about the situation of the Shentian sect from the mouth of others. However, Yang Chen called out Zhu Yixuan's name when he had never seen Zhu Yixuan, and he seemed to be very familiar with her. This could not help but make people doubt whether someone really sent a message to Yang Chen in this short period of time. The recent performance of the Yang Lan and Yang Lan, the people of the law enforcement hall also began to investigate, and soon there were results. The two siblings knew the awkwardness of their ascension. During this time, in addition to cultivation, they were basically inquiring about the things in the sect. The two of them wanted to find a good backer, so they wanted to figure out the distribution of the sect's power. However, such behavior made people have another kind of suspicion when they investigated. After all, suspicion was suspicion. For the time being, if there was no real evidence, the sect in the spiritual world would generally not deal with the disciples. Cultivation in the mortal world was a touchstone. Transcending the tribulation and ascending to immortality was a threshold that could thoroughly test whether a cultivator was worth cultivating or not. Generally speaking, as long as it was a master who ascended normally, the sect would make great efforts to cultivate. The Shentian sect was a big sect. Generally, they would not listen to one side of the story. They had various channels to understand whether what Yang Lan said was true or not. There were many masters who ascended from the mortal world. It was easy for them to find a few people who knew the relationship between Yang Chen and the Taishanmen. In several aspects, what the Yang Lan and Yang Lan said was almost the truth, except for the part of Yang Lan's own speculation. Of course, there was also a part that Yang Lan did not say, but others knew. For example, Yang Chen and the Taishanmen had made several transactions, all of which were exchanging medicinal pills for the resources of the Taishanmen. Yang Lan was indeed chased by Yang Chen. There was no doubt about this. The Shentian sect had learned the facts from multiple channels. However, what they were more curious about was that Yang Chen's bounty was so high. At that time, Yang Lan had not yet become a follower of the young sect master Li Liheng. At best, he was just a younger generation in the foundation stage and the Jedan stage. How did he survive under such a high bounty? Some things simply could not stand up to scrutiny. Yang Lan and Yang Lan tried hard to deny their relationship with Yang Chen. On the surface, they were like fire and water. Yang Chen repeatedly offered a high bounty for Yang Lan, but Yang Lan was safe and sound. In addition, after Yang Lan ascended, he inquired about the sect's affairs everywhere. If the suspicion that Yang Lan and Yang Lan were undercover agents placed by Yang Chen in the Shentian sect was reversed, many things were simply clear. After a circle of investigation, the expressions on the faces of several law enforcement hall disciples who directly faced Yang Lan and Yang Lan had become more and more ugly. Although it was said that every sect would have unworthy disciples, such a guy who betrayed others was right in front of them, and he still talked as if nothing had happened. No matter how they looked at it, it was annoying. Chapter 1529. Let's teach them a lesson first. A steward of the Earth Immortal cultivation base who was responsible for this matter ordered with a cold face, "Ask again after the fight, ask clearly and in detail." After dropping this sentence, the steward left with his hands on his back, and Yang Lan didn't understand what happened. They just instinctively felt that they were in trouble. No disciple of the sect would like a spy, especially this guy who made a disciple of the sect die. This was simply a public enemy. In the law enforcement hall, there was a disciple who was an acquaintance of Zhu Yixian. When he heard the steward's instructions, he immediately volunteered and jumped out. "Let me do it." The voice of gnashing teeth did not intend to hide anything, so it was so naked. Yang Lan finally noticed that it was not good, and hurriedly began to shout loudly, "This disciple is wronged. This disciple is wronged. Wronged." The disciple who jumped out had a ferocious look on his face. "Well, if you have any grievances, you can talk about it later. Now, the steward has instructed, ask again after the fight." Looking at the law enforcement hall disciple who came step by step, Yang Lan's hearts had sunk to the bottom. Until the pain came, the Yang Lan and his brother were still confused. Didn't they want to know about Yang Chen? How did it end up like this? After Yang Chen left a person alive and said those words, Yang Chen knew that Yang Lan would soon suffer. Even if Yang Chen couldn't see it with his own eyes, he could be completely sure that Yang Lan couldn't escape this disaster. Of course, Yang Chen did not expect the Profound Heaven sect to kill Yang Lan immediately. Yang Lan were the only two guys who had experienced the baptism of the special formation Eye of the Universe, everlasting spirit suppressing formation. So far, the masters of formation research in the Profound Heaven sect have not fully determined the principle of the special formation Eye. How could they kill the two people so quickly? However, the death penalty could be avoided, but it was hard to escape punishment. Yang Chen seemed to have a bad taste. His favorite thing was to watch the people of the Taishanmen Profound Heaven sect help Yang Lan. This was the case in the mortal world, and it was the same in the spiritual world. He was never tired of it. It would be best if Yang Lan could keep his life. Yang Chen was happy to send him on his way when the time came. Even if Profound Heaven sect's brain was pulled this time and killed Yang Lan directly, Yang Chen would not lose anything. If he died in the hands of his own people, Yang Lan would definitely die in peace. Yang Chen didn't care about Yang Lan's life now. He was waiting for the opportunity to deal with Keeman's sect. To put it bluntly, he was waiting for the arrival of an expert. As long as the guy he was waiting for arrived, it would not be difficult to deal with the people from Chiman sect. In the mortal world, Yang Chen had a relationship with Elder Wu Xiong and the blue-ringed octopus Lan Ying. However, both of them had ascended for less than 1,000 years and were unlikely to become Earth Immortal experts. It seemed that they were not enough to deal with Chiman sect. However, there was an Earth Immortal expert who had a good relationship with Yang Chen. That was the descendant of the Dragon Clan, Bian Long Xian. Long Xian's Dragon Clan bloodline was stimulated by Yang Chen's merits. Moreover, the demon sealing array was also broken by Yang Chen's help. In addition, the merits on the merit stele were completely provided by Yang Chen. The relationship between Long Xian and Yang Chen had already become that of a master and servant. What Yang Chen was waiting for was Long Xian. Before ascending from the mortal world, Long Xian was already a 4th-grade Earth Immortal. After being in the spiritual realm for so long, coupled with Yang Chen's full blessing on the merit stele, as a descendant of the Dragon Clan, Long Xian's strength was definitely far beyond this realm. Although it was said that he was waiting for Long Xian, it was actually a summoning. Of course, Yang Chen and Long Xian did not have that kind of spiritual connection. To summon Long Xian, Yang Chen used merits. He was completely refining the great yin-yang 5 elemental flying swords with the technique of the merit chapter. On Long Xian's merit stele, it was full of Yang Chen's merits. On this side, when Yang Chen used the merit method, even if Long Xian was millions of miles away, Long Xian could still sense it. Sure enough, after Yang Chen sacrificially refined the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword for only half a year, Yang Chen felt the aura of Long Xian. Xiao Tian also noticed Long Xian, who was also a descendant of the dragon clan, and kept flying up and down. Whoosh, a black light flashed, and there was an extra small figure in front of Yang Chen. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary tortoise. If one had to say that it was a little special, it was estimated that it was a little dark in color. Other than that, it was completely no different from a small tortoise. There were no spiritual awareness fluctuations, no spiritual power fluctuations. If ordinary cultivators did not see it in the jungle, then 99% of them would not have any thoughts about this little tortoise. You really hide deep. Yang Chen looked at this guy and smiled. How many experts have you used this appearance to plot against? The little tortoise did not intend to hide in front of Yang Chen. He also knew that he could not hide it at all. Soon, the light flashed again, and the ordinary little tortoise disappeared in an instant. In its place, there was a bald man, looking at Yang Chen with a smile. Greetings, master. The bald man was Swan Ni Long Xian. However, the technique he used to transform into a human was not the transformation secret art taught by Yang Chen. Instead, it was the unique transformation secret art of the Dragon Clan that he learned from the Dragon Tower. Long Xian was also a descendant of the Dragon Clan. After Long Xian became a servant of Yang Chen gave him a complete set of the cultivation method of the first floor of the Dragon Tower. Long Xian's cultivation was high, so it was easy for him to transform into a big man. You came at the right time. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Chen nodded in response to Long Xian's greeting. Just looking at the state that this guy appeared to have reached the level of the Earth Immortal 5th grade. In just a few hundred years, with a full load of merit steelies, Long Xian's cultivation really improved quickly. Since Long Xian arrived, Yang Chen planned to immediately start on Chimen sect. Although Chimen sect was also a small sect in the spiritual realm, its strength was not strong enough, and it still had to rely on the profound heaven sect. The strongest cultivation was 2 experts of the Earth Immortal 6th grade. The entire sect had more than 100 people, there were more than 10 Earth Immortal experts, and the rest were human immortals. It seemed that their power was not big, but it was enough to bully Chunyang Palace, which had no foundation. They did not even need to send experts of the Earth Immortal 6th grade, just a few experts of the Earth Immortal 3rd grade was enough to make Chunyang Palace suffer. If Zhu Yixuan didn't want to win the heart of Fairy Junkie and specifically told him not to kill them, Yang Chen might not have the opportunity to see the palace master and the others again. But in any case, Elder Gao was seriously injured by the other party, and the other elders were driven away by the people of Chimen's sect like stray dogs. Yang Chen would never be grateful because the other party did not kill them at the beginning. Those who dared to offend the people of Chunyang Palace must be taught a lesson in any case. Let's go. Yang Chen had been waiting for this day for a long time. He could not wait to summon the people of Chunyang Palace and snapped his fingers. Let's go kill. Chapter 1530. Hu Yun and the old tree demon had been waiting for this day for a long time. When they heard Yang Chen's words, they almost jumped up happily. They didn't have the demeanor of a human immortal master at all. How do we kill them? Grandmaster Wang Yong had been filled with anger for the past few years. Now that he finally had an opportunity to vent it out, he did not object and asked directly. There are not many masters in Chimen sect. Long Xian of the Earth Immortal level is enough to deal with them. Yang Chen's biggest reliance now was Long Xian. With the Merit Steely and the Swanee bloodline, he definitely surpassed the masters of the same level. The strongest master of Chimen sect was only the 6th grade of the Earth Immortal, which was a small realm higher than Long Xian. It was not a problem for him to kill them. As for the human immortal masters, we will take care of them. Yang Chen quickly assigned tasks to everyone, and at the same time did not forget to say, we have a few people, they have a lot of people, there is no need to fight hard. If you can fight then fight, if you can't fight then run, there is no shame. If there is a chance, sneak attack, how can you kill people? Don't be afraid of being called despicable, we are just newcomers who have just ascended, it is normal to use any means. As he spoke, Yang Chen pulled everyone onto the shuttle and flew at high speed to the location of Chimen sect. On the way, he did not forget to give a lot of spirit-devouring divine thunder to the elders. These were specially refined by Yang Chen with the upgraded spirit-devouring dragon fire during this waiting period. No matter who it was, as long as they were stained with a trace of it, if they did not have a strong fire control power and a strong cultivation base, they absolutely could not withstand the attack of the spirit-devouring dragon fire. Listening to Yang Chen's words, the head of the palace was also a little shy in their hearts. Before, they were too concerned about being open and aboveboard, too concerned about the face of the sect. They always felt that the dignified pure Yang palace could not use some means that were not on the table, so they would be chased and fled. Now the key was pointed out by a younger generation junior. The previous hundreds of years of hard work was really a matter of life and death. And the most important thing was that if they could get enough face by fighting in an upright manner and could make many people applaud, then it could be regarded as a little gain. The problem was that the enemy didn't feel that using an earthly immortal expert to oppress them was bullying the weak, and they chased them endlessly. If they continued to insist on that ridiculous method, then they would really be pedantic. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo also said these words, but the effect of what they said was completely different from what Yang Chen said. In any case, everyone was waiting for the moment to kill their way into the Equal Gate sect. The Chunyang Palace in the mortal world was like the sun in the sky, especially in the last few hundred years, where had they suffered such insults. In these years, even the righteous palace master had endured enough. While Yang Chen was waiting for Long Xian, Shentian sect and Chimen sect were frantically inquiring about the whereabouts of the people in Chunyang Palace. In fact, not only these two sects, basically, the sect that had a master who had ascended in the past 100 years, and the sect that could occupy a place in the spiritual world, were all frantically searching for the whereabouts of Yang Chen. Chimen sect and Shentian sect were looking for the murderer of Zhu Yixian. Of course, Shentian sect did not dare to be too blatant and only did it secretly. On the contrary, Chimen sect, because of a vassal sect, did not have so many scruples and was looking for him with great fanfare. As for the other sect, they were all looking for Yang Chen like crazy. If the questioning inner heart pill and the spirit congealing pill were ordinary medicinal pills in the spiritual world, not worth mentioning, then the longevity pill was enough to make people crazy. A mere 5th-grade alchemist was able to refine a medicinal pill that only the 9 Revolutions golden pill had the medicinal effect of prolonging one's lifespan. Which sect did not want it? A small sect might be okay, but among the big sect, which sect didn't have a few masters who were at the end of their lifespan but were stuck on the bottleneck and couldn't break through? How many masters who had made great contributions to the sect could only linger on like an old man in the mortal world, quietly waiting for death? What kind of sorrow was that? This kind of thing happened once in the mortal world, and that was after Yang Chen refined the 100-year pill. Just in the 5 major Dao sect, there were more than 100 masters who took the 100-year pill to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Those were all masters who were stuck on the edge of the tribulation and couldn't break through. In the end, they relied on their cultivation to resist the heavenly tribulation. Even if they needed to spend time to polish their state of mind in the spiritual world, in the end, they still transcended the tribulation and extended their lifespan. Whether it was the 100-year pill or even the ordinary demonic bead, it might not have much effect on the human immortal masters, but the longevity pill was completely different. It could supplement the life source and increase the lifespan, so it was effective for everyone. This kind of good thing was actually in the hands of a small sect. It was really a shame for the big sect in the mortal world. Unfortunately, no matter how these people searched, Yang Chen and the people from Chunyang Palace seemed to have disappeared from the spiritual world. No one had seen them again. For a whole 6 months, Yang Chen and the others stayed in another secret place that Yang Chen found. If it wasn't for Yang Chen leading everyone to this place, even if Yang Chen dictated the map to everyone, they might not have been able to find it. In his previous life, Yang Chen had stayed here for at least 50 years, avoiding wave after wave of hunting teams. Even Long Xian came looking for him because Yang Chen sensed his aura. He only found Yang Chen after he went out. If even their own people couldn't find it, it was even more impossible for outsiders to find it. The people who were looking for it couldn't be so deliberate. On the contrary, the people of Chimen sect didn't dare to be too ostentatious because people from other sects had appeared nearby recently. In particular, when the people from the major sect found this place, They heard that there was discord between Chimen's sect and Chunyang Palace, so they were very concerned about this matter. What made the people of Chimen's sect even more dissatisfied was that they seemed to be biased towards Chunyang Palace intentionally or unintentionally. Some people even warned and threatened them not to provoke Chunyang Palace in the future. Although they were dissatisfied, the people of Chimen's sect didn't dare to say anything. Among the experts who came to explore Chunyang Palace and Yangchen, there were even 2 experts at the Heaven Immortal realm. Even if the people of Chimen's sect had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to provoke them. 2 Heaven Immortal experts could easily destroy Chimen's sect with just a wave of their hands. Before Yangchen ascended, the prolonging life pill was something that only the higher-ups of the major sect knew. Ordinary sect or disciples had no chance to come into contact with such a high-level secret. As for Shentian's sect, they didn't know about the prolonging life pill at all. Even the matter of young Master Yixian and Chimen's sect suppressing Chunyang Palace was done behind Shentian's sect's back. Chimen's sect didn't know who he had provoked. However, the warnings from all sides made Chimen's sect behave a lot. At least before they found the whereabouts of the people from Chunyang Palace, they were still very honest. All the disciples of the sect stayed in the mountain gate, as if they had learned their lesson. Chapter 1531. Boom, with a loud sound, Chimen's sect's mountain guarding grand array suddenly exploded as if it was hit by a terrifying cannon. A huge stone tablet fell from the sky and smashed right on top of Chimen's sect's main hall, directly smashing dozens of surrounding buildings into the ground. Blood-red inscriptions were densely distributed around the stone tablet, emitting waves of terrifying ferocious chi, as if they were alive, slowly swimming on the stone tablet. The stone tablet smashed down too suddenly, so much so that the people of Chimen's sect didn't even have time to react. At least 4 low-level human immortal disciples were smashed into the ground, their life and death were unknown. Shrill sirens sounded crazily. In fact, there was no need for sirens, such a big movement. If there was anyone who didn't notice it, then they must be dead. Who dares to offend my Chimen's sect? 2 Earth Immortal Grade 6 experts of Chimen's sect came out of nowhere, shouting loudly towards the sky. Instead of waiting for a specific answer, everyone waited for a huge incomparable figure, as if it suddenly appeared in the sky, and then fell heavily in their direction. That figure was so huge, just by looking at it, everyone could be sure that it was not smaller than 1,000 miles. Divine sense couldn't find any clues, only that it was a huge Shen tortoise. The huge figure was naturally Long Shen's body. In the mortal world, Long Shen's body was 1,000 miles in radius. After coming to the spiritual world to cultivate the Dragon Clan's cultivation method, his body shrunk a lot, but it didn't mean that he couldn't return to his original size. Such a huge body, not to mention other things, just the weight alone was enough to make countless people raise their eyebrows. At least now, there were a few pairs of incredulous eyes next to Yang Chen, as if they saw something unbelievable, staring at Yang Chen, dumbfounded. Naturally, those who were stunned were the elders of Chunyang Palace, Gao Yugong Sunling, Hu Yun, and the old tree demon were not surprised at all. The reason why everyone was shocked was because whether it was the stone tablet or the Shen tortoise, they were not controlled by Long Shen, they were forcibly thrown out by Yang Chen. If it was only a few hundred feet, no one would say anything. The key was that their current location was 1,000 miles away from the Chimen sect's main hall. The stone tablet was naturally the merit tablet on Long Shen's back. When the merit tablet was full, even Long Shen couldn't easily move it. After coming to the spiritual world, Long Shen turned into an ordinary little tortoise and crawled slowly. After coming to the spiritual world, Long Shen could only transform into an ordinary tortoise and slowly crawl. Under normal circumstances, the merit monument could only be close to Long Shen. Even if Long Shen wanted to use it as a weapon, he could only hold it like Yang Chen. It was almost impossible to attack it. Long Shen couldn't easily, Long of merit tablet, so to Yang Chen couldn't move easily. For any other merit steely, Yang Chen was afraid that it would not be so easy. The problem was that the merit steely on Long Shen's body recorded his own merit, so there was no pressure on Yang Chen. If it was any other merit tablet, Yang Chen wouldn't be able to do it so easily. The problem was that Long Shen's merit tablet recorded his own merits, so Yang Chen didn't feel any pressure. Yang Chen's huge strength directly through the black tortoise, which had a radius of 1,000 miles, into the air, and then heavily smashed into Chimon's sect. This power made several elders who had never seen Yang Chen's power simply unable to believe their eyes. How heavy was a black tortoise? To be able to throw such a black tortoise, what kind of concept was that? How strong was Yang Chen's arms? Even though they knew that Yang Chen cultivated a unique body tempering technique, they still couldn't help but be shocked when such a shocking scene happened in front of them. How did a grade 5 earthly immortal realm black tortoise feel when it smashed down? The black tortoise's body covered the entire Chimon sect's mountain entrance tightly, and the way it smashed down was like a small mountain falling from the sky, instantly smashing Chimon sect's mountain entrance into pieces. As long as a disciple of Chimon's sect was within this range, no matter how fast they were, they wouldn't be able to escape from Long Xian's smash. Other than the huge weight, there was also Long Xian's coordinated attack. The earthly immortal realm disciples were still fine, but the worldly immortal realm disciples couldn't resist it at all, and almost all of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Only a few of them were able to maintain a standing posture. The rest were all forcefully smashed into the ground, looking battered and exhausted. Luckily, the people of Chimon's sect weren't all useless. After receiving Long Xian's attack, someone immediately started to fight back. Dozens of flying swords appeared rapidly, slashing towards Long Xian's huge body. Long Xian's body instantly shrunk to about 10 feet in radius. The merit tablet also returned to Long Xian's body in time, becoming his strongest weapon. All of the flying swords that were slashing towards Long Xian struck the merit steely, giving off a loud clanging sound. Unfortunately, even though the sound was loud, it didn't achieve any effect. There were even a few flying swords of lower grade that were chipped by the merit monument. How could a few dozen flying swords destroy the massive amount of merit? After a while, Long Xian had already found an opponent. The merit tablet suddenly became longer, waved by Long Xian's huge palm, and smashed towards the strongest earthly immortal realm master's head. Now, let's split up and attack. At this time, Yang Chen finally began to make a move. More than a dozen people suddenly dispersed and flew towards the mountain gate of Chimon's sect that was thousands of miles away. Such a distance, for the masters of the worldly immortal realm, was only a cup of tea time. Everyone had a tacit understanding and discussed the way to make a move on the road. Most of the people of Chimon's sect were injured by Long Xian's blow just now. It was a good time to get back at them. The palace master and several elders plus Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo, their combat effectiveness was relatively the weakest, so their task was mainly to set fire and sneak attack. Each person had dozens of spirit-devouring divine thunder in their hands. They quietly touched the past and smashed the people they saw. They were not caught. Hu Yun, the old tree demon, was the relative main force of the battle. They were all able to face the masters of the earthly immortal realm independently without falling into a disadvantageous position. Even the opponents with lower cultivation bases, in this injured situation, may only be able to drink under the hands of the two. As for Yang Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling, they were fighting against the masters of the earthly immortal realm. No matter how powerful Long Xian was, he could only deal with one or two earthly immortal realm masters at a time. The rest needed Yang Chen and the two women to contain them, lest they pose a threat to the palace master. At the same time, they could not let them gather together and besiege Long Xian. Kill. Yang Chen's beheading immortal blade was raised high and slashed down at a guy of the earthly immortal realm.